Prologue. Sawyer. I hated the fact that I got flustered every time I knew I was going to see Carter. I mean, what the fuck was that? He made me nuts. He got under my skin. But I was also attracted to him. Had been from the start. And I didn't like it. I didn't like it one bit. The last time someone had gotten to me that way? Nope. I wasn't going there. Not tonight. Not ever again. Hey, bro, what's up? Cam put an arm around me as I stood at the counter in Fever, our favorite gay bar on Fever Street. It annoyed me that Camden could always tell when something was bothering me. Okay, maybe not always, but more so than anyone else. He was a year older than me, and more than just my brother. Cam was my best friend, even if we were incredibly different in a lot of ways. For one, he had always been more outgoing than me. There wasn't anything I wouldn't do for him, and there sure as shit wasn't anything Cam wouldn't do for me. He took it upon himself to be my protector. When I was a kid, he fought all my battles for me, and though that wasn't something I'd allow anymore, Cam always tried. Hello? Earth to baby Burke. Cam waved his hand in front of my face. I hate it when you call me that. Sorry, BB. Because that's not the same thing. We both know what BB stands for. Cam laughed, and I couldn't help but smile. He made me crazy sometimes. Speaking of crazy, my eyes scanned the room. Looking for Carter? Cam asked, and my jaw immediately tightened. Cam never said shit like that in front of anyone else, but he said it enough to me, and let's just say we'd add that to the ever-growing list of things I didn't like. The last thing I wanted was my stupid, annoying attraction to be obvious to my brother. No. Why would I be looking for him? I don't even like him. Carter was too much of everything for me. Too loud. Too opinionated, too flirty and sexual and... Fuck. Why did he have to be too sexy as well? He wasn't even my type. But that didn't seem to change how he affected me. Typically, I liked guys who, like me, didn't try and draw attention to themselves. Guys who weren't looking to fuck someone different every weekend because I sure as shit wasn't good at the casual hookup thing. I mean, it wasn't that I never did it, after all. I hadn't been in a relationship in what felt like forever. But I just didn't fit in. Not really. I guess I never really had. Maybe because I kept myself locked down too tight. If I didn't take risks, I couldn't get hurt. Okay, Cam replied to my statement about not liking Carter, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. I don't understand why you find it so hard to believe I don't like Carter. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out too. Call it brother intuition. That twin thing we have without being twins. And honestly, I'm not sure how I feel about the whole thing either. I don't want you to get hurt. That made me roll my eyes because I sure as shit didn't plan to let Carter James hurt me. I wouldn't let any guy hurt me again. Can we talk instead about how you have a crush on a straight guy? I asked. Camden dropped his head back and laughed loudly, like it was the most ridiculous thought in the world. And yeah, maybe it was, because Cam didn't really do crushes, but ever since Jude, Rush's best friend, moved to Fever Falls, my brother had become a little obsessed. It's all just good fun. You mean you wouldn't have sex with him? I asked. Oh no, I would definitely fuck him. He's beautiful. Have you seen him? But we're not 12. And it's not a crush. So basically, my brother was Carter, which was a weird thought, and one I scratched out of my mind immediately. It was 2 days before New Year's Eve, and we'd all gathered at Fever because that's what we did. The Saturday crew had grown from what it used to be. It had been me, Cam, Bo, Link, and Rush. Then Ashton Carmichael moved back to Fever Falls, fell in love with Bo, and became part of the group. From there, Jace and Dax became part of us too. Jace worked with Bo at the fire station. Dax moved here to be with Jace, and Carter was Dax's assistant, which practically meant Dax was responsible for the thorn in my side that was Carter James. Jude was our resident straight, who now tended bar at Fever and hung out with us when we all got together. Keegan, Jace's brother, with his boyfriend Owen, the Prince of Parlesia, along with buddies Frederick, Casey, and Steve, were honorary members, the baby Sattergays, if you wanted to put it that way. We were all listening to King Lucas, Owen's brother, as he spoke on the big screen behind the bar, announcing the victory for equal marriage in their country. Everyone cheered, and Jace had begun giving out shots when I heard, "Hey, no, not without the prince himself," from Carter, and my spine automatically went straight. Damn it. Why did I let him get to me? He hadn't even said anything to me yet, and I was already anticipating it and annoyed by it, but also curious about what he would say. I'm coming, Owen replied. They all teased the younger baby Sattergays about not being able to drink, but I wasn't paying much attention because I knew something had to be coming from Carter soon. Once I downed my shot, Carter asked, "Another shot, saw?" Be chill. Don't show him he gets to you. Relax. You don't have to make everything a thing. I was a bit high-strung, and I knew it. I worry you might be trying to get me tipsy to take advantage of me. See? That wasn't so bad. I didn't come off as a totally boring asshole. It was easier for me to let loose when it came to the people I felt comfortable with, like Cam, Bo, Link, and Rush, but harder when it came to someone like Carter. I wouldn't be getting you drunk for that. You'd need all your strength to give this ass what it needs. And did I mention he seemed to think I was a top? Yeah, he had a nice ass and all, but when I hooked up, I was usually the one getting fucked. I didn't know what made him think otherwise. Regardless, it wasn't as if I'd be offering him that bit of information. Needy ass sounds about right, and no, thank you. Maybe I was getting better at this, playing along and pretending my insides didn't always twist up in nerves as I tried to figure out how to reply to him. At least you know what you'd be getting. Carter winked before turning to show me his ass. I rolled my eyes. If you're having one, I can do another. I felt strangely competitive when it came to Carter, something I'd never experienced with anyone else, and it made this foreign excitement build inside me. Cam draped his arm over my shoulder. Let me know when I need to call the Uber, bro. Jude and my brother joked a bit, but I tuned them out. Carter flirted with me some more, and I tried to ignore it. A few minutes later, Carter said, "Well, I think it's time for me to go stalk my latest prey," and disappeared through the crowd. My stomach tightened, and I clenched my jaw. That right there was the exact reason why, even if Carter was serious about flirting with me, and even if I had any interest in him, we would never work. I didn't think of people I slept with as prey, and I like to stick to one person at a time. Bo chatted about our upcoming trip in February to Silver Fox Ski Lodge. I was a little uncomfortable because it wasn't just going to be our usual small group. When I thought things like that, I always felt like a dick. But I got stressed out sometimes around a lot of people, though I tried not to show it. I felt under a microscope and like I didn't measure up. Like I was that kid who always had to be rescued by his big brother. I wasn't paying much attention to my surroundings, my mind all over the place. Carter couldn't be near me without holding my thoughts. I couldn't make sense of it. Every so often, I felt Cam's eyes on me, and I shook my head, making sure he knew I was fine. He was the only one who knew how lost I got in my head sometimes, how little things that shouldn't stress me out did. Pretty soon, everyone started to do their own thing. Owen and Keegan disappeared to dance, and Cam, Ash, Link, Bo, and I got another drink. Rush was training, and Link was complaining about his lack of dick while his man was gone. "Hey, at least Sawyer's not taking him out for ice cream anymore," Cam said, and everyone laughed. Link flipped him off. Before they'd officially gotten together, Rush and I had gone out for a treat to celebrate one of his wins, and Link had been jealous. "I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back," I said a few minutes later before making my way to the bathroom. I took care of business and washed my hands. Once I walked out of the room and into the hallway, I found myself going right instead of left toward the main part of the bar. There were a few doors down the hallway, most leading to storage rooms, which were usually closed and locked. Fever was like a second home to us. The owner's really cool with our whole crew, so when I saw one of the doors cracked open, I figured I should close it so no one got into their stuff. First, I poked my head inside because I sure as shit didn't want to be responsible for locking someone inside. The second I did, I froze. Fucking froze like I should be surprised by what I saw. Froze like it fucking mattered and I should care. Carter was on his knees in front of a big-ass muscular guy who had his pants down and his dick buried in Carter's throat. Carter had his own pants pulled down, cock in hand, jacking himself as he sucked off the big guy. My whole body went rigid, went hot in this way I didn't understand. My jaw tightened. Hurt. I really needed to back away. Why wasn't I backing away? I didn't make a sound, but it was as if Carter knew, as if he somehow sensed me there. He turned to look at me and smiled around a mouthful of dick before pulling off and saying, "You know, I'm real good at multitasking. Care to join?" My head spun, and I wasn't standing in the doorway of a storage room in Fever anymore. I was in college, in a dorm, where another set of eyes looked at me, ones I'd stupidly fallen in love with, no matter how many times the guy they belonged to hurt me, or how many times he'd said horrible things to me. "Don't just stand there, Sawyer. There's room for you too." I stumbled out of the doorway. Carter's forehead wrinkled as if he could tell something was wrong. "Sawyer?" I didn't reply, just turned and walked away, my footsteps heavy and my hands fisted as I made my way through the crowd. My head still spun. In that moment, I was so fucking angry at everyone. At Carter, at the guy getting blown, at my ex, Julian, for screwing me up so badly, at myself for letting him, for giving a shit whose dick Carter sucked, and for letting myself get sucked into the past. "Hey, you okay?" Bo asked as we met up in the crowd. He was making his way toward the bathroom. "Yeah, I'm just not feeling so hot. Can you tell Cam I'm heading home?" "I'll grab him for you real quick," Bo said, but I shook my head. "I'm fine. I don't need him. I'm just gonna walk home and get some rest." "Okay, if you're sure," Bo replied. I hated that everyone thought I needed my brother to take care of me. Yeah, I'm good. But I wasn't. I was pissed. Bo had just walked away when I heard, "Sawyer!" Carter was calling after me, but I kept going, surprised he'd stopped what he was doing. He really didn't have a reason to. I was the one who freaked out for no reason. He could blow whomever he wanted. Carter caught up to me. "Hey, man, just wanted to chat for a second." I stopped and looked at him. "Care to join? There's room for you too." Carter's and Julian's words mixed, increasing my anxiety. Shoving those thoughts out of my head, I replied, "There's nothing to talk about." And there wasn't. This was my issue. My problem, not his. He reached for me, but I walked away, got out of the bar, and then finally I could breathe. I sucked in a deep breath, my whole body a mixture of misplaced anger and embarrassment over how I'd acted. My walk was quick. I lived on Blue Flame Drive, a couple of blocks from Fever. I didn't go toward the stairs on the side of the building that led to my upstairs apartment. Instead, I unlocked the door to Fearless Books. My store. My dream. This place was mine, and I was damn proud of it. I had one of the largest LGBTQ sections of books in Georgia. I'd always felt more comfortable in a place like this than with too many people, anyway. Books didn't make me feel alone. Didn't make me feel like I was just a little different from everyone else. The bookstore had a coffee and pastry bar, and there were armchairs and couches scattered about. I fell into my favorite chair and closed my eyes. "You know I'm real good at multitasking. Care to join? Don't just stand there, Sawyer. There's room for you too." Fuck Julian. I hadn't needed him then, and I sure as hell didn't need him now. That was the problem. I realized. In some ways, Carter was just like Julian. He was sexy. and funny, and everyone loved him. Julian had broken my heart. I'd never let Carter get close enough to have the chance. Chapter 1. Carter. Sawyer and I stepped into the Silver Fox Ski Lodge, a gay resort in Whistle Ridge, British Columbia, where we'd be spending the next week with the Saturday crew. Like the exterior, the interior walls were horizontal stacks of logs. A deer antler chandelier hung from the center of the space, and behind the registration desk, 2 sconces were placed on either side of a black and white map of the area. Rolling our bags behind us across the wooden floor, we remained silent on our trek to the registration desk. Normally, I might have cracked a joke or made a snarky comment about the drive over, but I knew better. I wasn't about to test Sawyer at the moment, not after the miserable drive through the snowstorm, which we'd only been able to manage because he could follow behind a much bigger truck on the same route. There were times when I loved nothing more than pushing Sawyer's buttons because there was something about his annoyed expression that was sexy as fuck. Then there were times when I knew better than to wake the sleeping bear, and with his jaw clenched and shoulders squared off, his demeanor making him look like one utterance from me might be enough to send him over the edge, I was content to stand by his side, being a good little boy. For now. We waited a few moments until the door behind the desk opened, and an employee in his late 30s or early 40s, I assume the clerk, stepped out of a back room carrying several boxes. "Oh, hey, sorry," he said, fumbling with the boxes for a moment. "I was just about to take these over to the cafe to stock up. The roads are pretty bad out there today. How was it getting here?" "It was a challenge," Sawyer answered, running his fingers through his auburn bangs. He took a breath. "Looks like it's getting worse. They thought the storm was going to head a little farther north than it did, but apparently we're right in the middle of it." "That's about how it feels," Sawyer said with a smile, as though relieved he wasn't making too big a deal out of the intense snowfall we'd experienced as we'd made our way to the resort. "We're with a pretty big group of guys," he added. "They won't be arriving till tomorrow morning. You don't think it would take them long to get out here, right?" As so often happened when coordinating group trips, between reserving the lodge and booking plane tickets on nearly sold-out flights, the best-laid plans became a series of shenanigans. Detailed in impossibly lengthy text and email threads, the gist of it was that 2 of us had to take a flight a day earlier than the rest of the crew. Fortunately, it wasn't an issue to add a day to our reservation, and really, all it meant was that Sawyer had to tolerate my ass for the car ride to the resort, since the plane seats were on opposite ends of the plane. I swear my ticket must have said Zone Q. "Oh, no. If there are no issues, shouldn't take long for your friends to get here," the clerk reassured Sawyer. "We're prepared for a lot of snow. We have situations every once in a while where we get more than we expect, but just keep an eye on the news and you'll know for sure. Worst case, it might be another day before they can get out here." Sawyer eyed me, as though the thought of having to wait with me for our buddies for an extra day was less than ideal. "So you guys are checking in together?" asked the clerk, whose name tag indicated he was named Bert. Sawyer didn't appear amused by the misunderstanding. "Not together," he said through his teeth. "Sorry, I should know better than to assume. Never can be sure with family, you know. You guys just seemed like... Never mind." Sawyer eyed me again. His brows pulled together, his face scrunched up. I couldn't help but laugh. "Honeybee, come on. This is a gay-friendly lodge. We can be out here," I joked. Sawyer shook his head and opened his mouth as though he was about to explain my teasing to the clerk when Bert added, "No need. People come here with all sorts of arrangements. My partner and I were off and on for 6 years before we were willing to say it was official. But check it out." He displayed the black ring around his finger, winking. "Harder to run away when you know your significant other can walk away with a new boy toy and 50%. Am I right?" "I like the way you think, Bert," I admitted, although Sawyer didn't seem to appreciate our humor. "This one refuses to seal the deal with me. Can you believe it?" Bert typed away on the keyboard on the desk before him, and Sawyer opened his mouth again like he was still itching to explain that he had no connection with me and that I was just kidding. But he stopped himself. I figured he didn't see the point in wasting his time explaining away my kidding when he was still recovering from the drive we just survived. "The reservation is under Alexander. Rush," Sawyer said instead. "Oh, you're with that party. Oh." Bert froze, his gaze shifting between us. "You're traveling with Rush Alexander, Ashton Carmichael, Donnie Gibson, and #Hottie Firefighter." I couldn't help but laugh. Dax would hate to know the guy called him Donnie Gibson, his childhood star persona. Although the other guys would have gotten a kick out of the fact that someone thought it was a big deal they were staying at the lodge. Sawyer smiled, but closed his eyes, as if slightly embarrassed by the notoriety of our company. "Yes, that would be our crew. Quite the celebrity squad." Sawyer mitigated the usual excitement that came along with someone discovering our connection with the gang, and then Bert checked our reservation. "So you guys have actually been upgraded to the chalet. We'll just need a card." "A chalet?" Sawyer asked. "No, we had 7 rooms." "Yes, there will be 7 in the chalet we have for you, so that should be fine, yes." "An upgrade sounds fabulous," I insisted. "Where is it located?" "It'll be outside the lodge. You'll need to drive down the road a bit to get to it, but you'll be able to move back and forth to the lodge easily. It has a great view of the village." "Well, if we must endure these extravagances," I said in jest, "I'll make your keys for you to get into your chalet, and if there are any issues with it, we can move you into rooms over here. How's that? We've had several cancellations, so there's plenty of space, but you should swing by the bar and have a couple of drinks before you get situated. Looks like both of you could use something to help you relax." "Yeah, a drink will do us good." I rested my hand on Sawyer's shoulder, but he shifted, pulling his shoulder back, and I froze. I just wanted to soothe him, help him ease up after the stress of the drive, but with such a simple gesture he'd made it perfectly clear he didn't want comfort from me. Not in that moment. I stood there, my hand still midair for an instant as he watched me pull it away. "Yeah, I could use a drink right about now," Sawyer said, taking a breath, like he realized that perhaps he was far too on edge. Although this time I had a feeling it didn't have much to do with the drive. Since I'd started spending more time in Fever Falls to help out Dax, my boss, Sawyer and I had never really hit it off. If anything, he was cordial with me, tolerated me despite his indifference. And I had to admit, it was the part of him that intrigued me most. Yet even the limited regard he did have for me from the get-go seemed to disappear that night at the club when he caught me with a dick in my mouth. Now, it was like he didn't want to have anything to do with me, even when we were hanging out with all of the guys. After we finished checking in, we left our things at the registration desk and went to get a drink. I slipped onto a bar stool and checked the weather report on my phone, while Sirius Sawyer stepped out to message his brother. A few minutes later, Sawyer returned. He removed his fur-hooded coat and draped it over the back of the bar high chair beside me. The bright red sweater he had on highlighted the pink in his cheeks and the red in his auburn hair. "And here I figured you might grab your bag and head to the chalet without me," I remarked. He slid onto the bar stool and removed his round, thick-rimmed glasses, then retrieved a black cloth from his pocket and wiped the lenses. "I was Facebook messaging with Cam. Just hope the roads are okay when they get here. I wouldn't want the guys driving in if it's anything worse than what we experienced." I was glad Sawyer was comfortable driving in the snow. Apparently, Georgia had a lot more snow than I realized during my relatively short span of time in the falls, and outside of traveling, Los Angeles hadn't exactly provided me with many opportunities to deal with driving through snowfall. "Oh, well," I said, "looks like you might be stuck with just me for a few days." He'd put his glasses on just as I'd finished saying the words, and judging by the way he was eyeing me, practically cringing, I wasn't planning on making that joke again anytime soon. Fortunately, the
awkward moment was broken when the bartender slid 2 napkins in front of us. "A dirty martini," I said, "and he'll have a strawberry mojito." I'd hardly thought twice about it, but I noticed Sawyer still looking at me as soon as the bartender headed off to fix our drinks. "What? I know your favorite drink by now."
"Yes, I see that. Are you trying to give me a hard time by making it look like we're a couple?"
"I think we'd be a cute couple," I insisted, finally evoking the sort of annoyed expression I was more accustomed to from Sawyer. "Relax. I was simply trying to be nice because you braved the snow for us. This round's on me." He quieted, taking a moment before saying softly,
"Thank you."
This was one of the aspects that confounded me about Sawyer. He had a way of being annoyed or pissed off, but so damn polite all at once. Like so many things about him, it intrigued me. He was a quiet type. Not timid, though. He'd say what was on his mind if he thought it was important, but he would say it when he knew it mattered. Unlike me, who oftentimes talked just to make people feel more comfortable. He checked his phone, looking at the weather reports on his iPhone app. After the bartender set our drinks down, we continued in the same sort of silence we'd endured in the rental on the way through the mountains. The tension in the air was as thick as the Georgia humidity I'd grown accustomed to during the time I'd spent in the falls, which was a big adjustment considering I was more of an LA boy. Dry, hot sun, beaches, and earthquakes were more my thing. "You know, Saw," I finally said after taking a sip of my martini, "I've always found that if there is something to discuss, it's typically best to just get it out there in the open. So,
I can't figure what we would need to talk about."
"Maybe that night at Fever?"
"As I've already told you, there's nothing to talk about there."
It wasn't the first time I'd brought it up since that night. But even though he'd similarly dismissed it each time, it was the event that had led from him treating me as a mild nuisance to straight-up avoiding me. It wasn't just bothering me as someone who liked Sawyer a bit more than Sawyer liked me, but also as a general people-pleaser. If there was one thing I knew how to do, it was smooth things over. But I seemed to be seriously lacking in that department when it came to him. "I'm obviously not interested in discussing it either," I went on, "but something about that clearly bothered you, for some reason I can't quite make sense of."
"I'm here to have some fun. Get my mind off my business for a week and ski a bit. I don't want to think about work or stress or..."
"So you're admitting that fits into the stress department?"
"That's not what I said. You didn't let me finish."
"Maybe because I get you and you know I'm right."
"The only thing I'm stressed about right now is the drive, and trying to make sure everyone gets here safely," Sawyer replied. "Look, I get it. We have the same friends, and that's great. But I think we both realize we're not each other's favorite people in the world. Some people don't click that way, which is fine."
Here's the trouble I'm having with your theory. I say we do click more than you're willing to admit." He took a breath, seeming annoyed, but again in that sexier way I was used to. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like we were going to make much progress about the BJ incident that should not be named. Fortunately, there was an easy, socially acceptable fallback to prevent us from enjoying a pleasant, civilized conversation with one another. Our phones. Once I finished my martini, the bartender approached.
"You want another round? And your partner?"
"I'm not his partner," Sawyer said so quickly I couldn't help but be insulted.
"Oh, sorry, I just assumed."
The guy, with bright blue eyes and a short brown crew cut, wore a polo with the Fox logo in the upper right-hand corner. The way his biceps stretched the sleeves, I was surprised the seams didn't pop open. He extended his hand to me.
"My name's Rex."
I introduced myself as we shook, and then he turned to shake Sawyer's hand.
"That's a firm grip you've got there, Mr. Sawyer." "Pleased to meet you as well, Mr. Sawyer." Chapter 2. Sawyer. Cam stayed home instead of going to a sleepover, 'cause he didn't want to leave me without friends. I told him to go, but he didn't.
I hate that he misses out on stuff for me. Sawyer's Journal, 12 years old. Rex grinned at me, and I felt a twist in my stomach. Because, of course, this was just what I needed. Carter already made me feel out of my element, like I didn't know which way was up, and now we were here together with the sexy bartender who was eating Carter up with his eyes. Okay, and maybe me too, but the difference was I wouldn't take him up on it. I wouldn't know the first thing about flirting with him, even if I wanted to, which I didn't, and Carter would. He'd also want to. You know, I'm real good at multitasking. Care to join? Ugh. That had been more than a month ago. There was no reason I should still be thinking about that. But I was flustered. Damn Carter for getting to me that way. It really was time I got my shit together where he was concerned. Hey. I finally replied to Rex before taking a drink of my mojito. I'd always eat the strawberries out of the bottom when I finished. It was a shocker that Carter had noticed. I checked my phone again, but there was no reply from Cam. So, how long you guys here for? Rex asked, and Carter gave him that smile of his that was part sex, part confidence, but also held a dash of innocence that had to be there on purpose and couldn't be for real. Carter and innocence didn't go together. A week, Carter replied. We're meeting our friends here tomorrow. Sawyer came today, and I pushed my way into coming early with him. Rex grinned. I hardly think that's the situation. Oh, no. I assure you, it is, Carter told him, just as I said. I don't mind that you're here with me. I mean, I shouldn't mind. I was trying not to mind. Truthfully, I knew I had to get over minding. But Carter just made all my red flags fly. He reminded me too much of Julian. Aw, I think that might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Carter teased. I'm sensing some heavy sexual tension going on here, Rex chuckled. Right? Carter replied, just as I said, no. Stop talking at the same time as me, he added. You're talking at the same time as me, I replied. Nope, I don't think so. Well, I do, I said, and then shook my head. I'm not arguing with you anymore. No, but you're smiling, so yay, I win. Rex barked out a loud laugh, and Carter grinned as he gave me this cocky little wave, and goddamn it, why did he have to have that electric personality? The one people gravitated toward and seemed to thrive off. That sure as hell wasn't me, and I'd sworn I'd never get lost in someone like that again. So, I ignored him and finished my mojito, then ate the strawberry at the bottom. I'll have another, and a martini for Carter. He made me crazy, but I knew it was mostly my fault, that I wasn't fair to him. I didn't have to want to sleep with him, which I didn't and never would, but I didn't have to be an asshole to him. That wasn't always easy, but I was trying. As if he could tell, Carter reached over and squeezed my arm in support, and then he and Rex kept chatting and flirting. Tomorrow morning, Cam and the rest of the Saturday crew would be there. I could make it until then. After that, I'd have a buffer between me and Carter, which was exactly what I needed. Holy shit, I said when we walked through the door of our chalet. When they'd said upgrade, they didn't just mean in size. We walked into a large living room with 2 tan-colored couches and 2 matching chairs, the lighter color standing out against all the logs and dark wood. It was open concept, with a large kitchen to one side that looked both modern and rustic. There was a large farm-style table off to the left and a bar toward the center, with high-back, dark wood stools. Along the back of the kitchen, it was all windows and a glass door. Right off the large porch, all you could see was snow and trees for miles. It was like we were in our own world here, and my spine went straight at the thought. It's beautiful, Carter said, then waggled his eyebrows at me like a kid, and we get to pick our rooms first. I couldn't help but laugh at his enthusiasm over something so small. He reminded me of Link that way, but where it was endearing with my friend, I let it needle me with Carter, or I get to choose first. I dropped my bag and ran for the stairs. I had no fucking clue what I was doing. Maybe I would be silly with Cam or Rush or one of my other friends, but not with Carter. I blamed it on the mojitos, but I'd only had 2 and then spent the next couple of hours watching Carter make his way around the room, becoming friends with everyone while coming back to me every few minutes or so. I'd appreciated the effort. I'd even told him he could stay while I went to the chalet, but he came with me. I can't believe it. Sawyer Burke is a cheater, he called after me, right on my tail. I turned right down the hallway, heading toward the back of the house, knowing I would want one of those rooms, as they would look out back. I made my way into the first room, which was perfect. Queen bed, large picture window with a gorgeous view of the scenery. Done. Oh, look. A big enough bed for both of us. Carter fell onto my bed. You wish, I replied as I went to the window to look out. Duh, he replied, and I closed my eyes, ignoring him. And you should too. You have no idea the things this ass can do. You're relentless. Nothing wrong with being determined. Plus, I like getting under your skin. Which he was obviously good at. Why was he so good at it? And I think you like it. Wrong, I replied. It was different than it had been with Julian, though. While I always felt like Julian was quietly making fun of me, I didn't with Carter. Then tell me, he said. I looked over as he rolled onto his back, head on my pillow, with his arms bent and his hands behind his head. Tell me you don't like it when I give you shit. When I flirt with you. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. I didn't like it. I didn't. Why the fuck did I sorta like it? I don't like it, I told him. You don't like what? Saw. It doesn't count if you don't tell me what you don't like. I had no idea why I was considering placating him. But then, maybe I did. Maybe I needed to say it out loud so I could make myself believe it too. I don't like it when you give me shit. And? He batted his eyes playfully, confidently. My pulse was slamming like crazy, and my head felt like it was full of cotton. There was that voice inside me that wanted me to retreat into myself, to ignore him and avoid all this. But then, there was something else in there, too. This part of me that Carter seemed to bring out, one that I often stamped down. The part of me that did like it when Carter got under my skin. The one that wanted to shake things up. Wanted him to be left speechless or shocked at my reply. I felt like he always had the upper hand, and fuck if I didn't suddenly want it. Fine. I like it when you give me shit. And who doesn't like to be flirted with? Carter jerked up to sitting, those expressive brown eyes wide and pinned on me. And I trembled. Fuck if I didn't tremble as he looked at me. Cat got your tongue? I asked, and hoped my voice didn't shake. No one else got to me like this. I didn't even know where it came from. But something about fucking Carter James made me act different. Oh, sugar, you have no idea what you just did. He shook his chocolate brown hair off his forehead, stood and walked over to me. That was so simple. But something about you gets me hot. Oh, fuck, Mayday, Mayday. What in the hell did I say now? I didn't know how to do this. I didn't want to do this, but I started it, didn't I? So I fought every instinct inside me not to take a step backward. I just looked at him and shrugged. Sorry about your luck. Was that the right thing to say? Why the fuck did I start this shit? He grinned. This is going to be so fun. If you say so. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take a shower and then lie in that big, comfy bed all by myself. Ooh, maybe I could do this. Maybe I could flirt with him so it was more on my terms instead of always on his. You sure you don't want me to join you? Carter leaned in, his mouth close to my ear. I'll be good and do what you say. Oh, fuck. Damned if my dick didn't plump up. Do what I said? No one did what I said when I had sex.
That wasn't my role. I was always the one following orders. Why the fuck did it sound so hot to be on the other side of it, and why had I never realized that before? I cleared my throat. No. Carter dropped his head back and laughed, which immediately made me pissed again. Seriously, Carter, give me some space.
Your wish is my command, Sirius Sawyer. And if you need me, I'll be in the room next to yours. I won't be far.
With a wave over his shoulder and a sexy shake of his ass, Carter walked out. What in the hell was I doing? I just upped the ante, and I had no idea how to compete with him. I only had to make it until the next day. Once Cam and the others got here, it would be easier. But nope. Things got worse when Cam's phone call woke me up the next morning. Hey, baby Burke, how's it going? Good. I can't believe I slept in so late. Are you guys on your way here? Cam was quiet for a moment, then said, So I'm guessing you haven't looked outside? That blizzard was gnarly shit. We're at the airport, but there's no way we're getting out of here. We can't get to the resort. I'm not sure when we'll be able to. Oh, fuck. I was stuck there with Carter, and if they couldn't get in, I couldn't get out. What in the hell was I going to do? Chapter 3. Carter. Knock, knock.
The sound hammered against my eardrums. I instinctively called out, I'm good! My silk eye mask still covered my eyes, keeping me in what I wished had been blissful darkness, but unfortunately I'd had a fairly restless night. The knocking resumed. I don't need my room turned over today, I called out again. Thank you!
Where do you think you are?
As soon as I heard Sawyer's voice, I realized how fucking out of it I really was. I spent so much of my life bouncing around from hotel to hotel, sometimes struggling to remember what city I was even in when I first woke up in the morning or from a nap, that I was still in that mindset, though my time in Fever Falls had offered me more stability than I'd ever had before in my life. I hopped to my feet and pushed my eye mask up against my forehead. Squinting as my eyes adjusted to the light, I hobbled across the bedroom, battling against my weary limbs. When I opened the door, a rush of energy jolted right through me as I saw Sawyer standing there in just a pair of pajama bottoms. His eyes widened, sizing me up. Fuck. I hadn't put on any underwear. He turned away, like a real gentleman. Sawyer had that southern hospitality thing down to an art. Nothing you haven't seen in a million Sean Cody videos already, I assured him before finding my pants from the day before and wiggling into them. We have an issue, he said. Oh my God. Seriously? The pants are already on. He turned back to me, his forehead wrinkling. No, not that. We have an actual issue. That snowstorm last night? Yeah, the fucking wind alone kept me tossing and turning. Feels like I hardly slept. The guys are held up in town till snowplows can clear the roads. I called the desk, and they think that will be tomorrow. Could be worse. We need to get over to the lodge. We don't have any food or supplies, so we need to grab a few things. You don't want to be a pal and drive over to fetch me a latte and some eggs over easy with a bagel and cream cheese, please? He opened his mouth like he was about to say something, then took a breath. Follow me. He guided me downstairs to the window nearest the front door. The car was buried in a few feet of snow. Oh, wow. Guess you're going to have your work cut out for you digging that out so you can go grab me that latte, I teased. And he actually laughed. Holy shit. Did I actually manage to pry a laugh from Sawyer Burke? Maybe you're just lucky my morning problems have become bigger than Carter James. Fair enough. So, I dragged out, I guess we'll need to bundle up like that kid in A Christmas Story and trek over to the lodge. How far do you think it is from here? Bert said it was about a 15-minute walk. That's a fucking long-ass walk for a skinny latte and a bagel. Suddenly, the eggs over easy aren't a requirement. I could read the amusement all over his expression. You develop a sense of humor once I get a shitty night's sleep. This isn't even fair. Where's a delivery guy when you need him? We split up to prepare for the hike, gearing up, then found ourselves walking side by side down the empty road. The only sound, the snow crunching beneath the snowshoes I'd discovered in the coat closet, and I totally gave Sawyer some shit since it was the first time he'd ever put some on. I mean, I was basically a pro from all the times I'd gone skiing with Dax and Elliot. My cheeks were freezing, and as I wrapped my arms around myself for warmth, Sawyer asked, "You okay?" I could use some moisturizer right now, but that's about it. Who knew we just had to survive a hellish car ride and a blizzard before you turned into super considerate, Sawyer?
I'm always considerate.
I would be more tempted to agree with you if I had a bagel in one hand and a latte in the other right about now. When we reached the lodge, we went to find Bert to see what was up. Apparently, the resort would be shut down for the remainder of the day, since the winds needed to settle so the lifts could run. To keep the guests entertained, the resort would be putting on a game day that Bert said we were more than welcome to participate in, or head back to our chalet, but it was games with a bunch of horny gay guys, so I was definitely in. We joined the mass of lodgers crowding the main areas of the resort, enjoying the complimentary buffet breakfast the management offered on account of the inclement weather. We found spots by the bar, where Rex happened to be serving once again.
"You guys sticking around today?"
he asked.
"I was planning to join in on the games later."
He seemed plenty interested in us more than the games. The way he glanced between Sawyer and me, I didn't imagine he was all that particular about which of us might be into playing games with him later. He took our drink orders and generously offered to make me some eggs over easy when I joked about how I preferred them to the scrambled eggs at the buffet. Before Rex headed off, he added,
"I get off at 4, so I hope to see you both then."
He winked and walked off. "Excuse you, Rex," I muttered to Sawyer. "I'll decide when you get off." I'd enjoyed several victories since our friendlier conversation the day before, but now Sawyer just shook his head.
"Clearly it wouldn't be the first or last time you helped a man get off."
I wondered if his remark was at least in part about that night at Fever. Do you really get to be the one to judge me in that department?
I definitely don't have the massive Rolodex of a guy like Carter James.
Just let me know when you need help changing that, and I'm all yours. He struggled against a smile before chuckling.
"Seriously, what makes a guy talk and joke about sex all the time?"
Typically because he'd prefer to be having sex all the time, but in my case I only do that with the people I'm interested in having it with. He smiled at the compliment.
"Interested in adding me to your list of conquests?"
There was something bitter, almost sad about the way he said it. Conquest implies there's some force involved. I'm only interested in seducing the willing. But if you're interested in a conquest, I'm fine with pretending I'm being forced. He at least gave me a snicker that time, and I'd take it. I'd take whatever he wanted to give me, really. Wasn't that obvious to him? Sawyer winced in that way I'd become accustomed to. It was evident he had something on his mind, but before I could ask, he continued.
"I'm curious what it'd be like if you were more open about what you were actually thinking."
I always say what I'm thinking.
Do you, though? When I talk to you, I typically get right to the point, or I'm polite enough not to say anything if it's too harsh. That's not you. Aren't all the jokes a bit of a front, or at least distracting from something that maybe you aren't saying? I've never seen you behaving seriously about, well, much of anything. So I have a hard time believing this carefree, sex addict act you put on."
So serious, Sawyer is accusing me of being disingenuous.
"Little bit."
"Fair enough," I said as he looked directly at me. Really looked at me, in a way I hadn't felt like he had in some time, especially not after that night in Fever. He wasn't wrong. No, but certainly he had his own defenses, same as anyone else. Was it so terrible that mine involved pervy jokes and irreverent commentary? Now he was getting under my skin. Before I had a chance to say anything, Rex approached with our drinks, and I decided it was best to change the subject back to the weather and checking in with the guys.
"What card are you using?"
I whispered to Sawyer, who sat on the sofa beside me. We sat in a circle of 15 guys around a coffee table. I'm not telling you. I'm just worried about playing the one I have. It's the best in my hand, and if I don't get it, that blonde twink from hell is going to beat us. Us? There is no us. You're the one with all the cards. He was being modest, considering he'd collected 5, but it wasn't near my 10 or that guy's 11, 12 being the number a player needed to win. I sighed. His partner stomped our asses over at darts, and now this. They're some sort of gaming power couple. We'd spent the past few hours floating between groups, dispersed into teams, mixing and matching throughout the day, with plenty of free drinks and shots being offered intermittently. It was clear the lodge was more than prepared for the event of the slopes being shut down for a bit, and I had to admit, the games were helping me clear my head of all the work-related BS I'd carried around the week before. Sawyer chuckled. I don't even understand this game. It takes a special sort of understanding of how people work to win Cards Against Humanity, and I always win this game. I'm only one away from this kid. This is my chance. He can't collect a card this turn since he's the judge, so if I get it, then we're tied, and I can still beat him. Does everyone have their cards in? The blonde twink from hell asked from the other side of the coffee table, that ridiculously gorgeous smile beaming as he flipped his bangs back with his hand. Carter, did you and Sawyer put yours in? Oh, sorry. We got distracted, but thanks for checking in on us, Eric. It's Derek. I remembered his name. If there was one thing I was good at in my line of work, it was keeping a mental index of names and basic profiles, but in my hyper-competitive state, I couldn't resist the dig. Sawyer and I threw our cards in with the others, and Derek shuffled and read them out one at a time. However, when he selected the winning card, I couldn't help but chime in. What? I don't see how Acorns beats Daniel Radcliffe's delicious asshole. Derek eyed me curiously. Acorns made me laugh. And I am the judge. But Daniel Radcliffe's delicious asshole always wins. God damn it! Who even put acorns down? I asked. Sawyer leaned forward and seized the black card from Derek. I'll be catching up before you know it. Oh, I was so worked up I could hardly breathe. But no worries, Carter, Derek said. You might still win. I mean, if I don't nail this next one. He winked. All smiles before doing exactly that, claiming victory, and despite being a sore loser, I made sure to congratulate him afterward. I was glad I did, too, because after getting over the steam of defeat, I learned that he and his partner, Jackson, were actually pretty cool. Oddly enough, once we got to chatting with them, we found out they were practically neighbors to Fever Falls, living in some condo building in Atlanta that sounded about as populated with gay men as the Falls. The rest of the day was a bit of a blur as we played more games with Derek and Jackson. Then Rex joined us and encouraged us toward the more adult-themed sports. A few more cocktails and shots into the day, and Sawyer, Rex, and I found ourselves standing at a long table with red Solo cups arranged on either side. Across from us, Derek, Jackson, and their buddy Finn were stripped down to pairs of skimpy underwear. Finn jumped up and down in his pair of Calvins. He double high-fived Derek, the two of them looking so twinky and small, standing in front of Jackson. Fucking killed it! Finn shouted as Rex and I removed our underwear, offering up the humiliation expected from the losers of nude beer pong. Sawyer wasn't required to, since he only agreed to play under the condition that he not have to strip down with us, as he put it, when, not if, we lost. Fortunately, there had been plenty of other games where Sawyer and I had bested them, which at least gave me the confidence I needed to handle the loss far better than I had those first few games. Derek did a victory dance as the audience that had formed around us clamored with excitement at our expense. Jackson shook his head, obviously enjoying Derek's celebratory jig. Good game, though, guys, Rex assured us, hooking either arm around Sawyer and me. He stroked his hand down my back to my ass. I guess there are worse ways to lose. But you head any farther south, and this audience is going to be getting a whole other sort of show. Rex laughed, and we split and grabbed our underwear, sliding them back on. Sawyer was looking sexy in a pair of boxers. and neither of our teams bothered to put on much more than that as we continued having a good time around the upstairs game room where we were now gathered.
"Don't judge me for my teammates' poor sportsmanship, please,"
Jackson said, approaching and offering us friendly handshakes.
"How about another round of drinks on me? Sawyer, you look like you could use something to take the edge off." "I think we'll take you up on that,"
Sawyer said. He threw on his clothes, slipping them over his sexy body as we continued making new friends. Not too long after the beer pong game, we went to hang out in Jackson and Derek's suite. At some point, Rex and I wound up lounging on a sofa. He lay behind me, his arm wrapped around my body as he tugged me close to what I now knew was his impressive cock. Rex was a touchy-feely sort, his hands traveling across my body effortlessly. I feel like there might be some rules about employees touching the guests in this place, I said, glancing over my shoulder so I could see his face.
"If there ever were. They apparently didn't last very long,"
he teased, which got me laughing. He moved closer to me, whispering against my ear.
"So as far as the touching goes, definitely no restrictions there."
I couldn't help but laugh as his breath hit the back of my ear. Sawyer, who sat on a chase across from us with Derek, glanced our way. I figured he was thinking, there's Carter again, acting like some horny high school kid, which wasn't entirely inaccurate. I noticed his shoulders squaring off and his jaw clench in that familiar way. It reminded me of the way he'd been that night at Fever when I'd messed around with a guy, though not nearly to that degree. All I could think was, shit. Did I just fuck this up again?
Chapter 4. Sawyer. As much as I love books, I wish my options weren't always spending lunch in the library or tagging along with Cam's friends. Sawyer's Journal. 14 years old. Most of the time, I considered myself a pretty logical person. I prided myself on using my brain and not letting my emotions lead me, except in those rare moments when I couldn't control them. Feelings were unpredictable, and that wasn't something I wanted to be. This, however, was one of those moments when logic wasn't winning. I seemed to have too many of those when it came to Carter James, and I couldn't figure out why. And I sure as shit didn't like it. I tried so damn hard to relax today, to let stuff go, to have fun, because, fuck, I didn't want to be that guy. I'd taken one of my anxiety pills before we left the chalet and kept telling myself over and over that none of the shit going through my head mattered. Carter was a nice guy. He should be a friend. It wasn't that big a deal that he liked to flirt. He wasn't Julian, and I didn't plan to sleep with him. So, what did it matter what he did? Hell, I'd even talked myself into playing a game of naked beer pong on the condition that I would not have to strip down completely like the other guys who were so enthusiastic about doing just that. I mean, what in the hell was that? My friends would have lost their shit if they'd been there, and Cam would have never let me live it down. But all I could think about was the fact that I'd done all that shit, made myself let go, and hadn't even been a dick when Carter flirted with me. And now he was letting Rex rub all up on him. It was all like this big fucking game to him, and if there was one thing I didn't do, it was play games. Not with relationships, and not when it came to other people. I'd let someone else play games with me too many times before. I kept telling myself I had no reason to be pissed. Carter wasn't mine, and I didn't want him to be mine. And hadn't I been the one who said I didn't plan to have sex with him? That's where the logic thing and I were having trouble, because despite all those pieces, all those truths, I was annoyed, angry, maybe even a little jealous. And that was definitely my cue to leave. I pushed to my feet.
"Hey, man, are we leaving?"
Carter asked. "I am," I replied, before telling everyone goodbye and heading for the door. Carter followed, so I added, "I wasn't sure if you were going to go or end up going to Rex's room or, shit, bring him back to the chalet. I didn't want to get in your way."
Sawyer, Carter said softly, his voice hesitant. You don't get in my way.
Fuck. He felt sorry for me. And that was the last thing I wanted. It only made my world spin even more. Well, whatever. I'm still going to head out.
Hold on a minute. Wait for me, okay? Let me get all my stuff together and tell Rex I'm leaving too.
You don't have to go with me, and if you want to bring him back, that's your thing. I knew I was different from most of my friends, and I was okay with that. I didn't want to ruin his fun. If anything, it was just another reminder that the flirting Carter did with me didn't make any sense. It would never go anywhere. Maybe he would see that now.
Oh, whatever. He's a big boy. He'll be fine, Carter said, then scurried off without giving me a chance to reply.
Fuck, I felt like an idiot. Getting all wrapped up in my head, in my thoughts, again around Carter. I hated that he got to me so badly, and the more I thought about it, the more edgy and upset I got. Not at him. It wasn't his fault. This was all me. A few minutes later, Carter came back, dressed. From there, we headed to where all our snow gear was stored. We didn't speak as he put on his jacket and scarf. Didn't speak as I put on the snowshoes, which were uncomfortable and weird. Didn't speak as we made our way back to the chalet, the cold whipping around us. My brain didn't stop going the whole time, though. He blew in his hands, and I realized he didn't have his gloves. I wasn't sure where they had gone, but I found myself tugging mine off and muttering, "Here, you don't have to, please, take them." He could have been warm in Rex's arms, but instead he was walking back with me, so it was the least I could do. Carter plucked the gloves from my hands and put them on. We were quiet again, the wind biting at us for what felt like an eternity before I was unlocking the door to the chalet and letting us inside. We stood in the foyer, taking off layers. Once I was in my jeans and hoodie, I mumbled, "Sorry for, everything." I shoved a hand through my hair and tried not to look at him, but my eyes kept getting drawn back to Carter. Damn it.
Well, I do know one way you can repay me.
His eyes darted down to my dick, and I let out a groan. Fuck! Do you ever stop?
Shit. Sorry, that was a knee-jerk response. Old habits and all. I really wasn't meaning to make you uncomfortable.
Whatever, I replied and turned my back to him, making my way toward the kitchen.
Jesus, I never know which way is up with you. I'm trying here, but you don't make it easy. One minute you hate me, and the next you're acting jealous when you see me sucking cock. You brush me off, and then you flirt. And you're playing nude beer pong, and then running away. I can't keep up with you.
Anger spiked through me, making my skin too hot. I whipped around to face him again. Me! You're the one who's all over the damn place. You can't decide who you want to flirt with or who you want to have sex with. It's like everything's a big fucking game to you. I spent my life being a goddamn game to people, whether it was the kids who picked on me in high school because it was so fucking funny to tease the quiet kid, or as long as Camden Burke didn't know about it, Sawyer Burke was fair game.
Sawyer,
Carter started, but I shook my head, held up my hand to stop him. My brain was screaming at me to shut up, to walk away. I didn't do this. I didn't lose control, and I sure as shit didn't share my insecurities. But now that I'd started, it was like I couldn't stop. There was this pressure inside me, like I was a soda can that had been shaken and then opened. Only there was no lid to put on me again. Then in college, things were going to get better. I was going to get the fuck out of Fever Falls and make my own way and do my own things. And then I met Julian, and he was every fucking thing I wasn't. Confident and funny, flirtatious and proud. He was magnetic and perfect, and he wanted me. Carter, he wanted me, and I didn't believe him at first. I held off because what in the fuck would this man who could have any guy he wanted want with me? He kept going, though. Kept flirting. And finally I thought, maybe. Just maybe. He'd fucked me once before I caught him with his tongue down someone else's throat. But I went back. Jesus, I was so fucking dumb. And I took him back, because how could I say no to someone like Julian? He'd flirt with other men in front of me and make me feel small. And I let him do it. No matter how much I tried to stop them, the words just kept coming. And it was always my fault. If I were a better fuck, or not so uptight, then I'd be enough for him. He always made me feel like I was doing something wrong, and if only I could be better, he would stay faithful. When I wanted to walk away, he'd always reel me back in, tell me he was sorry, and he loved me, and I'd cave again. And the last time, I said no to a threesome, and then when I walked in on him with someone else, he asked if I wanted to join, and they laughed. I was nothing but a fucking game to him. And I won't be a game to you or anyone else again. The whole damn room was spinning. The weight lifted off my shoulders, but then it was replaced with shame. What the fuck had I done? Why had I admitted all that shit to Carter? I gotta go, I said. But Carter stepped in front of me, blocking my way. I'm really sorry that happened to you. Julian is an asshole, but I'm not him. You think you're a game to me? I make everything a game to me, Soy, because if I'm not serious, I can't get hurt. Things weren't easy for me either. I bounced around all my life as my mom went from bad boyfriend to bad boyfriend, none of them giving a shit about me. So I bailed when I was 16. Fucked and did drugs so I could forget. And when I finally thought I had my shit together, I tried the whole dating thing. Enough to know it wasn't for me. People cheat, use, abuse. One after another they let you down, and after I started PAing for an exec in LA, I found out how easy it was to get all the sex I wanted, minus any of the bullshit that comes with something more. I didn't know about Julian, obviously. I didn't know you'd been through all that. But these games you say I play, they're the best defense I have. We stood there, staring at each other, neither of us speaking, both of us breathing heavily. And that's when I saw it. The sadness, the vulnerability in Carter's brown eyes. Maybe we weren't so different, Carter and I. We just dealt with our shit in different ways. Fuck, I whispered before walking over and falling down to the couch. You can say that again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. He walked over and sat beside me. His right leg bounced, and my left one did too. And that made me smile for some reason, but I bit my cheek to hold it in. I've never told anyone all that before. Not even Cam. He, Ash, and Bo know about high school, but not Julian. No one in the world knew more about me than my brother. But now Carter did. Yeah, I don't make a habit of going around telling people all that either. I know it makes me sound like a prude, but I don't get the no-strings-attached sex thing. I don't say that to judge you. I mean, you've seen my friends and my brother, so yeah, no judgment. But that's not me. It wasn't me before Julian, and it wasn't me after him. I wasn't a saint, of course. It wasn't as if I hadn't had sex with anyone since Julian, because I had. But it was typically people I'd at least gone on a few dates with, someone I thought maybe there could be more with. I didn't find random guys at the bar or look up tricks on Grindr. Believe me, I don't think you're a prude. I think you're even less of a prude than you might realize. Carter sees all. He said the last part with a smile. I think there's an animal in there, waiting to burst free, and maybe I wanted to be the one to do it. But now that I know, I'll try and be a good boy. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I groaned, then rubbed a hand over my face, not wanting to admit what I was about to, but feeling like I should. You didn't make me uncomfortable in the way you think. It's because, for the first time, I considered throwing out all my rules and just going for it. and that both scared me and pissed me off." He didn't reply, and I wished I could take the words back. Finally, I forced myself to look at him. Carter's brows were pulled together, this expression on his face that I couldn't read. "So I'm allowed to flirt, then, or not?" This was the moment I could tell him no and he would stop, but the thought suddenly sat heavy in my gut. "Yes," I found myself saying. "Just maybe not as much. And I'll work through my shit so I don't go crazy when you're flirting with someone else." That was the hardest part for me. That I felt jealous when Carter flirted with others. That I felt less than, and I knew that came from me, not him. "I think we just came to a truce," he said, and I smiled, holding my hand out to him. I think we did too. Sometimes I felt like I was on the outside looking in. I knew my friends cared about me, that there was nothing Bo, Link, Rush, or Ash wouldn't do for me, and I sure as shit knew that about Cam, but yeah. Sometimes I felt like I didn't quite fit, or that I was there because I was Cam's brother, or simply because we'd been friends for so long. But in that moment, as I sat there with Carter, I felt this bond with him I wasn't sure I'd ever felt before. Like he understood a part of me, at least to some extent, even when I didn't always get it. I said, "I don't know if you're aware, but I'm the world's best chocolate cookie baker." He gave me an electric grin. "That sounds awesome, but we don't have the stuff." Shit, I'd forgotten about that. "Maybe we can go out tomorrow and get it. In the meantime, do you want to, I don't know, watch a movie or something?" "You want to be my bestie now, don't you?" Carter teased, making me laugh. Then he stood and held his hand out. I took it, and he pulled me to my feet, then let go. "Yes, but let's watch it in bed. I have to be in bed to watch movies. I'll keep my hands to myself, I promise." "Get your ass upstairs, then." We went to our separate rooms where I changed into my pajama bottoms again, then took out my contacts and put my glasses on. A couple of minutes later, Carter came into my room, wearing a onesie. "I keep your secret, Sawyer, and you keep mine." We climbed into my bed together and found a horror movie to watch on Netflix. Not more than a half an hour later, Carter fell asleep in my bed. He hadn't gotten much sleep the night before, I didn't think, so I didn't wake him. Just watched the movie, and when it was finished, I turned out the light and went to sleep too. Chapter 5. Carter. By the following day, the snowplows had cleared the roads, meaning the guys were able to make it to the resort for skiing, drinks, and games. The couple we'd met, Jackson and Derek, hung out with us quite a bit throughout our stay, and they fit the Saturday crew like a glove. On more than one occasion, the guys made remarks about the difference in the interactions between me and Sawyer compared to what they'd been used to before we'd had the same time to bond. Of course, we hadn't stopped giving each other a hard time. I gave him hell when he struggled during his first attempts at a snowboard, and he didn't spare me any grief about my less than impressive dart-throwing skills. But it was as if the group had picked up on some other component to our teasing. Perhaps just the fact that neither of us could keep from smiling as we gave and received the slights. Considering our conversation the day after the snowstorm, I had a feeling our relationship would never be the same. Could never be the same. Apparently, all we needed was to wind up stranded at a ski resort for a day. And things went so well, Sawyer even changed his seat to sit next to mine on our return trip to the falls. We watched a few movies together and chatted leisurely between the flight attendants flirting with Sawyer and offering us snacks. It was a strange feeling, one I was unfamiliar with. I prided myself on a lot of aspects of my life, but friendships, or anything resembling them, weren't one. I didn't just keep my heart close to my chest. I made an art of it. But something about hearing about Sawyer's past and sharing parts of my own made me feel more at ease around him, and for the first time in a very long while, I was relieved there was a guy who didn't let me fuck around with him.
I knew the script there. Fuck, goodbye, maybe a next time, but probably farewell and nothing else. No attachments. No complications. Not that I had an issue with that pattern, yet for some reason, I wasn't interested in adding Sawyer to the ever-increasing list of one-night stands. After returning to Fever Falls, we were both back to the grind, playing catch-up. No one gets to enjoy a week of leisure drinking and skiing without bearing the consequences of an additional week-long hangover, as well as the agony of fighting through the regular schedule you never realized was so fucking hard until you had a break from it. And then, of course, there were those aspects of life that weren't work-related that I had to be reminded of. "Hey, babe." The voicemail played as I lay in bed. The call I'd ignored the night before. The call I was nervous about hearing. Mom's voice was like a song, one with such a pleasant sound, but that seemed to nearly exclusively evoke painful memories. "Thanks again for sending me that money. You know you didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Just give me a call when you get a chance. I miss you." "I miss you" was a phrase I'd heard from her far too many times. But if she missed me so goddamn much, why didn't she work harder to spend time with me instead of her latest asshole boyfriend? I considered calling her back, but hesitated. I would. I knew that much. But not in that moment. Not right away. I had too much on my mind already, and thinking about how the guy was surely wasting my money on his debts wasn't going to make me any more pleasant to my mother. Fortunately, my job offered me plenty of opportunities to vent. I leaned back in my swivel chair as the guy on speakerphone shouted at me, "You fucking prick!" I rolled my eyes, and Dax snickered in his seat beside me, working to keep quiet so he wouldn't be detected by the caller. We sat at adjacent desks in the office space in my apartment, which I'd started renting since Dax had made Fever Falls his full-time home. "You get Dax Monroe on the phone right this fucking second," the caller continued. "Henry, I don't know why you bothered calling us," I said. "It's not our job to tell Shannon Dodgers what to tell Andy Cohen on Watch What Happens Live. Sorry Ken Rowan was a dick to her on the set of Ninja Sharks 3, but we can't do anything about that. Drama, drama, drama. My specialty." "We would think, for your client's sake," Henry went on, "you would strongly encourage her to make an apology before Ken goes off on her in his own interview." We talked to Shannon, and she seems fine with Ken saying whatever the hell he wants about her. Jesus Christ, do you think Deborah Winger's people were chasing her around in the 80s trying to get her to shut up every time she bashed Richard Gere and John fucking Malkovich? Did it kill them? Just appreciate that anyone's still talking about Ken Rowan and move the hell on. This conversation is over. I clicked the end call button, which gave Dax the opportunity to release the laugh he'd been holding on. "You deliberately let that go on," he said. "Come on. Have to get my kicks in somehow. This week has been a beast. And what the hell is the point of having a job where you're always getting yelled at if you don't have a few moments where you can revel in a little schadenfreude?" "It's true," Dax said, "but I know you well enough to know when something's up. I could have handled that call, and much better than you just did. So as your boss and friend, I do have to ask, what's up?" I quieted, and he said, "Your mom okay?" God, there's something shitty about having a boss so long he knows this much about your life. He rested his hand on my shoulder. "You know I'm here if you need to talk." "Thank you, and I really appreciate it. But you need to get back to your place and then meet your sexy #hottie firefighter at fever pitch for date night. Don't you?" He checked the time on his phone. "Yeah, I guess I should be heading out. But you can come with us if you want. We'll be meeting some of the guys out at Fever later." I was thinking I might troll the apps to see what I can wrangle for the night. That always cheers me right up. For a moment, at least. Dax smiled and shook his head. "Living your best life, as usual. Just be safe." "Always." We wrapped up a few loose ends before he headed out. I considered the apps. Friday night was excellent for finding a good fuck in Fever Falls, and as much of a selection as I had in Los Angeles, there was a wide variety of options in Fever Falls, a fucking buffet of men just waiting to take this fresh out-of-town ass. I could have so easily spent 30 minutes or an hour working up something delicious, but instead I found myself texting Sawyer. "How are those books doing?" "Trying to get some more on the shelves at the moment. About it." Apparently that was as much of an invite as I required, so I swung by. What the fuck made me think to go there, I wasn't sure. There was this part of me that just wanted someone to fuck my brains out, and I knew, especially after what Sawyer and I had talked about in Whistle Ridge, that wasn't a possibility with him, even though he was fuckable as hell. Maybe that was what made me want to see him again, because I needed a friend, not a fuck. The clerk at the front register told me I could find him in the back, unpacking boxes of new releases. As I entered the warehouse, I saw Sawyer in a polo, the sleeves fitting his arms nicely. His forehead was covered in sweat, a few stray locks of reddish-brown bangs clinging to it as he used a box cutter to open a box on top of several others. "Hey, Saw," I practically sang as I approached, making myself at home as I sat on the desk nearest him. He turned, his eyebrows tugging together, a smile slipping across his face. "Did you miss the employees-only sign on the door?" I wouldn't say I missed it, but I thought very fondly on it as I pushed right on by. In case you haven't noticed, boundaries aren't my strong suit.
"Hard to miss that about you. Really?"
Unlike how it might have been in the past, he was smiling as he said the words. I scanned the boxes around him. "How many of these do you have to deal with today?"
"Ideally, all of them."
"What? No. You have to stop at some point. I'm bored, and I want to do something with you. When do you get off?"
"Didn't you say you're the one who decides when people get off?"
His smile twisted into his cheek. It was the sort of look that could totally make me rethink my needing to be there for a friend rather than a fuck idea. Not that we were really friends. I doubted he considered me anything close to one, but perhaps I was just sad enough of a person that my boss and Sawyer were the closest I'd ever had to anything like one. "Oh, look who's the dirty one today," I replied, and here I was being so good and avoiding making innuendos. I was thinking I deserved a reward for it. "So let's say you finish up work early today, and we can grab some dinner."
"I'd really like that, but this is going to take me a few more hours, I think, and if I leave, we're going to be behind getting some of these titles out."
I released a dramatic, exasperated sigh. "Okay, none of these look like a sequel to 50 Shades of Grey or a new Harry Potter, so I have a feeling they can't be that important." He glared at me, and I rolled my eyes. "Then I guess I'll just have to help you with these so you can finish up early, and we can go do something fun. I'm not going to let you murder a perfectly good Friday night because you have work stuff." He studied my expression for a moment.
"Is everything okay, man?"
"Of course it's okay," I lied, as my mother's voicemail replayed in my head nearly as many times as I had already listened to it that day. He seemed suspicious of my reply, but then said,
"Carter, you're not helping me."
"Oh, please. My job is helping, and I'm very multi-talented. You're unboxing and organizing books. If I can't help out with this, then I'm more fucked than I'd previously considered. Now, I'll go grab us some coffees from the cafe and be back in a snap to get these taken care of. French roast with cream and just a pinch of sugar."
"You know all my drink orders?"
"We've had coffee together enough times for me to know how you prefer yours, although, I admit, I'll probably add a tad more sugar than usual to yours. You know, to make you a little sweeter." I winked, and he snickered, as though stifling a bigger laugh. It was an exchange that let me know why I'd chosen to head over and see him. Even without telling him about the shit going on in my head, there was something about simply being around him that made me feel a little less lonely. Sure, he could be so goddamn serious that it frustrated the hell out of me. But he could cut loose, too, same as everyone else. And even he, despite how resistant he'd been to me initially, could make room for my antics, maybe taking them more for the play they were than he had in the beginning.
Chapter 6. Sawyer. I can't wait for college. I'm totally going to become a different Sawyer Burke when I get there, a better Sawyer Burke. Sawyer's Journal. 16 years old. As soon as Carter left the room, my phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out, knowing exactly who it would be, so I wasn't surprised to see Cam's name on the screen. "I'll be over in 30 to help with the books." I didn't know why I hadn't told Carter that my brother was coming over to help. Actually, I did. I could tell something was going on with him. There was this twinge of melancholy around him that he tried to hide with his typical wit and humor. Ever since I'd word-vomited my relationship with Julian to him, things had been different between us. As much as I hated having done that, it made me see there was more to Carter than I had been willing to acknowledge, and even though he still drove me crazy, I liked that person. And I wasn't the type to turn away a friend when they were having a bad time. Okay, and maybe I sort of wanted to hang out with him, but only because I figured it was smart to cement our friendship a little more. So I turned off my brain and let my fingers lead me as I typed out a reply to Cam. "It's okay. I'm doing better than I thought here, so I don't need your help. Go do your thing." He replied almost immediately, "You sure?" Logically, I knew I'd get this done even quicker if both Cam and Carter were helping, but still, I replied and told him I was good. Carter returned just as I was slipping my phone back into my pocket. "Here you go." Carter handed my coffee over, and I took a sip. "Thank you." It's no biggie." He waved me off. "It is, though. You could be doing anything tonight, and instead, you're here. So, thanks." And then I turned away because, yeah, it was a little deep, and I knew Carter and I were both unsure how to handle the change between us, but I wanted him to know it mattered. He could have gone to Fever, which I knew the guys were doing later, or looking for his next conquest. But he'd come here. "You better be careful, Sawyer Burke, or I'm liable to think you like me." "Lies," I teased, and we both laughed. We set our drinks on the desk, and I explained my process to him. From there, we got to work, opening boxes and organizing books on carts according to genre. "So, why a bookstore?" he asked not long later. "I always loved reading. I was a nerd, remember? Cam was the jock and I was the nerd. While he had a gang of friends and went to every dance and sporting event, I lost myself in books because I felt more comfortable there." "You do that a lot." "What?" I opened a new box. "Compare yourself or your life to Cam's. It's often what he is and you aren't, or what he likes and you don't. Even when I asked you about the Bachelor auction, you said to ask Cam because he was better at stuff like that. I didn't want to ask Cam, I wanted to ask you, and—" He shrugged. "You stand just fine on your own, Soy. You don't have to compare yourself to your brother." I was pretty sure his words had just stolen the breath right out of my lungs. He was right. Of course he was fucking right. But no one had ever called me on it before. Hell, I wasn't even sure I realized it until Carter said it. I heard myself say, "Cam's my best friend." "I know that. It's cool you guys are close. But still, you're Sawyer Burke. And who that person is independent from who Camden is. Just wanted to make sure you knew that." A tremor raced down my spine, making me shift uncomfortably. The thing was, I knew if Cam were here, he would agree with Carter. I didn't know why I did that. It was all me. Thanks. So, since you called me out on my shit, I have to call you out on yours. You're bummed and trying to pretend you're not. What's up?" "Oh, I didn't agree to this game," Carter replied, and I laughed. "Did you think I was asking?" "You said that sort of growly. I knew you had it in you. Demanding Sawyer is hot." Damned if I didn't feel myself blush. "You're stalling, and I'm not falling for it. You suck." He looked down, pulling books out of a box as he spoke. "I got a phone call from my mom, and that's always weird for me. She thanked me for money I sent her, and then she said she missed me, but those are just words. You know? Anyway, yeah, that's all I got. But it's more than anyone else would get out of me, so can we get back to demanding hot Sawyer now?"
I couldn't help but smile at him. Strangely, I felt that smile in my chest. It was so typical of Carter to make a joke out of it all and somehow bring it back to flirting, but I was also smart enough to know I really was lucky to have gotten what I had out of him. I'd never heard Carter say those things to anyone else. I assumed he did with Dax, but I certainly didn't have the same friendship with him that Dax did. It also made me wonder more about his mom. I knew what he'd told me in Whistle Ridge, and apparently he sent her money, but he felt like her saying she missed him was only words. It made my heart soften more toward him, and holy fuck, what was I thinking? My heart softened? I would die if anyone could hear my thoughts. Is this one of those moments when you're having a conversation with yourself in your head? You rolled your eyes, but I don't think it was at me. Shut up, I replied, but smiled. Carter paid attention well, and no, it wasn't at you. I also don't think demanding hot Sawyer is really a thing. I was the quiet one, the bookish one. I wasn't the one who usually got noticed by other guys, at least not as much as my friends, and I'd never been demanding with someone I was attracted to. Oh my God, what am I going to do with you? You're hot as fuck, and you have that whole commanding thing going on, simmering beneath the surface, just waiting to burst free. I'm going to be there when it does, Sawyer. I can promise you that. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him he was wrong, to lock myself up tight and not play this game with him, because I didn't think I was who he seemed to believe I was, but I was fucking tired of not letting loose more when it came to men. I shrugged. If you can handle it. Dear, sweet Sawyer, you know you just issued me a challenge, right? I never back down on those. Game on, I told him, even though my mind was starting to question my sanity at the moment. Plus, hadn't it been me who said I didn't play games? This, however, was a different kind of game. One we were both on board with. Who are you? And what did you do with Sirius Sawyer? I was beginning to wonder the same thing. Actually, let's go back a moment. Before we go any further, we need to discuss the rules of this game. Carter dropped his head back and let out a loud, contagious laugh that found its way straight to me. Before I knew it, I was laughing too, while still trying to figure out what in the hell had gotten into me. I'll go easy on you, Carter replied, which immediately made my spine stiffen. Don't. I can take it. Because fuck that noise, I didn't want him to go easy on me. For once, I just wanted to let go of all that shit that always held me back. My insecurities and my brain that never stopped going. Carter grinned, and I'd be lying if I didn't admit it made my dick perk up. Game on, Sawyer, game on indeed. And then we got back to work. He didn't flirt with me, and he took control, organizing my process in a way I hadn't thought of before. The whole time I was trying to guess when the next sexual innuendo would come, and how he would flirt, and making myself crazy as I tried to figure out how I would respond to whatever he said. It was then I realized Carter was an evil, evil man, because he knew exactly what he was doing by not flirting with me after what we'd just said. He was trying to drive me crazy, to shake me up. And damn it, his plan was working. So are we going out to dinner or what? I asked him when we finished with the books. Did you just ask me on a date? He fluttered his eyelashes. No. Did I? And if I'd asked him on a date, a real one, would he have said yes? Or would it all become a joke and about sex? Liar. Carter winked. Yes, we're going out to dinner. I thought you'd never ask. I never thought I'd ask either. But damned if there wasn't a part of me that was really glad I did. Chapter 7. Carter. Was it a date? Between all the joking and flirting, I was a little lost as far as understanding what we were really doing. I wasn't into dates, aside from brief stints here and there, and Sawyer had made it perfectly clear he didn't date guys like me. However, there was something awfully datey about sitting together in a restaurant other than fever pitch, having a typical conversation. We chatted just as we had while we were unboxing books at his store, about nothing of consequence. I talked about some of the clients Dax and I worked with, and he talked about some recent issues that had come up at his store. All the while, I could tell he was on edge. It was different than normal, though, not the anxiousness I would somehow detect with Sawyer, the way his jaw would tighten or his lips would press together, but something else. It was more like he was eagerly waiting for me to make my next move, to challenge him the way we'd discussed before. Game on. I can take it. Sawyer Burke could take it whenever he damn wanted it. You were right about the steakhouse being a good place for a first date, I said as I cut into my steak. I checked his expression, curious what he thought about my using the word again, but the uncomfortable silence made me go on. Relax, I don't mean a romantic date or anything like that. Just in the traditional sense of getting to know each other.
You can just admit you want to date me, Carter. It's safe to admit that all the messing around and blowing me has really been because you secretly want me to take you out on nice dinners, introducing you to my family, and talking about buying a timeshare together.
It was impossible to miss the way he was smirking, as if he'd discovered that while his anxiety might have been around my teasing about sex, mine was about something more substantial. Commitment. Aren't you clever? I said, feeling like we were in the middle of a chess match and he just shouted, check. He shrugged. I have my moments. Hard for people to notice them when you don't speak up more often.
Better than talking all the time without really saying anything.
Touché. He was definitely keeping me on my toes tonight. Just making general observations and keeping the conversation moving, I said. Someone has to do something to liven this up-and-coming town. He adjusted his glasses and looked me up and down as though assessing me. What? I asked.
What you just said. I notice it from time to time. You take digs at Fever Falls, but you can't tell me you would have stuck around this long if you didn't actually enjoy it.
I would talk shit about anywhere I lived. I'm the worst toward the things I enjoy most. Haven't you caught on to that already? I winked. But in all seriousness, I was surprised by the community here. Not to fault Los Angeles. It's been home for me ever since I first moved there. It's so big. You have your circles you float between, but here it feels like the longer I stick around, the more it's like I know everyone. So many friends, even more acquaintances. It's refreshing, particularly seeing how the community comes together for events and charities. His eyes widened, as though he found my response refreshing. I didn't realize how much I could miss your hazel eyes until you actually started looking at me. It was an honest observation. They were brown closer to the pupils, transforming into blue out toward the edges of his irises. I couldn't tell who I was most frustrated with, myself for not having noticed them sooner, or Sawyer for having withheld the proper look that would offer me a true appreciation of them. His expression twisted up.
I look at you all the time.
It's very different since we actually started talking, really talking, back at Whistle Ridge. I don't know. It's like you actually see me now.
Maybe it's more like you finally let me see you.
I knew he was talking about that day in the chalet, but also today, when I'd opened up to him about my mother. Seemed like he'd finally let me see him as well, when we discussed his ex and his brother.
And maybe, Sawyer went on, you haven't noticed me looking at you because I typically do it when you're looking elsewhere.
Was I getting fucking goosebumps? Oh, fuck me. Look who's dishing it out as quick as I can give it, I said, more than impressed at how good he was getting at finding his way under my skin, although, admittedly, it was slightly annoying.
What you don't see is that while I'm dishing it out, I'm quietly freaking out on the inside.
Another reminder of all that was bubbling underneath the surface when it came to Sawyer Burke. He had a way of continuing to surprise me, and I wasn't a huge fan of surprises. Just when I thought he couldn't get more annoying, he added, "So are you wanting to just drop the mom conversation you brought up earlier, or do we need to revisit that?" And I could tell he was trying to change the subject, and here I was enjoying the sexy flirtation so much more. I remarked, "We can always get back to that." I hesitated. This was definitely not a subject I talked with many people about, but the fact that I'd even mentioned it to him earlier was a miracle, and really, I was self-aware enough to know I'd gone to him for the purpose of talking to him about it. I didn't know why the fuck I'd chosen him, and yet I had. I was all about jokes and distractions, and maybe I needed serious Sawyer right then. I picked at my steak with my fork. I was tempted to make a joke or find a way out, but what was the point of that? You know the type who can never be by themselves? They always have to be in a relationship? That's my mom. It's been that way since I was little. If there was an asshole within earshot, she'd find him. I always figured, with her tastes, it was easy enough for her to land a man because who else would have wanted these pricks? A few got a little physical with her when I was a kid. Never touched me, but they sure as hell wouldn't spare me an insult or letting me know what a fucking sissy and pansy I was.
"Carter, that's awful."
I shrugged at his comment, but my anger radiated through me, a searing heat, building as a few instances rushed through my thoughts. "She married one of the assholes when I was in high school," I continued, "junior year. And one night I was just trying to go out and see my friends. Nothing to do with him. Mom wanted to know what time I'd be back, and he used that as his opportunity to call me a fucking faggot. I assume it was something I was wearing, or the new haircut I'd gotten, or maybe how I replied to my mom. I still can't put my finger on it. It was like he'd been waiting to insult me." Sawyer's hand balled into a fist on the table, his face turning red as his jaw clenched. I wish that had been the worst of it, but it was harder turning to my mother, sitting beside him. I choked up at the memory, forcing out the rest because I wouldn't be able to talk about it if I didn't just spit it out. Then she had this sad look in her eyes. I could tell she didn't agree, that she hated him for what he'd said. But she was such a fucking coward. She couldn't stand up for her own son. It's like I've always been number two to her, right after whatever bastard fuck she'd tethered herself to. I didn't realize how much I'd been avoiding looking at Sawyer until my eyes were back on his, appreciating the beauty of his irises once again, and all of a sudden I felt like I'd said way too fucking much. Aren't you wishing now you hadn't asked?
No. I'm glad I did.
So fucking serious. So fucking honest. Still looking as pissed as he had when I told him the story, he took a breath and reached across the table. Taking my hand, he said,
"That's horrible. You have every right to be upset about that."
Despite how great he was being about it, all I could keep thinking was, why the fuck did you just dump that on him?
"That's not how family works," he went on.
And certainly, considering his relationship with his brother. Yeah, I have a feeling, based on the way you looked when I told that story, that if some asshole had done that to Cam, he would have kicked his fucking ass.
You kinda got it backward. Cam always stood up for me. I got bullied in school, which more or less stopped after he let everyone know he'd gladly take on anyone who dared come for his brother. Cam's not the kind of guy who ever needed anyone to fight his battles, but if he had, I would have been right there for him.
He swallowed like he had a lump in his throat before asking,
"And you still give your mom money?"
"She's my mom." Maybe it wasn't enough of an answer, but it was the only one I had. She raised me. She read me bedtime stories and tucked me in, made me dinners and packed me lunches. Sometimes I wish she were shitty to me in other ways so that I could just see her as some evil monster, But she came to every graduation and celebrated every award I got in school. I used to tell myself she needed the guys for cash, but now, of course, I give her that, and still, whatever dickhead she's with is happy to spend it on whatever vice he's into so that he can work fewer hours at his job or stop working altogether, which has happened before. His grip on my hand firmed. I'm sorry. I can see why that was weighing on your mind, and I'm glad you shared it with me. Even though I kept wondering why I'd chosen to tell him, I had to admit, I'm glad I shared it with you too. I shook my head. I'll be all right, I continued, hardly believing it. Mostly pissed that my eyes were watering. I guess I just wish it were like a Disney movie, where mothers are either good guys or bad guys, not this messy thing somewhere in the middle. Sounds like she has some shit to deal with on her own for sure, but you deserve someone who would stand up for you. If family's there for anything, that should be it. She shouldn't have made you feel like you had to be in that mess with her. Considering how much that had weighed on me throughout the day, I thought speaking the words would add to the anxiety I was feeling around Mom, but really, talking to Sawyer had actually eased the stress. Who fucking knew? As I looked back to Sawyer, this relatively new, sympathetic expression across his face, it felt almost threatening to me. I wasn't used to having anyone be there for me. Sorry, I said. I don't mean to sit here and whine about something that happened so long ago. To be clear, I'm fine now, and it's not like I sit here dwelling on my mom's crap life most of my days. But when the calls come, it reminds me of some shit that's still there. You know? We wouldn't be human if we didn't have some shit to deal with, whether it's in the past or present or mixed up like yours. My gaze drifted to his hand, still on mine. It felt nice, and the more time it spent there, the better it felt. Those goosebumps returned, along with a warm sensation in my cheeks. Fuck, I am not blushing right now. I was glad the lights in the place were dim enough that I doubted he'd noticed. If it had been a game of chicken, I would have lost, because I pulled my hand away, saying, "Thank you for listening, Dr. Burke. Just send me my therapy invoice and I can Venmo you the money. Your first session is free. But I do have a tiered payment structure, so in 6 sessions you'll wish you had told me more sooner." I laughed, even though I was talking about something that cut me to my core. Serious Sawyer had made me fucking laugh. We finished our meals and threw back a few more drinks before heading out of the restaurant and waiting out front as we pulled up our phones to Uber to our places. "I guess you'll have to come back here to get your car tomorrow," I noted. "Yeah, and here I was planning not to drink," he said, laughing at how clearly awry that plan had gone. As a gust of wind rushed by us, I rubbed my arms. "Oh, and you still have your jacket in my car," Sawyer said. "Fuck, that's right. Glad you remembered. Would have hated for that to be used as a convenient excuse for you to see me again," I joked, kind of regretting that he wouldn't be able to do just that. I didn't know why, but I had this nagging feeling that since I'd actually discussed real shit with him, I'd head back home and Sawyer would find a way to avoid me as much as he ever had before we'd started talking, really talking to each other. It made returning to his car that much more unsettling as we walked side by side in silence. He'd parked at the back of the lot, between a dumpster and the wooden fence that boxed the space in. It was fairly secluded, something that was impossible not to notice as he opened the passenger door. I started to reach in for my jacket at the same time he did, and we both pulled back at the same time, laughing uneasily together. Guess it wouldn't have been much of a first date without an awkward moment like that. I reached in and grabbed my jacket, then slipped out of the car and turned to Sawyer. Those eyes were right on me once again. So beautiful. So mesmerizing. "You know, it's polite to kiss a girl goodnight after the first date," I teased, moving closer to him. The grin that formed easily rivaled that sexy, stoic look I was much more used to.
Oh, is that right?
He moved slightly closer, until our lips were just inches apart.
I figured you were the kind of guy who'd just take one if that's what you wanted.
I can't really know until I have a taste. Before I could finish my sentence, he moved at me quickly, his mouth slamming against mine as he pushed my body back against the side of the car. It wasn't some chaste, jokey kiss I might have expected from Sawyer. No, he really was game on as his tongue slid against my own, his hand cupping my ass. From my core, stretching outward, my body vibrated to my goddamn fingertips as his mouth traveled from my mouth down to my chin, to my neck, where he bit and nipped as I rolled my head back. It was some chemical reaction, some atomic explosion as our bodies touched, his tongue sweeping across my flesh effortlessly. There was a scramble, a sort of wrestling match, as I lost track of logic and reason, and just craved his body against mine. I relaxed on my back, on what must have been the car seat cushion, as he crawled over me. We tugged and fought in a frenzied passion until he pulled back and rolled me onto my side. I was grappling with this animal within me, reveling in the way he growled as he slid down my body, tugging the back of my jeans down. Where were we again? As I felt my senses returning, I glanced around. At some point in our tussle, we'd made it into the back of his car. Was I that drunk? Or that high off whatever the hell kind of chemistry we had that had made my thoughts scramble the moment our lips touched? I lay on my side as Sawyer, on his knees, leaned down to bite at my exposed ass cheek. It was evident by the way we were going at it that neither of us was thinking clearly. A little tipsy and a lot horny. Everything in me told me to surrender. We could abandon ourselves to the moment, and he could free me of the pain I'd been experiencing all day. But as he pulled away and looked at me, I could see his hesitation.
I've never kissed anyone like that before,
he said, sounding as flustered as I felt. It was as though we'd both finally returned to our senses. Oh, what had I done? I'd fucked it up. I should have just lunged at him. We could finish what we'd started right there in the back of his car. He could fuck me the way I needed to be fucked, and I could make him so fucking happy. Pleasure, the animal I'd known, was in there all along. Let him show me everything he'd been hiding, just as I'd shown him all I'd been hiding. But it was wrong. I'm sorry. I spit out.
Yeah, me too.
No, it's fine. I just need to catch an Uber.
Yes. Totally.
He opened the back door and slid out. As I hurried out, I pulled my pants back up. Recovering from the intense passion we'd worked up back there, my cheeks, face, and ass were on fucking fire from the way he'd handled me. It ached to walk away from it, but it was too late. I'd actually started to like him, and it seemed he was feeling the same way about me, and then I went and acted like the sex-crazed prick Sawyer already assumed I was. He would have hated me if he'd followed through. I just knew it. Of course, he probably hated me already for letting things get as far as they had. I'd confirmed everything he assumed about me when he saw me on my knees with that guy at Fever. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me! Although I would have rather been screaming out those words while continuing with what we were up to in the back of his car.
Chapter 8. Sawyer. Asked a guy on a date last night. It was a first for me. We were halfway through when he went to the bathroom and never came back. Sawyer's journal. 18 years old. I was losing my damn mind. I couldn't stop thinking about Carter, about myself, about me and Carter, about the way I'd kissed him and manhandled him and bit his ass with his pants pulled halfway down in the back of my car, hidden by a dumpster. I wasn't an inexperienced virgin. I'd had a decent amount of sex in my life,
I had friends who liked to talk about their adventures, and I walked in on everything you could think of in a bar, bathroom, or whatever, but I, bookish, simple Sawyer Burke, didn't have that kind of sex. I'd never even thought about it, never craved it. I'd sure as hell never mauled a guy in the back seat the way I had with Carter, and I didn't know how I felt about it. I'd gone home the night before, jacked off, and come so hard thinking about Carter, I didn't think I would ever recover. I had. Not long later, in fact, and then jerked off again. Then I done what I did best. I went downstairs, lost myself in a book, and pretended nothing happened. Only now it was the next day, and I was still thinking about it. Was Carter? Had he thought about me last night the way I'd thought about him? I shook those thoughts from my head. He was used to things like that. He'd probably forgotten about it right after it happened. Hell, it likely wasn't even a big deal to him. But it was to me. I couldn't sort out how I felt about it. Every time I tried, I started to feel overwhelmed. My head spun, and my palms got sweaty. Logically, I knew it was a crazy reaction, but I couldn't help it. Which meant I called my brother, because that's how I rolled. It was embarrassing, really, how much I depended on Cam, but he was the only person in the world I could trust with something like this. We were meeting at Willowbrook Park, which wasn't a far walk from my place. It was right up the street from the fire station. I knew Bo and Jay sometimes came there, and I hoped they wouldn't today at the same time as us, so I could sort out whatever the hell was going on inside my head. I sat at a picnic table beneath the tree, its heavy branches hanging down. It was only a few minutes later that Cam walked up, wearing a pair of faded jeans, work boots, and a t-shirt with Burke Construction on it. It was the weekend, so he was off, but these were the relaxed kind of clothes he always wore. "Hey, baby Burke." He walked over and sat across from me, frowning. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I mean, I shook my head. I was too damn old to act like this. Why couldn't I be like everyone else? Why couldn't I put the shit with Julian behind me? "Does this have something to do with Carter?" My eyes snapped to him. "What makes you ask that?" "Because I know you." His brows pulled together. "And there's a small hickey on your neck?" My hand shot up to cover my throat, only I didn't know where to cover. I couldn't remember Carter sucking or kissing my throat. I knew I had with him. But the way Cam was looking at me, he wasn't giving me a hard time. Come on, talk to me. If you can't talk to your own brother about shit like this, who can you talk to? Isn't it kind of weird that the only person I do talk to about shit like this is my brother? He frowned again. No, because we're more than brothers. You're my best friend. But if you'd rather I called Rush or Bo over, I could. Typical Cam, coming in and trying to do whatever he could to make me comfortable. He'd been doing it our whole lives. No, it's fine. And Rush would be racing now anyway. I'm assuming something went down that night at the chalet? Things have been different between you guys since then? No. I shook my head. Not really. I mean, we talked, and I realized I can be a judgmental prick sometimes, and there's more to Carter than I'd wanted to believe, and I like that person, or at least I think I could, as a friend, at the very least. But then we already were friends, weren't we? We'd become that quickly and fiercely. I didn't know exactly how I felt about him outside of that, but if there was one thing I did know, it was that I considered Carter a friend now. And something happened last night? Cam prompted. Fuck, I was bad at this. Yeah. He showed up at Fearless and helped me with the new stock, and then we went out to dinner. Cam gasped playfully. You broke our plans and lied to me to get some dick? He winked. I'm so proud of you. I couldn't help but chuckle. Without going into detail, because I wouldn't betray Carter's trust like that, I told Cam about my dinner with Carter. how we'd chatted in ways I hadn't expected, and that he'd shared some pretty deep stuff with me. Then I was waiting with him while we called for Ubers, and we remembered he forgot his jacket in my car. 1 minute we were looking at each other, and then I mauled the poor guy. It was intense, like it wasn't me. Yet it was, too. Like this part of me I didn't know was there. That sounds crazy, I know. But it was like something suddenly unlocked inside me, and I was so fucking hungry for him. And goddamn, can we forget I said that? This is embarrassing. Cam didn't crack a joke. He didn't make fun of me, or make me feel uncomfortable in any way. Did you like it? I'd fucking loved it. Yeah. And he liked it? Yes. Then I don't see the problem. We learn new stuff about ourselves all the time, BB. That's what life is. You can afford to lose control a little bit and fuck whatever other men you've been with if they haven't seen that in you so you could explore it. Or maybe that just means Carter is different for you and makes you feel comfortable enough to let a more dominant side out, even if you didn't know it was there before. Was that what it was? I hadn't felt comfortable enough with other men I'd been with to let loose, to give in and just let my desire lead me. But then, guys I'd been with, I'd been dating in some way, and I wasn't with Carter, so... Fuck. I shook my head. Why did I have to overthink every goddamn thing? If it felt good, roll with it. Explore it. You know how I feel about shit. I'm the biggest supporter of doing what feels good and experiencing all there is to offer, especially when it comes to sex. I'd always envied Cam for that. Hell, initially he'd only fucked around with the guy because he had a feeling I was gay and wanted to be supportive in some weird-ass way, and that made him realize he was bi. He was mostly with men now, but Cam was an equal opportunity guy. He loved women, too. You know me. My head gets in the way. Plus, I thought about the laughs I'd shared with Carter, the way he'd looked at me when he'd talked about his mom, and what kind of guy he was to care about her the way he did when she had never put him first, and the fact that he'd chosen to share that with me. It's crazy, Cam. We're basically the definition of opposites. He makes me want to pull out my hair sometimes, but then he makes me feel like someone else, too. I tease him and flirt with him and challenge him in ways I've never done with anyone else. I still don't know if I like casual sex, but I think I could very easily start to like him. If I didn't already. And where does that lead us? I'm not setting myself up to get hurt again. Fuck that. It would kill me if Carter and I started shit up and then I walked in on him on his knees for someone else. Pictures flashed in my head, shoving Carter to his knees for me, pushing my cock between those sexy lips of his, making him take it, and knowing he wanted me to... I shook my head, rubbed a hand over my face. What the fuck had that been? I didn't do that. I always let the other guy lead. I always followed, and I sure wasn't as wild and animalistic as what I'd shared with Carter or what I'd just envisioned. I can't answer that one for you. That's something only you can decide. Maybe you'll realize you like having fun with Carter, no strings attached, because you obviously feel safe with him. Or maybe Carter has feelings for you too. Do you really think Rush ever believed that Link would settle down? He wanted it. We all saw it. But Link was Link. And look at them now. That was a really dangerous way to think. I couldn't let myself start thinking of Carter in terms of anything more than a friend, with whom I became some wild sex fiend. Damn if a smile didn't curl my lips at that. Someone likes whatever he just thought. This is weird. And I don't know if I like him. I don't really know him well enough. Did I? Okay, whatever you say. I have to admit, this is different for you. And I like it. It's good to see you a little shaken up over someone. Any of those guys you dated over the years? I knew that shit wouldn't last. I think you have this idea in your head of what you should want. But maybe that's not what you really do want. But only you can figure that out for yourself. Only you can let go and figure out who Sawyer Burke really is. Start simple. Ask him to go jogging with you. Cam was right. Now I just needed to figure out what to do about it. I don't even know if he likes running. Then he'll say no, or suggest something else, or say yes simply because he wants to spend time with you. I sure as shit wasn't used to a guy I was interested in doing something just because I liked it. My friends, yes. Other guys? Nope. I was so ready for the attention to be taken off me. What about you and Jude? What about me and Jude? He's beautiful. I want to fuck him. He's still straight, and I only say that because he does, and it's not my place to tell someone else what their sexuality is. We're becoming buddies, though. I have a good time with him, and he's easy on the eyes, so that's a plus. Cam winked, and for the millionth time in my life, I wished I could be more like my brother. Suddenly, I wished I could be more like that man who'd let loose in the car with Carter. I think this is the first time you haven't gotten someone you wanted, I said, trying not to think about Carter too much. Camden shrugged. Happens to the best of us. We chatted for a little while longer before I went home. I checked in with the clerks working at Fearless, which was busy, all the chairs full, everyone reading with coffees beside them. It made me smile. I made my way up to my apartment next, stripping out of my clothes, grabbed my lube and laptop and pulled up some porn. How else was I supposed to sort through shit? And I was also horny as fuck. I wasn't sure I'd ever thought of sex as often as I had since last night. My fingers danced over the keyboard as I tried to think of what to search, as if someone could see me. My eyes scanned the room. Then I realized I was acting like a fool and needed to chill the fuck out. I typed in, rough gay sex. I wasn't really sure that's what I was looking for. The first few videos were way too much for me. I didn't want to whip Carter or anything like that. I was nothing if not determined, though, so I continued my search, clicking on video after video until I found one that definitely made my dick perk up. The top was rough with the bottom. Or not really rough, but frenzied. Like I'd been the night before with Carter. Like he was taken over by his lust, and the bottom loved every second of it. They were untamed in ways I'd never been with sex. There was biting, like I'd done with Carter. It felt dirty and raw, this magnetic energy I'd never had when I was getting fucked. The top ripped a hole in the bottom's underwear, and fuck, that was hot. I'd never been that keyed up during sex. That needy and urgent and hungry. But last night I had. I pumped some lube into my hand and wrapped it around my cock. My balls were already full and aching, and as I watched the top take control, toss the guy around like I'd done with Carter, my dick got harder and my whole body started to buzz. The few times I topped a guy had never been like that. I'd never been so fucking hungry for it, and I sure as shit didn't get fucked the way the top was fucking this bottom. He bit the guy's neck as he slammed into him, and my vision went blurry, my whole body sensitive and tingly as I squeezed my eyes closed and shot my load all over my stomach. That had been... fuck. That had been sexy. I wanted to fuck Carter that way, but I didn't know if I could. Didn't know if I had it in me to open myself up that way, to let go. And to do it with someone who wouldn't want to be exclusive. If there was one thing I couldn't risk, it was getting hurt again. Chapter 9. Carter. Thinking about the way Sawyer bit into my flesh made my face warm and my ass cheeks clench. It had become a fantasy that came frequently throughout my day. Neither of us had communicated since the incident the other night. I didn't have many friends, especially not the kind I would have been willing to tell the things I'd shared with Sawyer, so I kept worrying that I'd gone and fucked up the only one I'd really made. Just Carter James with sex on the brain once again? Was that all Sawyer would think of when he saw me from now on? Sure, He seemed to enjoy it in the moment. More than enjoy it. Going by the way he wrestled with me in his car and the steam we'd worked up against the vinyl seats. But to say I couldn't be sure how sober Sawyer would really feel about what had taken place was an understatement. The fact that he hadn't reached out to me only confirmed my worries that I'd fucked up. Of course, my obsession with what happened between us wasn't helping on a Monday morning in the middle of a meeting. Dax and I sat in the guest bedroom of Jace's townhouse, which he'd fashioned into an office space since they'd started living together. Dax's business partner, Elliot, was on speakerphone as we discussed our different accounts and the business operations that needed to be tended to. But all I could think about was a fantasy scenario in the Fearless Books warehouse. Sawyer pinning me against the wall, his arm around my neck as he drilled into my ass with the same intensity we'd experienced in his car. I imagined the way he'd make my ass clap, his hand over my mouth to keep me from calling out in pleasure. "Carter!" Elliot's voice came over the speakerphone as though he'd already said my name a few times. "Sorry, was just thinking about that stuff I need to get over to our accountant by next week." It was a desperate attempt at a save, and managed to work, even though I could tell by Dax's expression he was surprised by my remark. I wasn't easily distracted. Apparently, it was another of Sawyer Burke's many talents. I noticed a message pop up on my phone, and Sawyer's name appeared on the screen.
Hey.
Hey. Fitting for Sawyer, who was never one for many words, although, after the makeout session, I figured I would have gotten a little more than that. His name appeared on my screen again, this time as an incoming call. Sawyer was calling me? The only times I'd been in touch with him was when I called him to make plans for that ski trip, and mainly because I figured calling would irritate the hell out of him. Elliot was still talking, but I was singularly obsessed. "Oh, hey, guys, I have to take this real quick. You mind?" "Go ahead," Dax said. "I'll keep you in the loop with the details about the Hooray Spears campaign." "Who the fuck could be that important right now?" Elliot asked. I made up some BS about a vendor for one of the functions we were sponsoring, then slipped out of the office and answered in a whisper to keep Dax from overhearing me. "Hey? That's what I get from you? Hey?"
"Why are you whispering?"
I started down the stairs of Jace's townhouse because I'm at work. We're having our Monday morning meeting.
I didn't interrupt it, did I? I can call back.
No. I just managed to get a chance to chat with him after what happened, and I sure as fuck wasn't going to pass up the opportunity. As I reached the bottom of the steps, Mac, Jace's Sharpay, sat up in his bed, looking at me as though he knew I was up to no good.
"I was thinking about texting more," he continued, "but I figured I needed to call. Texting seemed a little too impersonal,
considering you had your teeth on my ass the other night." He snickered, which was a relief since I couldn't imagine what he thought of me after that.
"Yes, that."
We were both drinking, and I guess things got out of control, to the point where I hardly remembered how I'd ended up in the back seat of his car, wishing he'd show me how he could claim my hole.
"Out of control, but in a good way," he clarified.
Again, I felt the tension in my body easing up as he offered me the assurance I needed that I hadn't totally fucked up whatever the hell we'd been before that moment.
"Anyway," Sawyer went on, "I've been working since that night and I have the afternoon off, so if you are up for it, I was going to ask if you wanted to go for a quick run in the park."
"A run?"
"Yes."
"Why the hell would you ask if I want to go on a run, of all things?"
"Why not?"
It felt like the best thing he could have asked. Not only did he not hate me, he still wanted to hang out with me.
"If you don't like running—"
"No, it's not that. I normally jog on the treadmill, but it's cool enough now that it might be a good time for some nature, fresh air, hot company," I teased, and he snickered. We arranged to meet up in a few hours, and I returned to my meeting. Fortunately, my workday went by quickly, and it wasn't long before I found myself in Willowbrook Park, jogging alongside Sawyer. I'd, of course, selected the pants that fit my form best. a pair of blue, skin-tight scrub pants, and a matching headband that kept my hair from shifting into unattractive positions while we headed along our course. Meanwhile, Sawyer was in sweatpants and a hoodie, having apparently given a hell of a lot less thought to his ensemble. I sped up a little ahead of him, checking over my shoulder to ensure that his gaze would shift where it needed to. "I see you looking," I said. "It misses you too." We'd spent the first part of our run discussing our workdays, not getting right to the heart of what had been weighing on my thoughts the past couple of days. However, now that I knew he hadn't blown me off, I felt it was time to face the issue head on. He sped his pace up until he was beside me once again.
"Misses me? Really?
Surprised to hear that,
considering I didn't hear from you all weekend."
"Okay, you mind if we break this for conversation?" I slowed down, coming to a stop with him in the middle of the trail that wound through the wooded part of the park. Turning and facing one another, it annoyed me that his expression didn't give me much insight into what he was thinking about my remark. "So what happened in your car?" I said. "I didn't mean to make things awkward or—" His brows tugged together.
"You certainly weren't the only one calling the shots then."
"I know, but—" Just as soon, I heard something down the path behind us, and then another runner passed us.
"Carter, there's something on your mind. Just tell me what it is."
"I know what you think of me, based on what you said before about seeing me with that guy in the bar. And then when the moment the opportunity presented itself, I just went for it."
"Are you forgetting who kissed who first?"
How could I have forgotten? It had totally thrown me. "No, it's just... This is very confusing territory for me. I don't..." I struggled to get the words out, and he waited patiently for me to go on. "I don't normally have conversations like I've had with you, and then mess around with that someone."
"I gathered as much. And I don't normally throw guys into the back of my car, and—"
Another sound caught our attention, and we turned and saw another jogger heading down the path. Sawyer took me by the arm and gently ushered me off the trail, a few feet into the wooded area.
"And I certainly don't take to guys like a fucking animal, but seems like we're both in uncharted territory here. Do you feel we did something wrong? A month ago I would have, but it sure didn't feel wrong while it was happening."
I couldn't fight the smile playing across my lips. "So you thought it felt good?"
"That was definitely feel-good territory."
"Why do you seem like you've thought this through so much more than I have?" I asked.
"I was talking to Cam about it."
"You told him we—" "What am I talking about? If you hadn't told him, he would have picked it up from some psychic astral plane." He laughed.
"Yeah, that's pretty much right. But you haven't talked to anyone about it? A friend? Or Dax?"
"Dax? Who's also my boss? No, I kind of left off the bit about the tussle in the back of your car during our Monday meeting, and in case you didn't notice, I'm severely lacking in the friends department, which is why I was dumping all that information about my mom on you last week." He wore this annoying smile, as though he had some secret on me.
"So let me get this straight. You, Carter James, have been freaking out about what we did in my car because you actually enjoy talking to me, but then you also had a hot time."
He winced.
"Sounds like you might have a crush on me."
"Oh my God, I hate you."
"Do you hate me? Or are you really confused about liking me?"
"Okay, we can change the conversation now," I said as I started walking farther into the woods.
"Hey! Hey!" Sawyer said, walking alongside me. "I didn't mean that in a bad way. If anything, you pretty much disproved everything I initially thought about you and what you just said. You're clearly capable of thinking more of a guy than just how much you want to bang him, which I can assure you I figured out before I shoved you up against the side of my car."
His mention of that maneuver, the way he'd guided with such power but consideration, too, to keep from just pummeling me against it, got me all worked up.
"So I think it's safe for you to admit that you kind of like me," he continued.
"I can concede to kind of like before crush. Crush is what a prepubescent teenager feels. And what is even happening right now? I stopped, and he turned to me. When did we get into this role reversal of you getting under my skin? I liked it better the other way. He had this conceited smirk spread across his face, like he was so excited to have found a way to annoy me as much as I usually annoyed him. As maddening as it was, there was something hot as fuck about the power he had over me. While we're on the subject of your likes, maybe we can get more into that, he added. When I bit your ass, you didn't think that was strange? If that's what's strange, then I really want you to show me stranger. He winced, his smile diminishing. You clearly like it a little rougher than most. I like it rough with you. And it didn't seem like you had a problem getting a little rough with me. This was more a conversation I could cope with. Made me feel like I was in my element once again. So you're not always like that? Oh, hell no. I normally top from the bottom. That was just throwing caution to the wind, which I can do, but not typically right away with someone. Takes a certain amount of trust to do certain things. What do you mean by trust? The most basic sort. Thinking that a guy doesn't want to cause me any physical harm. From all the times we've hung out, I know you wouldn't ever want to injure me. That made it a lot easier for me to let go and simply enjoy myself. But when I do know guys better, I don't mind getting a little wild. What kind of stuff are you talking about then? Biting, hair pulling, choking. Choking? Why would you let someone choke you? Because I like being choked. His eyes were fixed on mine, as though he was trying to read my mind about something. Didn't you like tossing me around like a rag doll? Yeah. It felt good, Sawyer said. It surprised me how good it felt. I'm not used to following my instincts like that. What did you like about it? I'm not sure exactly. That it was wild and uninhibited, and there was something about how turned on you were getting from it that encouraged me along. So you'd be interested in having some more fun like that? I asked, far too hopeful about his response. The intensity of his stare as he nodded told me all I needed to know. You're like a kid in a candy shop, I teased, which is just fine as long as I get to play the candy shop. He rolled his eyes. Oh, come on, that was cute. And you thought Crush was bad. Shut up. That was classic Carter James ingeniousness right there, if you say so. I savored the moment, since our conversation was heaven compared to the tension I'd been carrying around with me from the last time we'd seen each other. That choking thing freaked you out a little, didn't it? I asked. It was surprising to hear. Not that I haven't seen that and thoroughly enjoyed it in porn, but I wasn't expecting you to actually be into it. I glanced around the trail. Come here. I took his hand and led him to a nearby boulder, sneaking behind it, then turned away from him. Put your arm around my neck. Come on. Go ahead. He moved closer. I felt his warm body push up against me as he obeyed. I had to admit, I was partly encouraging this because he had enjoyed getting under my skin so much that I was hoping to get him a little on edge, too. He pulled his arm against my neck. Tighter. Again. He obeyed. The pressure, mixed with the feeling of him against my back, and the way he held me close. God, it all felt so good. Tighter, I said again. The pressure was just enough. Not so much that I couldn't breathe. I rolled my head back. It's that power, I whispered. Like you have total control over me in this moment. Like my pleasure is yours to command. It helped feeling safe in his hold, knowing that Sawyer was all self-control and discipline. I pushed my ass back a bit and felt the hard-on in his pants. You like that? He reached his hand around my side, feeling my hard cock as I enjoyed the sensation of his against my ass. Seems you like it too. He pushed his face against my neck. As I heard him take a whiff, I closed my eyes and reveled in the moment as he bit softly against my neck. Oh, Sawyer. There was a beast within him he wanted to unleash. I could feel it more with each encounter. I wanted it to consume me. He relaxed his arm, and I looked over my shoulder. "Is this how you make a man your prey?" he asked, clearly referring to my comment that had left him feeling like all this was just a game to me. "Only if the man wants to be my prey," I clarified, "and only if he wants me to be his." I wanted him to see, to understand, that in my games there were only winners. Some inspiration led him to nibble at my ear before I turned more and licked up his lips, then gently tugged at his bottom lip with my teeth. He lurched forward to claim my mouth, and I yanked my head back, which took him by surprise. "What are you doing?" "Claiming the upper hand again," I said. His eyes widened, and his smirk returned. "So cruel, Carter James. Tempting me only to deny me." He relaxed his arm down, back to his side. I turned to him, sliding my hand over his crotch. "I can be really cruel, but I always promise to make it worth it." He growled softly as he moved closer to me, almost like he was going to kiss me. But instead, his cheek pressed against mine, and he took another whiff of me before pulling back. "So, game on again?" he asked, and we grinned together. Game on. Chapter 10. Sawyer. "There's this guy, Julian. He's fucking beautiful. And he keeps flirting with me. I don't get it. I'm not used to attention from someone like him." Sawyer's Journal, 19 years old. After our discussion, I'd walked Carter home. I'd been nervous and unsure how to act, but I tried like hell to let go of all the stress and just let myself be. I didn't know exactly what Carter and I were doing, but I wanted to do something with him. I wanted to explore the overpowering need I felt around him. As we'd said our goodbyes, I pulled him to me and bit into his neck. Carter had whimpered, and then it was my turn to take a step back and deny him. Two could play that game. A few days had passed. We hadn't seen each other since then, but I'd become obsessed with two things: porn and talking to Carter. Obviously, I wasn't new to porn, but I'd been watching different shit than I usually did, trying to see how it all made me feel. I never thought I'd want to be the one in control, losing myself to this wild, sexual energy I'd never known lived inside me. But I was realizing there was a whole lot I didn't know about myself that I'd never been given the freedom to explore or allowed myself to see. Julian had been my first, and with him there'd been no question that I'd go along with whatever he wanted to do. After him, it had taken me a long time to screw around with the guy again, and when I did, I went back to what I knew, which hadn't been a whole hell of a lot. I'd never taken the time to explore sex and figure out what really made me tick. God, the choking thing in the park had gotten me hard. I wasn't sure I wanted it to go any further than it had. It had made me feel powerful in a way I never had, and also close to someone in a way I never had. I knew Carter was only giving me that because he trusted me. He gave me the space I needed that week and didn't ask to see me once. We talked every damn day, though. All day. "What are you having for lunch?" "Oh, we got this new book in. I think this guy just blew his boyfriend in the store bathroom. Look at this photo of how Jace's dog lies down. He's so weird." We texted about the most random shit, and hearing from Carter became part of my routine. I didn't know if I was chasing him away by taking my time, but I realized I would be sad if I was. I'd teased Carter about liking me, but I was quickly beginning to like him. That scared the shit out of me, because no matter what, Carter and I were still different. If we kept this going, I would want things on different terms than he might, and I didn't know if I could do it any other way. But I was pretty sure I wanted to do this with him. That I wanted to explore whatever the fuck it was Carter James was doing to me. It was Friday evening, and this time when I picked up my cell, rather than texting him, I called. Stupid as it was, I held my damn breath as I waited for him to answer. He could have been out with someone. He had every right to be, but I hope like hell he wasn't. About time, slow ass. I was beginning to think you'd never call, he said instead of hello, and damned if I didn't find myself smiling. You know me, I have to think everything through. And did you? Yeah. And I shrugged, even though he couldn't see me. I want you. Carter sucked in a sharp breath, as if he couldn't believe I'd admitted it. Before he could speak, I continued. That wasn't easy for me to say. I know. I can't believe you're saying it to me, which is obviously weird because who wouldn't want me? A laugh jumped out of my mouth. Fucking Carter. Well, I'm waiting to hear if you're going to say it back because people don't usually want me. I hadn't meant for it to sound so depressing, or like I was down on myself. I really wasn't. I knew I was a good-looking guy, but I was also finicky and maybe a little judgy, a bit uptight, and I didn't let people in. Then you're fucking crazy, and they don't know you. I wanted you from the second I saw you. Remember? Yeah. Yeah, he had. And the thought made my dick hard. I wasn't sure anyone turned me on as much as Carter did. Okay, so now that we've sorted out that you still want me and that you have my dick aching over here... Wait, you didn't tell me the dick part. Let me see it. Huh? Your cock, Sauce. Send me a photo. Holy motherfucking shit. Was I really going to do this? It was such a small thing. People sent dick pics all the time, but I didn't send them. Really? I'm waiting. I'm humming the Jeopardy music in my head. You make me crazy. Literally. I can't believe I'm doing this. But I was. I pulled the phone away from my ear, tugged my sweats down under my balls, and snapped a picture. My hands actually shook slightly as I attached it to a text and sent it to Sawyer. There was a long pause, and I waited. Fuck, that's a nice dick. Jesus, you'd stretch my hole just how I like. My cock jerked against my stomach, leaking pre-cum. I stuck my finger in it and licked it off. I taste good, too. Holy fuck, you're killing me. Can I come over? Carter asked, and it was there, on the tip of my tongue to tell him yes. But I didn't. I want you, I told him again. I want you. And that scares the fuck out of me. I want to lose control with you. I want to be in control of you, but Fuck, I don't think I can do that if you're fucking around with other guys. I know I don't own you, and I'm not asking you to be in a relationship with me or anything, but I don't share well. I want to explore whatever this is we're doing, but while we do it, I'm the only one who gets to touch you. Carter gasped. Holy shit, I nearly came just hearing you say that to me. I can do that. But I'm a needy little bottom, so you better be able to keep up with me. I laughed. I don't think that'll be a problem. And are you sure? Yeah, Soy, I'm sure. I don't know why, but I am. When you're done with me and decide you want someone else, you need to tell me. What makes you think I'm the one who will be done with you first? Because everyone was done with me first. I didn't have it in me to answer him. I was already on a hair trigger, and I wanted to play, to test the waters with Carter. Where are you? In my apartment, he replied. I'm gonna hang up, then FaceTime with you, be naked when I call. A thrill of excitement shot through me as I hung up. Blood rushed through my ears. My pulse slammed against my skin as this foreign excitement bubbled up inside me. God, he made me feel wild, frenzied, and desired in a way I'd never felt. I grabbed my bottle of lube, tossed it on the bed, took off my sweats, and sat down. I focused on settling my breath for all of 2.5 seconds before I lost patience and video called him. Carter answered right away, a headboard against his back and a cocky grin on his face. Holy fuck, Burke. You don't play around, do you? Are you naked too?
Let me see you, I said instead of answering his question.
Carter obeyed easily, scanning his body with his phone. His cock was hard and leaking, his balls full, and fuck if my cock didn't jerk against my belly again when I saw that Carter kept himself trimmed short, perfectly groomed. Yes, I'd seen him at the chalet during naked beer pong, but I hadn't let myself really take him in. Fuck, that's a nice dick, I said. The same thing he'd said to me. What about your ass? Show me that too. Jesus, I've created a monster. Look at you being all cocky and demanding without letting me see you. He rolled over to his side and showed me his tight ass. I remembered what it was like to sink my teeth into it, and damned if I didn't want to do that again. I wish I'd marked you, I found myself saying. Oh, you and I are going to be in some trouble. Do I get to see you now? Only if you ask me real nice. Fuck off. I shrugged. Fine. God damn it. Please let me see you, Sawyer. A smile pulled at my lips. Only because you asked nicely. I wrapped a hand around my cock and stroked slowly as I showed myself to Carter. Fuck, I want to be on my knees for you. I want to push you to them, I admitted. I want to open your mouth with my dick because it's the only way to shut you up sometimes. I held my breath, wondering if I'd gone too far. But Carter laughed. It's the only way I enjoy being shut up. I bet you'd fuck my throat real good. Christ, I wanted that. Wanted it maybe more than I'd wanted anything in my life. Would you be good and let me do whatever I wanted to you? I asked, still stroking. I could tell by his movements that he was too, only we had the phones pointed at our faces again. Yes. You know I would. Why's that? I asked, needing to hear it. I don't want to say. I need you to say. Carter groaned, and then whispered, because I trust you. You know that? Fuck if I don't trust you too. I wouldn't be doing what I was with him if I didn't. Is there somewhere you can set your phone so I can see you? Your hands are going to be occupied. This zip of electricity shot through me, making my nerve endings snap and pop like live wires. Carter had known. Somehow he had known I had all this inside me, yet I hadn't. I wasn't sure how that was possible. Yeah, hold on. Carter set the phone on the bedside table, propped up against something. He grabbed lube and scooted farther away. Can you see all of me? Yeah. And fuck, he was beautiful. Tight, muscular body, pale skin, pink nipples I wanted to bite. Jerk off for me and finger yourself. You jump right in, don't you? You say this as if I've done this before. What? He practically shrieked. I'm your first video sex. Can we talk about this later? I swear I'm gonna make you put something in your mouth and pretend it's my cock. Yes, sir, he replied with a wink, then lubed himself up and started jerking it. As he did, he spread his legs and let his other hand slide down. It looked like his whole body melted into the bed, and I knew that meant he'd pushed his finger inside. You're going to love being inside me, Soy. I have a really great hole. What's it feel like? I asked, jerking myself off. Tight. Hot. Even tighter when I clench up. My eyes rolled back, and he said, Hey, don't come already. Shut up, I teased. Make me. I'd put my arm around your throat again. Hold you tight, put pressure on you until you couldn't focus on anything but breathing. Oh, God, Carter said, still jerking and fucking himself. I like biting you. I'd bite your neck. Then your nipples. Roll you over and nibble your ass again, too. I jerked off to that, you know. Fuck, I'm close already, he gritted out. I'd shove my dick down your throat next, fuck your mouth, maybe choke you with it, and then you'd come everywhere, wouldn't you? Fuck, fuck, Carter shouted as he shot his load all over his stomach, thick, white ropes that I wanted to swallow down. The thought went straight to my balls, and I clenched up.
Lost myself to the sensation and shot all over my hand and stomach and Jesus fucking Christ. Had I really just done that? I'm gonna die. That was so hot. When I didn't reply right away, Carter rolled over and looked at me.
Hey, don't do that. Don't be shy or embarrassed. Did you not see how I came? I loved sharing that with you.
I rubbed my clean hand over my face. Thanks. Yeah, it's gonna take some getting used to.
You did pretty good, if you ask me.
You liked it? I asked, even though he'd said he had, and I hated the vulnerability in my voice.
Yeah, I loved it. And I'd love you to really do everything you said to me.
I nodded. Words stuck in my throat. Just so you know, I don't usually do this. I mean, you know, the video part, but I don't typically call the shots. And I've only topped a couple of times in my life. Carter's brows pulled together as if he was surprised.
But you want to? Top with me, I mean?
My whole body trembled, and I could swear my cock was already perking up again. Hell yes. It surprises me, but that's what I want. With you. Carter smiled like he understood, and that meant more to me than I could ever explain.
Good. Because I have a funny feeling you're just the sort of top I need right now.
I swallowed, needing a minute. How about we clean up and I call you back? He might be done talking with me for the night, but I wanted to keep talking to him.
I'd like that,
Carter replied. And that's exactly what we did. I cleaned up, pulled on underwear, and FaceTimed him again. We talked about nothing and everything until neither of us could hold our eyes open anymore. When I went to sleep, I dreamed about doing everything to him I'd said I wanted to do, but then woke up sweating and breathing heavily when my dream turned into a nightmare where I opened the door to Carter on his knees for Julian, asking me if I wanted to join. Chapter 11. Carter.
Divine, darling, divine, Serena called out, tossing her head back and releasing a loud, affected laugh. The sort of laugh I was accustomed to from the parties and functions I attended in my PR work. Serena was the epitome of plastic from an era in television that was all about glamour and fabulousness. She was a peculiar and apparent beacon of light in Fever Falls, in stark contrast to her previous life as a television starlet in a sea of half-baked celebrities, where she would have been more like a dim glow stick at a circuit party. We sat in a booth at a restaurant on Fever Street as Serena entertained Jarek Hackmore's wife with humble brags and embellished tales of her plight as a star in the Falls. Meanwhile, Elliot, Jace, Dax, and I discussed the possibility of renewing Jace's contract with Hacksmore. The other summer, a pic of Jace, bare-chested and rescuing a Shar-Pei from a river, became a viral sensation, the media dubbing him #Hottie-Firefighter. Dax had won our company the Hacksmore Designs account by convincing Jace to sign on to an endorsement deal for their new apparel line.
We had a good run with #Hottie-Firefighter, Hacksmore said, and as we've seen with that puppet canine we've been using to promote this year's campaigns, it's hard to buy that kind of publicity. And Dax, Jace, they loved you guys, especially together. All those antics you managed to get yourselves into.
Pretty unintentionally, Dax assured him. He certainly hadn't intended to get roped into the deal, but then the press had discovered that Dax, former child star Donnie Gibson, was running around skinny dipping with #Hottie-Firefighter.
Hey man, Jace said in that down-to-earth way he had about him. We appreciated the opportunity, and it raised some money for the Fever Fight Rec Center. I don't want to come across as ungrateful, and I feel bad that you wasted time coming down here, but we're finally starting to enjoy some peace and quiet,
I don't think we can sign on again." "As I told you all on the phone," Haxmore said, "it's not a waste to visit one of our most valuable marketing investments over the past few years. You can't blame me for trying to persuade you." "No, not at all," Jace said with a smile. It was evident Haxmore wasn't offended by Jace's response as he continued, "Also, it doesn't hurt that there's always the possibility of discussing other avenues, like your brother, Keeg, and a certain Prince of Parlesia." "Oh, more gay celebrities," Serena piped up. Who knew gay men would become so chic? I feel like it was only yesterday I was telling Dax he couldn't tell a soul or it would ruin his acting career. "Not something we have to discuss anymore," Dax said through his teeth. If anyone could understand the mommy issues I was grappling with, it was Dax Monroe. He had his own sordid relationship with his mom, a former drug addict and altogether downright crappy parent during his childhood. Also, Mom, I would have given my right eye to ruin my acting career at that point, Dax added. "Yeah, it was fun while it lasted," Jace told Haxmore. "But I think we're both ready to throw in the towel and enjoy much quieter lives in the falls. Don't be discouraged, though," Elliot spoke up, flashing that charming, award-winning smile that could seal any deal. "We have plenty of options for you, not very far from here. Why don't I run it by Rush Alexander or Ash Carmichael?" "I like the way you think," Haxmore replied, and they continued talking shop. After we settled on officially closing all negotiations for a new contract for Jace and Dax, we paid our check and headed out to catch Ubers. I checked my phone once again to see if Sawyer might have messaged me. Nothing. It had been a few days since we'd video chatted. We both checked in about each other's days, but it was clear that things were different since we'd done that. Maybe we'd gone too fast. I was good at reading people. It was something I prided myself on, and I had known that Sawyer wasn't someone I could rush with into anything. I thought the video chatting would be safe for us, but maybe I had killed it before we'd even really started, well, anything. And yet, a part of me thought that might be the best thing for me. Or was I just paranoid about fucking up something that felt so good? I didn't do relationships, and I especially didn't do crushes. Not even with Paul, the guy I used to mess around with in Fever Falls. We had met while we were working on organizing the autumn festival, hooked up a few times, and just called it something because we were fucking around so much. No feelings. No commitment. That was my thing. And what was going on with Sawyer was definitely not. But why didn't that keep me from wanting it? While Haxmore's Uber pulled up, Serena got on to Dax and Jace for turning down the opportunity. "Mom, it's my life, so I do get to decide how to live it," Dax insisted. Serena practically jumped back at the remark. "Now, Daxy Poo, your mommy's just trying to make sure you're considering all your options. One day I'm hoping to be a Grammy, and I want to make sure you two have money to take care of my grandbabies." As annoyed as Dax appeared, he couldn't stifle his grin. Serena had this way of bugging the fuck out of him, and then saying just the right thing when she needed to. If anything, their sparring was a bit of a game, the only way she knew how to show love. It made me think about a call I still hadn't made, one that was long overdue. I waited until I was back at my place, where I fell onto my back on the sofa and pressed the call button, hoping that maybe it was too late for her to answer. But then I heard her voice. "Hi, my baby." She said it in that soft, gentle way she had, the one that reminded me of her reading me the BFG when I was sick with a fever, or consoling me when I was crying after a day of being bullied on the school bus. It was one of the many aspects that made my relationship with her so fucking frustrating. "Hey, Mom," I said curtly, unable to disguise the bitterness lacing my tone. "It's taken you a while to call me back. I guess you've been busy with work again." Surely she knew it was a bullshit excuse for not returning her calls sooner. At the same time, I wondered if all the pieces of shit she dated had confused her, made her believe she was always the last priority for all the men in her life. "It's been busy, but it's good," I replied. "How have you been?" I relaxed somewhat as we chatted, same as usual, discussing the superficial details of our lives. "You got that money, right?" "Did you need more?" I asked, feeling like I needed to bring it up. "Money? No. I just called to check in." She didn't say it defensively or like I was totally off base for suspecting otherwise. "I do care about my son. But thank you for sending it." An awkward silence followed before she said, "You seeing anyone?" God, why did she have to ask that? I started to offer my standard reply, but stopped short. But why the fuck did I stop? Sawyer and I weren't really anything. Although, I did agree not to fuck around with anyone else, which definitely made us something. Yet we'd hardly chatted since our last discussion, so maybe even that was out the window. "You are seeing someone." I could hear the enthusiasm in her voice. "I didn't say that. You were about to say no, but you didn't. Who is he? Is he from this new town you've been staying in? Oh, you aren't far. You need to come see me and bring him with you." She sounded more alert than she had throughout the rest of our talk. I could imagine her all lit up and excited on my behalf, as if she were standing right in front of me. It was a moment like this that made it so easy to forget all the rest. I just remembered that voice and her sweet smile.
"Who the fuck are you talking to?"
I heard a familiar voice groan near her. "It's Carter," she said, almost in a whisper, as though worried that her tone might upset him. What was this one's name? Duke? Or Jerry? Or Larry? No, it was John, fucking John, in Paducah, Kentucky. He was assistant manager at the local hardware store and had frequented the restaurant where Mom waited tables until she magically fell in love, or whatever Mom considered to be love, which happened typically months after whatever asshole was finally done with her. She'd moved into his place a few weeks after they'd started seeing each other. Typical.
"Well, hurry up and get back into bed."
His words were severe, the sort of tone that all the men in her past seemed to have down pat. "Larry sounds annoyed," I commented. "It's John, baby. I fucking know it's John, and this is why I don't call you." "He's still having fun at Harrah's? Getting better at blackjack?" I couldn't hide my frustration, knowing my money was likely feeding his gambling more than his self-inflicted mortgage debt. "Carter, don't be this way." "I'm not being anyway, Mom. It's fine. I don't want to keep either of you from your rest." "Promise me you'll come visit us soon." "I promise." I reluctantly agreed before concluding the call. When I got off the phone, tension lingered in my chest. It'd gone better than I'd expected, but I felt that same gut reaction I had when I heard her voicemail. I messaged Sawyer. Just talked to my mom. It was a little past 10:30, so I figured he might be asleep. I didn't really know what to expect, given our last exchange. But as soon as my phone started ringing, relief rushed through me. Before I had a chance to offer a greeting, he must have heard me take a breath because he spit out, "You okay?" Something about the concern in his tone was nice. Made me feel less alone in the moment. I suppose that kind of shit was why people had friends. Just working not to scream at the top of my lungs, but other than that, amazing. He was quiet. Unusually so. This is going to be a strange question to ask now, but was that too soon? What we did with the video chatting?
"What? No. That was
Perfect." The way he said it left no doubt that he felt just as I had about it all. I'd ask if you were busy with work to talk much during the week, but then I feel like I'd be acting as bad as my mother. "Do you want to come over?" He didn't hesitate that time. "Is there a particular reason that hasn't come up already?" He was quiet again before adding, "Here, I'll get ready and come to you. No, Soy, it's fine. I needed someone to talk to, and since you're the one I'd been talking to about my mom, it made sense. But I'll admit I do feel like I have a right to be confused, considering 1 minute I'm saving this ass just for you, and the next I'm sitting on that same ass waiting for a call that never comes. I've texted you at least twice every day. He was right. I was being ridiculous. I couldn't help but laugh. Oh my God. Trust me. Typically, I'm not this needy. It's just, this has been a night, and that was hard. Talking to her, and hearing her asshole boyfriend on the other end, and there's this thing that normally happens with me and guys. We mess around, and then they move right along. So I guess now I'm a little nervous I fucked it up with one of the few people in my life I actually talk to about shit. God, way to not keep your cool, Carter. Although, I didn't really want to keep my cool with Sawyer. I liked feeling that I could let down my guard and be myself with him. I'll see you in a few, Carter. And boy, was I fucking relieved to hear that. Chapter 12. Sawyer. I had sex with Julian for the first time, and it wasn't what I expected. I'm not really sure I was ready, but like I said, it's a bit ridiculous to be a virgin at my age. It's probably ridiculous that I still journal, too. Sawyer's Journal. 19 years old. I made a quick stop to get ice cream. I didn't know if Carter was anything like me, but when I was sad, ice cream always helped. That and chocolate chip cookies. But I wasn't sure he would be in the mood to bake with me. I'd be lying if I didn't acknowledge that I was a little confused by the conversation we just had. Not a single part of me had expected Carter to feel insecure that we hadn't seen each other the past few days. Actually, I'd wanted to see him, or FaceTime again, but I'd been too nervous I would look clingy. He definitely didn't seem the kind of guy who wanted someone he was screwing around with to bug him all the time, and I hadn't wanted to be that guy. And to hear him say he'd been unsure because I hadn't made more of an effort, it did things to my insides that I totally hadn't expected. It made those walls I built so high around myself crumble even more. It didn't take me long to get to his apartment, which wasn't too far from my place. Briefly, I wondered how long he would be there, if he would be going back to L.A. anytime soon. The thought made my gut clench up unexpectedly. From what I heard, he was renting on a month-to-month basis, since Fever Falls wasn't technically his home. I made my way up to his unit, and the moment I got to the door, it pulled open. Carter was wearing a pair of sweats and nothing else, making me feel a little overdressed in my jeans and polo. I brought ice cream. I held the bag up and felt like a fucking dork. God, what was wrong with me when I was around him? I think I might love you. What kind? He asked, and I suddenly didn't feel like an idiot anymore. Coffee? I hope you like it. It's my fave, and I wasn't sure what you liked. Shit. I should have texted to ask. I can go back out and get something else if you want. Ugh. Was I rambling? I was pretty sure I was rambling. Aren't you the sweetest thing? You absolutely don't have to go back out. I love coffee ice cream. It's my favorite too. But even if it wasn't, I wouldn't make you go back out. He grabbed my wrist and tugged me inside. Let's get spoons and eat out of the container. Now I think I love you, I teased, and we both laughed. It was surprising how simple things were with Carter and me. It wasn't something I would have ever expected. Hell, if I were being honest, I'd admit I'd never had any relationship that felt this simple. Not that Carter and I were in a relationship. I needed to nip that kind of thought in the bud real quick. Carter got 2 spoons, and we sat on the couch together. He curled his legs up under himself, angling my direction as we each stuck our spoons in the container and got a bite. Oh my God, this is exactly what I needed, he said, and I chuckled. I'm glad it helps. I swallowed a spoonful of ice cream and said, I'm sorry about your mom. Do you want to tell me about the conversation? Surprisingly, I think so. I wasn't offended by his answer. I understood what he meant. This thing between us? Well, it was weird and unexpected as fuck. But there we were, and I realized I didn't want to be anywhere else. It wasn't really a huge deal. It's just, she was talking about missing me and wanting me to come and visit her. When she does, it's hard not to feel things, to want things. Like, I'm too old for this, I know that, but I just want my mom, you know? But then I'm always afraid it's because she wants something from me, or I'm wondering why she puts these men above me, and then this asshole starts yelling at her in the background to come to bed. Of course, she just goes. I fucking hate it. Doesn't she see she's better than that? Hey. I set my spoon in the container, and then reached over and cupped his face. He trembled. Was it because my hand was cold, or because I was touching him? I really wished I knew the answer to that, but it wasn't what was important right then. First of all, age has nothing to do with it. They're our parents. We all want their approval and love, and it's one of the most basic things we should have. You don't need to feel weird about that. I was lucky. I had a good relationship with my parents. Cam and I both did. But I still wanted their approval. Everyone did. And there were times I wondered if they wished I were more like Camden. He started, then trailed off. Thank you, Soy. No problem. I dropped my hand away, but quickly realized I didn't want to. I was so incredibly fucked. I was already getting attached to him. This was going to end badly for me. As for the rest of it, I don't really know what to say. I know you deserve better. I hate that you have to question yourself or her love, and I'm sorry she puts herself down around asshole guys because, as a son, I'm sure that's hard for you. It is. I want to protect her from it, but I can't. Exactly. She's a grown-up, and that's up to her. All you can do is love her, support her, and let her know you're there for her, but you also need to put yourself first, and if it hurts to talk to her, you don't have to. You're the most important thing. His eyes darted away, and I wondered if anyone had ever told him that before. If they'd ever told Carter he's important outside of sex. Okay, I feel like a fucking mess. You're always picking up my pieces. I waved off what he said and went for my spoon, but Carter held his out for me. I took the bite as I watched him. It was such a simple thing, him feeding me ice cream, but somehow it was hot as fuck. Thank you, and I'm not picking up anything. We're friends. This is what friends do. Friends who keep finding their tongues down each other's throats and who have FaceTime sex sessions. That should be singular, not plural. We've only done it once so far. Carter laughed. Oh my God, you're such a dork. I shrugged, because I sort of was. Tell me something else about you, something no one knows. Huh? I shifted uncomfortably. Come on. I just spilled my mommy issues to you, again. It's like a tit-for-tat thing. It doesn't have to be sad, though. He fed me another bite of ice cream before taking one for himself. The thing was, there was something I could think of. One thing that kept pounding around in my brain. But I wasn't sure if I could say it. I mean, it not only fell under the sad category, but also embarrassing as hell. But then I figured Carter must have felt that way with what he'd just shared with me, too. I wanted to show him I appreciated it, and maybe I hoped he would tell me it wasn't true. Maybe I needed it. Julian used to tell me I was shit at sex, I said without looking at him. That I was only good for bottoming, because I wasn't confident enough to top, as if being on top equals confidence and being a bottom made you less than. What? Carter practically shrieked. You heard me. He would tell me that all the time. When he cheated on me, it was because I was bored in bed, because I wasn't adventurous, and if I were a better fuck, he wouldn't look elsewhere. Christ, why'd I just admitted that to him? I felt like I could die. My whole face flushed hot, and I tried to turn away again. Can we forget I said that? Then Carter was pulling the ice cream out of my hand, setting it on the coffee table and straddling my lap.
I couldn't look anywhere else, even if I wanted to. And I didn't.
Please tell me you don't believe that asshole.
When I didn't reply, he added, "Sawyer," before swatting my arm.
Did you forget the part where you made me lose my mind in the back of your car and bit my ass? The way you so easily wrapped your arm around my throat when I told you to? Or the FaceTime? Fuck Julian. I hate that prick. If the sex wasn't good, it was because of him, not you.
In that moment, I felt pathetic. I hated that I'd admitted what I had, while at the same time being glad it was Carter I'd shared it with, and also unsure if I believed his reply. But I'm not like that with anyone else, I reminded him. I mean, I probably was a boring fuck to most people, but something about you makes me not. God, I was ridiculous. As much as I'd like to take credit for that, I can't. Maybe it's just that you somehow trust me more to let yourself go. I told you, the whole time I thought there was a beast in there, waiting to get out. Maybe I helped you find the key, Soy, but you're the one who freed him, and he's all you. My hands found their way to his slender waist. I held him, stroked the soft skin there, wondered how we got where we were so damn quickly and where the fuck we went from there. Carter might have agreed not to sleep with anyone else while we were doing what we were doing, but I wasn't foolish enough to believe I could keep his interest for long. He was too electric to be contained. It was like trying to trap lightning in a bottle. You think? I asked, hating the vulnerability in my voice. I know. Trust me. I know sex, and you're a fucking animal. I can't wait until you let loose on this ass. I smiled, running my hands up and down his back. I like it when you wear your glasses, he said. You're so fucking hot in them. Yeah? You're so fucking hot all the time. Oh, screw you, Sawyer Burke. You just tried to one-up me. I'm pretty sure there was no trying involved. I did one-up you. I guess you should kiss me now, too, then? He didn't have to ask me twice. I cupped his face and pulled him closer. My tongue swiped at his lips, and he opened them for me. He tasted like Carter and coffee ice cream. He moaned into my mouth, and like everything between us, it went from 0 to 60 in no time flat. I bit his lip. He tugged my shirt over my head, and his nails dug into my chest as I sucked the flesh of his neck into my mouth. I wanted to mark him because it was so fucking wild and untamed, the way he made me feel. When he didn't pull away, I kept sucking, and he was rutting against me and flicking his thumbs over my nipples. He gasped, and I let go. Sure enough, there was a purple mark there, and I felt like a fucking king for having marked him. I kissed him again, tightened my hand in his hair. He begged for it harder, so I gave it to him as he rode my lap, my cock aching for release. When I was with Carter, I felt like the beast he said I was, like there was nothing I couldn't do. I was passionate and confident and had the whole damn world at my fingertips. There was nothing I wanted more than to hold on to that feeling, to explore it and let it grow. I let go of his hair and slid my hand down his throat. Can I? Fuck yes, he hissed. Tell me if it's too much. The last thing I wanted was to hurt him, so I'd done some research on this since last time, and now I felt pretty comfortable. I didn't squeeze too tight, because it was dangerous, but just enough to make him whimper again, then gasp. My hand fell away, and our mouths attacked each other again. His hand went to my hair. He pulled hard, and my orgasm slammed into me, taking me by surprise as I came in my jeans. Carter was right behind me, calling my name as he blew his load too. Who was I when I was with him? Why the fuck did I like this person so much? Julian is a fucking idiot, he said, breathing heavily. It was the perfect thing to say, and I smiled as I kissed him again. Come on, let's get cleaned up.
Carter got off my lap and tugged me to my feet. When we got to his room, he threw a pair of mesh shorts at me, and then we each went to a different bathroom. I finished before he did and went back to the living room. I put the ice cream in the freezer, then sat back on the couch, unsure what to do from there. "Want to watch a movie or something?" he asked. "Yeah, sure." He put on a movie about killer alligators, turned off the lights, and we sat on the couch together. It wasn't long before I was lying on my back with Carter on top of me, my hand making the journey up and down his back. "I'm scared of this," I admitted. "I am too," he replied softly. "What kind of music do you like?" I asked, neither of us really watching the movie. We always talked about shit like Julian and his mom. I wanted to get to know Carter. "Oh, pop all the way. Give me some T Swift or Katy Perry, and I'm happy as a clam. But I can go old school with some Madonna or Cher, too." "You?" "I like rock mostly, and I'm obsessed with 90s music." And that's what we did. I didn't know how long we lay there talking. The movie ended and we kept going. The room was dark, and we couldn't see each other anymore. Eventually, the talking slowed, and I realized Carter had fallen asleep. I took my glasses off, set them on the coffee table, and smiled into the dark before going to sleep, too. Chapter 13. Carter. "Have you ever thought your eyeballs might pop out while you were coming?" I asked. Elliot choked on his coffee. At a table in a cafe not far from my place, he sat across from me, eyeing me peculiarly as Serena said, "Oh, those were the days." "Who was this, you naughty starlet?" I asked her. Elliot had scheduled a few additional days in Fever Falls after his meeting with Haxmore in an attempt to take a break from the hustle and bustle of his life back in Los Angeles, but really, I figured he also wanted to spend more time with me and Dax. Yes, we were co-workers, but through our years together, we'd become friends, or as much as one could be friends with their bosses. "Dax's father," Serena confessed as she cut the country fried steak she'd ordered for breakfast. "Ew," Elliot said, moving his hands to his head like he was going to cover his ears. "I do not need to be hearing this." "Really?" I asked, because I suddenly want all the deets. "He had this yacht we'd take out in Cancun, where we'd spend days and nights lost in each other's gazes, and, well, everything else. Not many people knew it, but he sang and played guitar, and the guitar wasn't the only thing he knew how to play. Oh, what he could do to me." Her face flushed red, and she shivered right beside me, rolling her head back as though she were channeling one of the instances she was referring to. "One time, it was so intense I thought I was going to die, that I wouldn't be able to catch my breath, or that my muscles might spasm so hard I'd snap my own neck. But I knew it would have been an amazing death." Serena beamed. "One day I plan to write a novel about our love affair, something very Jackie Collins. Or, who's the new one? E.L. James? Yes, Warren was my Christian Grey. Him and heroin. Really." "Yeah. Surely the drugs and nostalgia are playing some small part in your fond memory of him," Elliot added, being serious as always. Serena smiled right on. "Warren used to call it my naughty button, because it only took a touch, a caress, to get me going. Sometimes I wonder if Dax is the same way, but in his—" She shifted her head back to indicate what I could only assume was his ass. "Oh, I imagine Jace rides him like some man-beast and makes my little baby squeal like a gazelle being ripped to shreds by a lion." If Elliot's jaw could have dropped to the table, it would have, because he was frozen in terror. "I want to gouge my eyes out." "Mothers have always been strange," Serena insisted. "I had to kiss the man playing my son when I was Gertrude in Hamlet in a small production in Pasadena." "Did anyone need a refill?" the waiter asked as he passed our booth with a pot of coffee. "A little coffee and a bar of Xanax." Elliot's joke was lost on the waiter, who eyed him uneasily before pouring him some more coffee and moving along. "So, while I burn these comments from Serena about my business partner off my brain," Elliot went on, "Carter, and please don't make me regret asking this, was there something that prompted your question about your eyeballs?" "Oh, yes." I hardly remembered mentioning it, the way Serena had taken it and run with her own story. I just, have been doing some things with a guy around town. "Would we know this guy?" Serena asked, intrigued to be in on the gossip. "Yes, you both would, but I'm not saying anything else. You were talking about lions and gazelles. I want this guy to stalk me through the jungle and go straight for my jugular." "Let's throw out some names," Serena said to Elliot. He shook his head. "I don't care for this game at all. Just name the first single gay and bi men in this town that you think of," she continued. "Oh, who am I kidding? Might as well name the straight ones, too, because at the rate Fever Falls is going, they're going to find some radioactive rock under the earth that makes everyone just a bit curious. Are you feeling the effects, Elliot?" Now that we were off the more salacious details about our personal lives, Elliot lit up and let out a laugh. "Not quite yet, but I'll let you know if that changes." "Just plan a longer visit next time," I teased. "With breakfasts like this one to look forward to, I might just make a trip to Siberia instead." Elliot was acting oh so annoyed, but I knew him well enough to know he enjoyed the playfulness. It was a strange way to have friends, but it was our way. "Will this secret man-beast lover of yours be at your drag show tonight?" Serena pressed. I almost asked her how the fuck she knew he was a man-beast, but remembered that I fucking said I wanted him to stalk me like a lion. "I don't think so. I didn't mention it to him because he said he had to work late." Something I was more disappointed with than I let on. But what did it matter? Since I started spending more time in the falls, I'd done a few drag shows. They were fun and made money for local charities. I hadn't made a big deal about it. But for some reason, I really did want Sawyer to be there. Of course, he had his own business to run, so I wasn't going to bother him with it. I was pleased that Serena's many guesses didn't include Sawyer. It made me think that, as fucking obvious as my feelings for him were starting to feel to me, it wasn't something anyone would immediately pick up on. Yeah, I'd flirted with him plenty, but the way he'd always responded to me, I doubted anyone would have guessed even about what we'd done so far. Fever was packed as I offered my rendition of Dolly Parton's "I Will Always Love You." The crowd gathered around the makeshift stage we typically put up near the front of the club whenever we held drag shows. I was dressed in a fabulous bright green number from Serena's impressive gown collection, which I'd had tailored at a place on Fever Street. I went through my act, accepting tips and making a spectacle out of some of the more enthusiastic members of the crowd. As the song came to an end, the audience, including members of the Sattergays, Elliot and Serena, applauded. I went right for Elliot, hooking my arms around him. "Hey, lover boy," I teased as I planted a kiss on his cheek, intending to leave a big lipstick mark on him. "I know exactly what you're doing, you jerk," he said before I pulled away and greeted my other fans. Well, at least, that's what I would call the guys, since they'd shown up to support me. "Oh, Dax, I had the most informative chat with your mom at breakfast this morning," I told him as I approached him, Jace, Ash, and Bo. "Have you and Elliot figured out how to revive her halted career?" Dax joked. "She's got a great idea for a novel. I'll have to tell you about it at some point, or let her, depending on which way is more fun for me." "Hey, aren't you supposed to be staying in your drag character, this Misty Scats persona?" Jace asked. "The beauty of drag is that it can be whatever you need it to be. It's art, but it's fun, too. and rules and drag don't exactly go hand in hand, unless we're talking about eyeliner and lipstick. Misty Scats is play for me. She's whatever I need her to be in the moment. I noticed Link, Camden, and fucking Sawyer Burke clustered together by the bar, where Jude was mixing their drinks. Sawyer, with a beer in his hand, was clearly positioned toward the stage so he could watch me perform. A rush of excitement pulsed right through me, making the high from my performance all the more exhilarating. Had he seen the whole number? And why did I wish so much that he had? Well, well, look who came tonight, I said as I approached him and his crew.
I was a little surprised,
Sawyer said,
that I wasn't notified about this gig until my brother sent me a text to let me know it was happening.
I didn't want you to feel like you had to come to support me when you said you'd be working.
You guys were hanging out?
Link asked, glancing between us.
Like, just the two of you?
Sawyer's eyes widened as he shot me a panicked look, as though he was worried we'd just outed ourselves. Oh, yeah, just getting together to talk, I said as a quick save. It was an awkward moment, and truthfully, one of the reasons I hadn't invited Sawyer to begin with. It wasn't just that he'd said he was busy with work. I didn't want him to feel any pressure to be around me with his friends. We were just getting to know each other. I liked him, and the chemistry was insane. But we were in that weird place where there wasn't really a word for what we were doing. Being friends, yes. Having a hell of a lot of fun, yes. But whatever did or didn't come of it, that didn't really matter so much to me as knowing I'd get to hang with him again. Well, and get to fuck around some more like we had that night when he'd nearly made my eyes pop out of my head when I'd come, because, damn,
that's good to hear, Link said. Honestly, for a while there, we were all taking bets on when you two were going to duke it out.
We hadn't duked it out, per se, but definitely rubbed it out.
I like your dress,
Sawyer said with a smile before taking a sip of his beer. Oh, this old thing? I asked, doing a twirl and posing.
You want a shot?
Jude asked from behind the bar. What are you doing still in a shirt? I asked him. You know you get better tips with it off.
You gotta build into it. Doesn't mean as much if it's always off, he said, like a man who knew exactly what he was talking about.
Look at that, Camden said. My man Jude's a bartending pro, practically a go-go dancer.
Only in your dreams, Cam,
Jude said with a smile and a wink. Camden grinned. Sounds like a pretty good dream to me. They shared a laugh, and the rest of us exchanged glances like we couldn't understand how those two weren't already fucking.
Here, I'll make you a shot before you go back on,
Jude told me. No, it's almost time for me to go back up. But except for Jude, maybe the rest of you guys in the back can come join the rest of the crowd rather than hiding out by the bar.
We were just trying to console poor Link,
Sawyer said. Oh, boo missing his motocross racer, I teased. Whatevs, I'm fine, Link said, and Camden and Sawyer shot him suspicious glares.
Okay, maybe a little,
he confessed.
It's March, though, so there's only about a month left of Supercross season.
We all shared a laugh before I heard my cue that would lead me into Loverboy from Dirty Dancing. Oh shit, that's me. See you guys in a bit. I winked at Sawyer, who smiled back. God, and he'd come to see me in drag tonight? This guy was too fucking cool. I grabbed a nearby stool and hurried back to the stage, talking to the audience with the mic in one hand, carrying the stool with the other. After placing the stool in the middle of the stage, I assessed the crowd. Some of the gang had joined the audience, which was perfect since I needed a volunteer for this. I noticed Sawyer hanging at the bar with some of the guys. A shame, since I would have loved to invite him up, although I didn't really know how he'd feel about that. Hell, I didn't even know if he'd want his friends to know what we were up to. Everything we'd done up to that point had been on our own, definitely not around his crew, and after the look he gave me at the bar, it seemed like that wouldn't make him feel any more at ease. However, I also wasn't interested in trying to stir any jealousy that Sawyer might have, particularly knowing his issues with Julian, so a sacrifice had to be made. Elliot, I love you so much, but I'm sorry, I said as I took him by the arms. What? He glanced around uneasily. Serena, who stood just beside him, threw her arms up in approval, shouting, "Do it, do it, do it!" and her demand incited the rest of the audience to follow suit. Elliot sealed his eyes shut and took a breath. "You will be lucky if you have a job after this." He smirked, which, coupled with how he joined me on the stage on the stool, let me know it wasn't the worst thing I could have put him through. "Lose the shirt," I told him, and seeing his hesitation, I reminded him, "It's for charity." And as with most guys I'd coerced into experiencing similar instances of humiliation, that was enough to get him unbuttoning. I helped him out of it as the music started, and I whispered, "You sing the male parts." "I don't know this." "That's terrible, but fortunately you don't have to, just fake it." And with that, my number began, a comedic, sexy clusterfuck of a romp, by which I mean an utterly fabulous drag number.
Chapter 14. Sawyer. Tonight I got told I was boring. We were out with Julian's friends. I wish I were more outgoing, but I don't know how to be. Sawyer's Journal, 20 years old. There was an unfamiliar twist in my gut as I watched Carter with Elliot. It wasn't the way I would have felt with Julian, like I wasn't worthy, or there was something wrong with me, or like he didn't want me. It was more like this primal urge to pull Carter to me and be the one he was dancing and singing with. But I fucking hated being the center of attention, dancing or singing, so that didn't make any sense. But I did like Carter. I liked him more than I probably wanted to admit, which was also why I hadn't totally been sure how to act around him with Cam and Link. Camden already knew some of it, obviously, but Link didn't, and when he did, I knew he would never keep his mouth shut. I was pretty sure I could expect something in 3, 2, 1. "So you finally put out, huh?" Link asked, and Cam laughed. I flipped them both off. "I'm not fucking Carter." Which was the truth. I wasn't actually fucking him. Yet. But I wanted to. We're just friends. Again, true, we were friends, and he made me feel like some kind of sex god. But that was beside the point. "Oh my God, Cam! Our little boy is growing up!" I hate to be the parent who says this, but I was starting to worry he was STRAIGHT. What would we have told everyone? Sometimes I hated my friend, but really, I was fighting the smile tugging at my lips. "So every weekend, huh? Rush leaves every single weekend to go race." Link crossed his arms and scowled at me. "You're a mean, mean man, Sawyer. You used to be nice. Where did we go wrong raising him?" Lincoln asked Cam, and we all laughed. But then I heard Carter's voice over the crowd again, and my eyes found him. He was dancing with Elliot, who was stiff as a board, but his eyes kept darting toward me. It wasn't a cocky, flirtatious look, almost like a worried one. Christ, I was pretty sure he was checking on me, trying to tell me with his eyes that his dancing with Elliot wasn't anything, and maybe that he wished it were me. My heart did this strange tumble and swoop thing that almost made me fall off the damn bar stool. No, I could not let myself fall for Carter. He didn't even live in Fever Falls, for fuck's sake. And while we were now friends and liked screwing around, Carter wouldn't want more, not with someone like me. I gave him a little nod and a smile, trying to let him know I was okay, and damned if he didn't nearly glow back at me. Carter was different. So different than I gave him credit for. I felt like an ass for having judged him. "Hello, Earth to Sawyer. You have a little drool on your chin," Link teased, and I shot him an "I will hurt you" look before Cam wrapped an arm around him. "Be nice, short stuff. Leave my brother alone." "Thank you. This is his first real crush," Cam added, and I hated them both again. "These guys giving you trouble?" Jude asked from behind the bar. "Yes, I'd like them removed." Cam turned on his stool and winked at Jude. "Hey, beautiful, want to leave with me?" "He's straight," I told my brother.
Are you? Cam asked Jude. Is anyone really straight in Fever Falls? Link added. Even if I'm not straight, you're not my type. Jude winked at Camden, who clutched his chest and pretended to be wounded. You're breaking my heart here, beautiful. I thought we had something special. You flirting with the straight guy again? Bo asked as he approached us with Ash, Jace, and Dax. I glanced quickly at the stage and saw Carter exiting it, but he didn't come our way. Disappointment settled in my gut, even though it was likely for the best. It was obvious neither of us knew how to react around to everyone else. Wait, there are straight men in Fever Falls? Ash asked, and it earned another round of laughs from all of us. Ugh, I miss Rush, Link grumbled. Bo put an arm around him and kissed his forehead. He'll be home tomorrow. And we have a Skype sex date scheduled for later. Link waggled his eyebrows, and damned if I didn't feel my cheeks flush, thinking about what I'd done with Carter. I felt Cam's eyes on me, and he cocked a knowing brow. He would never tease me about that in front of everyone, no. That wasn't how my brother worked. Are you guys going to just block my bar all night? Jude asked. Yes, Cam replied. Carter was great up there, Dax added, and my eyes shot to him. Was he looking at me when he said that? Did he know about us? Not that it mattered, and no, he wasn't looking my way. I was pretty sure he was just proud of his friend. Yeah, he was, Jace replied. I think he's fitting in nicely here. Dax rolled his eyes. I wouldn't count on it. He's having fun for now, yeah, but I don't believe for a second Fever Falls will hold his attention for long. It was as if someone had dropped a weight into my gut. It wasn't something I didn't already know. I'd thought it plenty of times myself, but it was different hearing it from Dax. Carter was too damn big for the Falls. He had too much... everything. How could a place like this hold his attention? How could I? Did I want to? How are the wedding plans going? I asked Ash and Bo, hoping to change the subject. Fucking great, Ash replied, and you could see how serious he was. He couldn't wait to be married to Bo. He's really fucking lucky to be marrying me, Ash added. Oh, screw you, Bo replied. You're the lucky one. I'm the only person who could put up with your shit. Ash grabbed him, pulled him close, and nuzzled him. You like dealing with my shit. Wait, that sounds weird. I didn't mean it like that. There was a round of laughter around the bar. Jude passed out drinks to everyone, and Ash and Bo spoke a bit more about their upcoming wedding in November. Kenny and Link were Bo's best men, and Rush and Ash's friend Wyatt were his. Wyatt didn't spend much time with us. He and his wife, Holly, just didn't quite fit in with our group, but he and Ash had been best friends growing up. They'd gotten closer again since Ash's return to Fever Falls. A few minutes later, I heard, why are you guys acting like you can have fun without me? And looked up to see Carter approach. His face was clean of makeup, and he was back in his usual clothes, jeans and a nice fitted tee. Fun without you, that's possible? Dax teased him. No, not really. Carter's eyes darted toward me before he settled in beside me. You want to sit down? I found myself asking as I scrambled off the bar stool. It was just a reflex, but I felt the eyes of everyone in the bar. Okay, maybe just everyone in our group on me. Just being polite. He was the only one of us in heels tonight. Do I not count? Serena asked. Fuck, I hadn't noticed her approach. Thanks, sugar. Carter winked playfully. I could tell he was trying to turn it into a joke and pretend my offering him my stool was nothing. Here you go, Serena. Cam got off his and offered it to Dax's mom. My brother was the best. You didn't offer me a stool? Ash joked. Shh, we're not acknowledging that Carter and Sawyer have been hanging out. They're friends, Link said, and I wanted to strangle him. I saw Dax look at Carter, but Carter ignored him. You guys are gossips, I said. Never underestimate the power of the gay vine. Link grabbed his glass and held it up. To the Sattergays, minus Rush, who's the best member of the Sattergays, and oh, I miss him. I'm not afraid to admit it to anyone. Everyone laughed again, and we held our glasses up and clinked. After that, the conversation went on about other stuff besides Rush and, thankfully, me or Carter. It wasn't long before Link said he had to go. Rush was on the West Coast, so it was earlier for him, and as we already knew, they had a Skype date coming up. He was killing it this season and had the points lead. His injury last season had screwed him out of the championship, but he was hungry for it this year, and I had no doubt he would get it. Everyone else mumbled that they were ready to go too, except Cam, who said, "I'm going to keep the resident straight guy busy," and nodded at Jude. "I'll call you tomorrow, BB." "Okay," I replied. The large group of us made our way out of the bar and onto Fever Street. Ash, Bo, and Link were deep in conversation, and I saw Carter saying goodbye to Jace, Dax, Serena, and Elliot. Carter himself didn't seem to be leaving, though. I leaned against the building, waiting to see if Carter was going to come and speak to me. When Dax and that group left, he looked over as if asking me, and I nodded, meeting him in the middle. "Why does Cam call you BB?" It wasn't what I'd expected him to say. It stands for Baby Burke. He has a thing for nicknames. "You guys are really close?" "We are." I knew I was lucky to have Cam. I wasn't sure how to act in front of everyone, which is weird as fuck for me. I wasn't sure either, I admitted. They can obviously tell we're friends, though, so I guess we just be friends. "Okay." He glanced over my shoulder, and I could tell from his look that Ash, Bo, and Link were still there. "Do you want to hang out?" "I can't. But I want to." I rushed out so he knew I wasn't blowing him off. "We're out of here," Bo said. "Catch you guys later." We said our goodbyes and they left, finally leaving Carter and me alone. "I'll wait with you until your car arrives," I told him. "Such a gentleman." He winked, then pulled up the app on his phone and scheduled his car. "They're only 2 minutes away." I felt hot all over, wanting to taste him again, so I hooked my finger in his belt loop and tugged him closer. Carter came easily. I backed us up until we leaned against Fever again, then dropped my mouth to his. As always, the kiss ignited something inside me, and I was sucking his tongue and groaning into his mouth. His hands clutched my back, slid up into my hair, and tugged. Someone whistled at us as they walked by, and I knew I should pull away. This wasn't me, but fuck did I like kissing Carter James. "My car's here," he said breathlessly, pulling away. "Are you sure you can't?" "No. I'll call you, though." Carter nodded and walked toward the car, shaking his ass as he went. He looked over his shoulder and winked at me before climbing inside. And I was smiling. Fuck, I couldn't hold back my smile. I wouldn't count on it. He's having fun for now, yeah, but I don't believe for a second Fever Falls will hold his attention for long. Dax's words came back to haunt me. He was right, and I'd be smart to remember that. Shoving my hands into my pockets, I set off toward Fearless. It was going to be a long night. I had shipments to take care of, which was what I should have been doing earlier. But as soon as I heard about Carter's show, I'd known I had to go. I'd likely have to pull an all-nighter now, but I couldn't find it in myself to care. The night had been worth it. Chapter 15. Carter. I chatted in a small cluster of people near the bar at a fashion show after-party. When Elliot suggested the idea of hopping on a first-class flight to Paris, I sure as fuck wasn't going to turn that down. He took on assistants occasionally, mostly temps, but he'd never had a full-timer like me. He'd always considered himself the company's front man, while Dax and I handled the day-to-day business operations, but I was happy to step in and help him out whenever he needed me, or even when he just wanted a companion at events. The place was crowded with the usual glam crews dressed in elegant gowns and tuxes. The guests wore bright smiles, their expressions twitching about with judgment as faux pas would catch their eye, and then they'd whisper something surely rude to their nearest companions, only taking a beat to grab a glass of wine or hors d'oeuvre from a passing server. Ah, all the stuffiness and judgment made me feel so at home. When Elliot was off discussing details of a possible cosmetics line endorsement deal with one of our top clients, I mingled and schmoozed, networking and collecting contacts the way I typically did at events. I finally needed a moment to refill my drink, and I slipped away, checking my messages once again. Refresh, refresh, refresh. If I'd been my own friend, I would have told myself, "You aren't hung up on this guy who didn't even like you a few months ago, are you?" Maybe a little. More than I should have been. Something emphasized by the fact that I'd set aside my chatty ways to desperately hope, practically wish, that he'd text me right then so I could get back to him right away. Of course, he'd said he had to prepare for some big signing, so even if he hadn't texted, I more than understood his reasons for being preoccupied. "What are you doing way over here?" A familiar voice came from beside me. I turned to Elliot, whose brows arched high on his forehead. "I figured you'd be relieved that you finally busted out of Fever Falls and you'd be running around trying to hook up with one of these sexy foreign models. What about that guy? Fabien Marcel. You don't speak French. He doesn't speak English. You wouldn't even have to chat with him." He patted me on the back. "Fabien Marcel is a fucking liar and thinks that the whole I can't speak English thing looks sexy to dumb Americans. I've already been one of the dumb Americans to fall for that." "Worth every second." Elliot laughed. "Then what's the issue? Come on. I invited you to come with me so you could have some fun. I feel terrible that you've been stuck in that crap town for the past few months. It's not a crap town." He did a double take. "Who are you? And what have you done with Carter?" "It's not as bad as I thought," I confessed, surprising even myself at defending a place I was used to giving a hard time for not being New York City or L.A., but it definitely was a great place, I'd come to discover, and no, it wasn't just because of my current interest, well, obsession, maybe, with a certain Sawyer Burke. Serious Sawyer. Seriously, sexy Sawyer was more like it. Oh, this is precious. The way Elliot said it. I worried he was on to me. "You're trying that positive thinking thing again, like saying it's fine and then it will be. Good on you. Personally, I'd rather work in a diamond mine during wartime than live in a place like that, but keep it up. Don't worry. Before you know it, you'll be out of there. You know Dax and I will always take care of you." "Well, yes, but oh, fuck." His gaze jerked toward a corner of the room, and I started to turn. No, don't look. "It's my ex-wife." He sighed. "I'm gonna go talk to her. Just keep in mind that now's a bad time to renegotiate alimony," I joked. He rolled his eyes as he muttered to himself, clearly talking himself into it before heading back out into the crowd. I checked my phone before continuing my rounds, and found a message from Sawyer. "Missing me already?" Damn it, I sure as fuck was, and I wasn't even ashamed of it. I'd definitely made my share of jabs at Fever Falls, but there was a lot of good there, with Sawyer being a big one in that department. He was the reason I would have rather been in the Falls than at some fancy Paris fashion show. More than that, the note we'd left things on, when he'd kissed me and I'd gone home. God, why had he let us walk away from that opportunity? If I just handed my ass over to him, I wouldn't be blue-balling the way I was now. But it wasn't just the fact that my flesh fucking burned like fire at his touch. I actually fucking liked talking to the guy. The more we chatted, the more he opened up about himself, and I saw who he was. A caring brother and friend. The more I wanted to know. But there was something scary about it, too. Something I noticed when I checked on him while I was dancing with Elliot. I texted back. Missing might be an understatement for what my ass is doing right now. I wasn't sure if it was the right thing to say, but I couldn't help but think of how his ex had wanted to tear him down, make him feel insecure about what he did in the bedroom. I wanted to build him up, give him the confidence to show me what I knew was lingering within him, waiting to be unleashed. Also, admittedly, my motives were slightly selfish. I really wanted Sawyer to keep his thoughts on my ass so he'd be too tempted to resist it when I got back to the Falls. I finally returned to the party, making small talk and doing my best to entertain myself with idle conversations. but my thoughts were so Sawyer-centric that it was difficult to enjoy the moment.
"Hey, my man,"
I heard behind me. I didn't recognize the voice straight away, and as I turned, a nearly 7-foot figure approached. I practically jumped before recognizing Miles Gunner, offensive lineman for the Giants. With a broad smile across his face and his eyes set on mine, it was evident he was thinking of the last time we'd seen each other. Well, more than seen.
"How've you been, Carter?"
He drew me in for a hug before pulling away, but keeping close enough that I could feel the heat he gave off. I was relieved to see the guy, since he was probably one of the more down-to-earth guys in attendance. "Good," I said. "I didn't know you were going to be here."
"I'm accompanying Jenny Larson."
Ooh, on the arm of a supermodel. Still playing that game of showing up with supermodels and leaving with personal assistants? He glanced around as though making sure no one heard me. But of course I wouldn't have said it if I thought someone was in earshot.
"Just football. With a side of PAs."
He teased back. I laughed. The guy had a way of charming the pants off a man. A lot of men, unbeknownst to the media. He moved a little closer, so we were inches apart.
"You have any plans for after this party?"
"No plans," I admitted, which made his smile broaden. He gave me the once-over, biting his bottom lip.
"So should I give you my hotel key now?"
He whispered. "Whoa, whoa, smooth operator."
"What? You had fun last time, right?"
"Yes, and in another life I might be slinging myself on top of you and forcing your cock inside me, but right now I'm actually—" My brain short-circuited as I tried to consider what exactly Sawyer and I were doing. We weren't really seeing each other, but I was saving my ass for him, so certainly we were doing more than nothing. But we were nowhere near anything more than that. I didn't want that. Didn't do that. Refused to even think the word. I liked him, and I knew he liked me, but fun was all we were having. Hot, scorching fun, with a nice friendship, which I like to think would extend beyond wherever what we were doing took us. In other relationships, they hadn't cared if I'd done something like this while I was away, but Sawyer did, and I knew why. And something about the way he wanted me all to himself was a little sweet, and a lot erotic. I wanted Sawyer to keep me all to his greedy self. I'm sort of seeing someone.
"Sort of seeing someone? A boyfriend?"
Ugh, that word. No, not quite.
"What is it then?"
We haven't defined that yet.
"You can't mess around with someone outside of it, but you haven't defined it?"
Well, like most of life, it's complicated.
"Doesn't have to be."
His subtle wink was as welcoming as ever. "Miles, you bad boy, stop being such a horn dog. I know you want to try out some of the new equipment that was prancing around that stage earlier."
"New equipment is great and all, but when you know something that works..."
I said no. I laughed, feeling complimented by his persistence. He threw his arm around me, patting my shoulder.
"I'm just giving you a hard time. Obviously, not the fun sort of hard time, but a hard time still."
He winked again, in that way that had effortlessly reeled me right in a year earlier. But soon our conversation shifted back to the usual: work, family, life. When the night came to an end, I headed back to my hotel room and dialed Sawyer for a video chat.
"Oh, you want to talk on video tonight?"
he answered.
"You're usually surprised when I call, let alone this."
I figured I had to one-up you somehow. He smiled. It was an expression I was growing more and more accustomed to.
"Well, I'm glad you called. You skipped town pretty fast."
"Too fast," I said.
"We'll have to make up for it when you get back. Maybe dinner, or a movie, or both."
This does beg a certain question. Kind of the same question we ran into the other night at Fever. Just wondering how we need to handle it around the other guys.
"They know we're not at each other's throats like we were before Whistle Ridge. I don't think it'll be weird if they see us hanging out together. And the rest really isn't any of their business. I don't see a reason to hide it, but it's not like we're boyfriends or anything."
So if I'd picked you out of the crowd and danced on you during my drag show, you would have been fine with that?
"I don't usually draw attention to myself like that, but really,
I would have liked it, I think. Really? I practically sang, as intrigued as ever. He smiled. Yeah, it's not like anyone would have thought anything more of it than they did when you were dancing on Straighty Elliott. I mimed, opening a notebook and scribbling, noted for future shows. He snickered. Yeah, add that to your imaginary agenda, because you definitely owe me a naughty lap dance. One naughty dance for a very naughty Sawyer. I'll get right on it. We smiled together. Silence stretched between us, but not an uncomfortable one. There was something so pleasant about it, which, as someone who typically couldn't bear for things to be quiet for too long, I definitely noticed. I simply enjoyed looking at his hazel eyes, appreciating that pretty face I was unfortunately already missing too much by being away for a few short days. Okay, well, I gotta be up early tomorrow, he finally said, so I'd better get to bed. But get your ass back here soon, because I have some unfinished business with it. He winked, and we said our goodbyes and hung up. It was just the chat I needed with him. We were both taking this in stride, seeing where it led. It was an odd place to be with a man. Really, anything more than a hookup was weird for me. But there was something exciting about how uncertain I was about it all, not knowing where it would lead, but being fine with that, as long as my ass had business to finish with Sawyer's cock.
Chapter 16. Sawyer. College isn't what I expected it to be. I'm not who I wanted to be. Sawyer's Journal. 20 years old. Fearless was always the place where my thoughts ran wild. Actually, that was a lie. My brain was often on overtime, stressing about what other people were thinking, or if I was being too stuffy or not quite fitting in the way everyone else around me did. The older I got, the better I was at burying that shit, or not giving a damn about it. But I'd been thinking about it more lately. How I was compared to everyone I knew. There was no question where it was coming from. I knew it was because I liked Carter. As fucked as that was, it sure as shit had come as a surprise to me. It wasn't something I would have ever expected, and liking him made me question myself the way I had in high school and college. Carter wasn't to blame. There was nothing he did to make me feel that way. No, that was all me. Because the truth was, Julian had torn me down, but Carter built me up. It was strange how sometimes, like when I bit him in the car, or when we fucked around at his apartment, or even when I kissed him outside of fever, it was like my brain shut off. I wasn't thinking and just went off instinct, without realizing I was doing it. But then there were moments like when we FaceTimed after his party in Paris, when I tried to be flirty and assertive, but thought I came off looking like an idiot. Still, Carter liked that kind of shit. Men liked that, and he seemed to like it when I was flirtatious and direct with him about sex. And I tried like hell to sound like I knew what I was talking about and not freaking the fuck out when we were discussing screwing around and what the others thought about it. I didn't know what I was doing. But the more I talked to Carter, the more I wanted him. So I was going with it. "Sawyer?" Lizzie called out to me, and I noticed I'd been spacing off. "Yeah? What's up?" I walked down the true crime aisle and looked around the corner. "It's time for me to go. I have a class soon." Lizzie was a full-time college student, only working part-time at Fearless. "Did you need anything else from me?" "Nah. You can head out. Thanks for your help." She pushed her blonde hair behind her ear. "It's my job." "Thanks anyway," I replied. Lizzie gave me another smile and left. For the 100th time I checked my cell, though since Lizzie just left I knew exactly what time it was. Carter was fucking with my head. And I didn't like it. Okay. Maybe I liked it a little bit because I felt like everyone else for a change. I played it off well. Like I didn't give a shit when my friends were talking about guys or dating or fucking. But spending time with Carter made me wonder if I cared more than I realized. And he was coming home tonight. Well, not home,
But back to Fever Falls. I would be smart to remember this wasn't his home, and he didn't want it to be. Still, after a whole day of flying, he was coming over to my place for dinner. I told him we could plan it for the next day, but he said no, that he wanted to come, so yeah, that was what had me on edge. Fearless was busy most of the day. When the 2 evening shift staff members got there, I gave them a list of things that needed to be done and let them know they could reach me on my cell if they needed me. From there, I made a quick trip to the grocery store where I got the stuff for rosemary chicken, rice pilaf, and my famous Brussels sprouts. I picked up a bottle of rosé, figuring Carter might want to relax with some wine after traveling. God, I was a mess. Jittery and nervous, which was ridiculous and pissed me off. When I got home, I took half an anxiety pill, showered, and started dinner. At 7, my doorbell rang, and I realized I was smiling. Fuck, this was bad. So goddamn bad. What was it about him that got me so worked up? I dried my hands before going to the door and opening it. His hair was wet, and I figured he'd gone to his apartment to shower before coming over. He looked sexy as hell with his wet bangs hanging in his face and wearing a tight, black button-down shirt with a pair of jeans. Aw, you're wearing an apron. Why doesn't that surprise me? You look cute, and I'm hoping you plan to let me in? Oh, shit, I said, catching on that I'd left him standing there. He took a step forward, and I felt a tingle at the base of my spine. Desire shot through me the way it always did when Carter was around. It was like this veil was pulled off me, turning me into a different person, one that was allowed out with Carter, and that I hadn't even known existed before him. My arm shot out, blocking the doorway. He frowned, but then I used my other hand to reach for him, let my fingers dance against the skin of his neck, gentle and teasing. Fuck if I didn't tremble when Carter whimpered slightly. How in the fuck I had that effect on him, I'd never understand. You can only come in if you kiss me first. Oh, naughty Sawyer is coming out to play. I'm going to call him NS when we're around other people so they don't know what we're talking about. He winked and stepped closer, my hand wrapped around his throat, but I didn't squeeze or anything. I just liked having my hand there, against his skin. Then his tongue was teasing my mouth open, and I let him inside. Our teeth clanked together, and it was messy and urgent, but so fucking hot. When he pulled back, we both gasped. Holy shit, he said, but recovered first, putting his sassy Carter mask back in place. Was that good enough for you? My voice was gravelly when I replied simply, yes. Carter came in, and I closed the door behind him. My apartment wasn't too big. It was open concept, with the kitchen to the left, a bar separating it from the dining room. Off to the right was the living room, basically filled with bookshelves and my smoky gray furniture. There was a short hallway with the bathroom, and my bedroom was that direction, too. Make yourself at home. Do you want some wine? Obvi, he replied with a grin. This is a great apartment. It's cozy. Was that too simple? Being cozy? I shook those doubts out of my head. Thanks. Carter went to the living room and was browsing my bookshelves as I went to the kitchen and poured us each a glass of wine. It's rosé, and I'm making chicken with rice and Brussels sprouts. I know most people don't like them, but mine are to fucking die for, so you'll love them. Carter chuckled. Will I? Obvi, I said with a smile. He came over, and I handed him a glass. He leaned his hip against the counter and held his glass up. To friends who exclusively fuck around, and the hope I have of finally getting some dick tonight. I couldn't help but laugh. It used to annoy the shit out of me when he spoke like that, but now it made me want to bend over the counter and do just that. And then that freaked me out, because what if I wasn't what he expected? What he was used to? I wasn't the dominant top Carter usually fucked around with. Hey, I was kidding, he said. No, don't worry. I want you. I plan to have you tonight. Thank God. He grinned at me. and somehow I felt that smile in my chest. We clinked our glasses and took a drink. "Have a seat." Carter sat at the bar while I finished up a few things for dinner. "It smells great. I don't usually have guys offering to cook me dinner." "Sounds like you were dating the wrong kind of guys." "You have good taste now, though," I teased. "Now that we're dating." "I didn't mean that." Of course I had to say that. I was supposed to be going for easy and no strings, yet I went straight to dating. "Sawyer, we're basically dating. Kind of. I mean, we haven't gone out a lot or really done a lot, but we're only doing it with each other." I smiled. "Okay." I don't know if he meant that, but I was glad he tried to make me feel better. I finished cooking dinner, and he set the small table for us. It held 4 chairs, and we sat beside each other, our plates and glasses full. "So, we've talked a bit about my mom, but you haven't said much about your family, and holy fuck, you were right. These are the best Brussels sprouts I've ever had. I told you I was good." I winked. I never doubted it. Heat flushed over my body. "Well, that was nice." Clearing my throat, I said, "They live in Florida. Our mom and dad. They're great. We all get along well. They moved when they retired a few years back. Has your mom tried to get in touch with you again?" He shook his head. "Nah, she must not need anything." I reached over and grabbed his hand. "I'm sorry." "It's fine." But it wasn't. Carter deserved better. "Anyway, you really do love books. I mean, you own a bookstore downstairs, and your apartment is full, too." "I do." We chatted about our favorite books while we ate. I joked about hiding out in my dorm, reading, and Carter told me it probably would have caused a stir if I didn't. All the boys would have wanted me. He made me feel good about myself in ways I didn't realize I'd needed. He never tore me down or made me feel unworthy the way Julian had. After dinner, he insisted on washing the dishes with me and, of course, kept splashing me because this was Carter we were talking about. Oh shit, I bent, hiding my face from him. "What's wrong?" He reached for me and wrapped his arm around me. "I got something in my eye." I wasn't wearing my glasses. "Shit, I'm sorry. Let me see." I took that as my chance and grabbed the sprayer, quickly turning it on him and shooting Carter with water. This obviously went way beyond splashing, and for a moment I wondered if I'd gone too far. But then Carter was yelling and laughing and trying to tug the sprayer from my hand. He managed to get it, and then he was shooting me, and I was laughing too. "You're a cheater and a liar," he shouted as I fought to get the sprayer back. Instead, I ended up wrapping my arms around his waist and pulling him away. Carter let go of the handle as I pulled him toward the bar, then lifted him to sit on it. I stood between his legs. His hair was wet again, and mine was dripping in my eyes, too. Both our shirts were plastered to our skin. "Looks like we're going to have to get naked." "Looks like it," I replied. "Thank you," he said suddenly. "For what?" "Tonight. It's been perfect. I'm not used to this." "This is me," I told him. And I wanted more of it with him. And the night isn't over. I'm glad. "Why do you look nervous, though?" Ugh, Carter was good at reading me. I wasn't quite sure how that had happened. I thought about lying, but figured he deserved better than that. "I just hope I'm what you want. Like I said, I don't usually top. I'm not confident and cocky." Carter seemed to understand the parts I didn't have the balls to say. "You remember the night in the car, right? And in the park, and on my couch? You're so fucking hot. And every time we're together, you make me so fucking crazy. Let that beast out, Soy. I know he's in there. You're safe with me." Was that what it was? I somehow felt safe with Carter in ways I hadn't with other men I'd been with. I felt safe and comfortable to turn everything else off and just let go. I felt it then. That surge that rushed through me when I was with him. I was a different Sawyer with him, as if Carter had opened up something inside me and set it free. I tugged him closer, buried my face in his neck, growled against his skin as I ran my teeth along it. Carter dropped his head back and whispered softly, "Yes, I'm gonna own that ass tonight. You make the sweetest promises." I laughed and lifted him, and he wrapped his legs around my waist. I carried him over and turned off the water, then went straight for my room. I was going to make him crazy, devour him, and pleasure him until he didn't know a fucking thing existed in the world except me, except us. And I would love every second of it. Chapter 17. Carter. I locked my legs around Sawyer's waist as he pushed me up against the wall adjacent to his bedroom door, his mouth sealing over mine as we clawed at each other's wet shirts. It was so funny that despite the encounters we'd already shared, I was still taken aback by how aggressive he could be, how he claimed my mouth like a man who'd never known any other way. It was that confidence I detected buried under the surface. The man that asshole Julian had attempted to lock in a cage. Now I wanted him to break free and run wild, show me what he'd stifled behind imaginary bars for too long. His hand slid under my thigh, cupping my ass as his tongue forced past my lips, sliding along my own. The intensity of the way he was dominating me in that moment stirred a rush of adrenaline that shot through me, racing to my cheeks, making them burn with heat. My breath quickened, and I had to pull away from his lips and catch a breath. He didn't hesitate, kissing my neck, offering a nibble, then a bite. Harder, I pleaded. I didn't care if he left a mark. I wanted him to mark me all over. He obeyed, and I could feel his teeth pushing into my skin. Then he snarled, leaning back and pulling me away from the wall. We fell onto the mattress together, our foreheads bumping hard enough for me to say, "Fuck." But another kiss from Sawyer was enough to distract me from the pain lingering from the battle wound. My thoughts scrambled, but then I felt a familiar sensation that surprised and alarmed me. Oh, hell. We should probably get out of these wet clothes before we soak your bed. I figure if we don't get the bed a little wet, we're probably doing it wrong, he teased, his gaze intent on mine as he offered the most wicked of smirks. This wasn't the serious Sawyer I'd first met. No, it was definitely naughty Sawyer come out to play. He added, "But I guess I should take advantage of the excuse to get you naked." I laughed as he crawled onto the bed, between my legs. He untucked my shirt as I started at the top button, working my way down. We met in the middle, nearly fighting over the same button before he took it from me, unfastened it, and pulled my shirt open forcefully. I let my hands fall to my sides, and Sawyer pinned my wrists to the mattress above my head. Another surge of heat rushed from my core to my cheeks. I reminded myself that I was too experienced to be so affected by Sawyer. But something happened when he touched me. The way he touched me, that left me feeling like some inexperienced virgin awaiting him to show me everything I'd been missing out on. He relaxed his grip on my wrists, allowing his hands to travel down my arms as he kissed, licked, and nipped his way down the dip between my pecs, over my abs. In every movement I could sense his hunger, his feral desire for me. As he reached my jeans, he unfastened them and tugged them down, revealing my briefs, which he pressed his face against, inhaling deeply. "You smell so good. It's a little cologne." "I'm not talking about the cologne." I blushed. Jesus fucking Christ. I hadn't expected that from Sawyer, although I was getting used to Sawyer's surprises. He yanked down the briefs and buried his face against my cock, running his lips and tongue alongside it. My hips jerked at the maneuver, and he took my shaft into his mouth for a moment before releasing it, letting my wet cock fall back onto my abs. Grinning, he helped me out of my jeans and briefs as I removed my wet shirt, and we discarded those obstacles beside the bed. I thought he'd come right for me again, but he didn't. He waited, rising on his knees and looking me over. He bit his bottom lip, his gaze shifting over my naked body. As usual, when it came to Sawyer Burke, I had trouble figuring out what he was thinking. Something that was a lot more fun in the bedroom. Gauging his reaction, I said, Pro tip: you might want to get the condoms and lube before we go any further. I didn't want to intimidate him, but he liked when I challenged him. Always seemed to rise to the occasion, something he demonstrated once again as he smiled and headed to the nightstand, retrieved condoms and lube, and tossed them down beside my naked body. "Any other pro tips?" he asked with a cocky grin painted across his face. "Yeah, you might need to get naked too if you're gonna fuck me the way I need to be fucked." He pulled open his belt, then his fly. "Well, why don't you get over here and suck on my cock to get it ready for you?" That looks more than ready," I joked, noting the length stretching across his boxers. "That's what you think," he said with a wink. And with an invitation like that, I was on my knees in no time, pulling his boxers down and sliding his hard cock between my lips. He hadn't been lying. Big as he already was, just a few sucks in, it was evident he had farther to grow. Pre-cum laced my tongue as I worked him up. As I pulled my mouth off him, I licked my lips, glancing up at him as he removed his soaked shirt. I hardly had a chance to think before he leaned down and claimed my mouth, guiding me back onto the bed. As he crawled onto me, we worked together, getting his jeans down his legs, past his feet, before I kicked at the waistband between his legs, demonstrating my own skills as I pushed them off the bed. "Clothes can be so damned inconvenient sometimes," I said, pushing against his shoulder and wrestling him onto his back. "Oh, where did that move come from?" "Hey, I know how to handle a man." Just as quick, he rolled with me until I was beneath him once again. "Two can play that game." We were as playful as when we'd been in the kitchen. Leaning into me, he nibbled at my bottom lip before snarling and biting just a little harder. Not too much, just right. That heat that had rushed to my face was radiating through my entire body, pure desire pulsating through me. He released my lip and leaned back. He grabbed my cock and pumped it, pre-cum spilling onto me. "Looks like I'm getting to you too," he said, as though just loving the way he got me going. "I'd rather you be getting in me." He sized me up quickly before grabbing my right leg. He hooked his arm under it and rolled me over, guiding me onto my stomach. His movements were aggressive, forceful, so very not what others would have thought about Sawyer in the bedroom, but exactly how I'd always envisioned it would be. I felt so goddamn proud of Sawyer, yes, but also my own near-psychic ability to have known what Sawyer had hidden from all the world, and had attempted to hide even from me. He pulled back on my thighs, guiding me to my knees, and then I felt his face against my ass, his tongue sliding up my hole. "Oh, fuck, Sawyer!" Licking, flicking, running his tongue in circles. The way he went at it was as though he hadn't enjoyed the taste of an ass in a very long time, and I was the lucky recipient of his attention. He slid his face along my ass cheek, then gripped it with his hands, offering that familiar bite, like he had in his car. I buried my face against the comforter, clawing at it. Sawyer growled before offering another gentle bite, then pushed his cheek up against my flesh and inhaled like he was breathing my ass in. Something about the way he was appreciating my body brought out the animal in me. I turned and lunged at him. He leaned back, rising to his knees as I kissed him once again. "Holy shit," he called as I felt a jerk and a tug. I guess I hadn't been paying as much attention as I should have, because he was just barely on the mattress, and my movement pushed him back enough that he went tumbling. In my determination to stop him, I pulled myself right along with him. Then the room was jerking about for all the wrong reasons until I landed on him, straddling his waist. "Oh, fuck. Sorry," I said. Sawyer's expression was twisted up with tension as he looked around, surely trying to find his bearings, just as I was. I glanced over my shoulder, checking to make sure I hadn't damaged one of his most important pieces of equipment. Fortunately, it lay flat against him, unaffected by our fall. As I turned back to him, his eyes were still wide with surprise, but a laugh pushed free from his lips, intensifying, assuring me he wasn't banged up too much. "You good?" I asked. "Yes. More than good. That was surprisingly fun. Like being a kid. You okay?" Yeah, you broke my fall. Well, as you can tell, I'm pretty durable. Yes, you are, I said, admiring him before leaning down and taking another kiss. I figured we should get up and return to the bed, but he seemed unfazed by the fall, rolling with me again until I was on my back. As he kissed me and rubbed his cock against the side of my leg, I relaxed back into the experience, my body reminding me that I was safely tucked beneath him. I enjoyed the way his dick felt against me, imagining what it would feel like inside me, knowing I wouldn't have to wait much longer to find out. I rolled toward him, pushing him onto his back, then taking his wrists and pinning them over his head.
And here I thought you wanted me to be all dominant.
I do, but you gotta earn it.
Oh, really?
He asked, pulling one wrist free and rolling us once again until I was on my back, beneath him again.
Clearly not that difficult to take charge of you.
He leaned down and licked up my lips, like he totally owned me. I think someone needs to grab the condoms and lube if he wants to take charge of me.
Yeah, I probably should go ahead and do that now.
He got up and headed to the bed. As he unwrapped the condom, I tackled him from the side, knocking him back onto the bed.
The fuck?
I straddled his waist again, pinning him as I had before. Figured you didn't play fair back in the kitchen, so I didn't have to play fair here.
You tricky little shit,
he said, grinning as we wrestled on the mattress. Jesus, when did unpacking books make a person so goddamn strong? I groaned as we struggled. He nearly got me on my back, but I hooked a leg behind his head and pushed his face down, then made my escape, crawling toward the edge of the bed. I felt a tug at my ankle, and he pulled me back. Before I knew it, my stomach was planted on the mattress as he pulled my arm behind my back, seizing my wrist, keeping me still.
Gotcha,
he exclaimed.
Do I have to make you say uncle, too?
That got me laughing. I glanced over my shoulder, noticing how proud he looked for how he'd just owned me. God damn it. You win, I guess. Or did I? Hard to tell when I'm in this position. You gonna take your prize now?
Yeah. I think I've certainly earned it, wouldn't you say?
With his free hand, he grabbed the condom he'd opened before I attacked him and rolled it on, still keeping my one arm behind my back. He lubed up, crawled behind me, and positioned his cock against my hole.
If I let you go, do I have to worry about you getting away?
He joked. Yes. So you should probably keep holding me like this.
Chapter 18. Sawyer. Sometimes I just want to let loose, feel free, become someone else, but I don't really know where that comes from. Sawyer's Journal, 20 years old. It was ridiculous, but hearing Carter tell me I should probably keep holding him like that made a tremor rock through me, made this surge of possessiveness and dominance expand within me, a sensation I'd been unfamiliar with until him. Something about being with Carter made me feel powerful, confident, like I'd stepped outside myself and become someone else, while strangely, I also felt more like me than ever. It made no sense, but I wanted to keep feeling it. Still holding him with one hand, I used my other to guide my cock inside him. The tremble intensified. Fuck, he felt so good, so damn tight. I watched his expression, assessed his body, needing to make sure he was comfortable as I continued to work my way inside. Damned if I didn't fear I might lose it, unravel before I was finally buried to the hilt. But I didn't want to go too fast, didn't want to hurt him. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and I wiped my hand across it before gripping his ass, stroking and fondling. With my thumb, I moved in a measured manner across his flesh, carefully probing his body, enjoying every part of myself that was touching him. Jesus fucking Christ, I said as I opened him up. When I pushed past his prostate, Carter moaned, and it rocked through me, fueling the overwhelming, animalistic hunger I had for him. I released his wrist and hooked my arms under his legs, lifting them as I stepped off the bed. Raise yourself on your forearms. My words came out like an order, making me feel like a fucking king. When Carter obeyed, I eased in a bit,
then worked my way up until I was plowing him, drilling into him from behind in this foreign yet right sort of way I never would have expected before him. Beneath me, Carter twitched and writhed in pleasure. "Fuck me harder," he begged, and I did. Gave it to him. It was everything I'd never known I needed. Carter glanced over his shoulder, watching me with this blissed-out look on his gorgeous face that only turned me on more. When I moved forward, he did too, until I could kneel on the mattress. I started fucking into him again, wrapping my arms around him. I pulled Carter until his back was against my chest. My arm slid up to his neck, gripping it as he'd shown me in the park. "Is this okay? Do you want this? Do you really think I can do this right? Make you feel good?" played softly in my head. As if he could hear me, as if he knew I needed his permission, Carter whispered, "Do it. I want it." I tightened my hold on his throat slightly. "How's this? Your cock or your arm? Because both are perfect right now." It was just the validation I'd been seeking to let loose, break free, fuck into him with abandon. "Right there, right fucking there. Give it to me. Fucking shoot your load in me, Sawyer." His words had me dangerously close to the edge. I couldn't believe it was me there with him like this, that I could make someone like Carter feel this way. He took his cock in his hand and began to stroke. With his free arm, he reached back and cupped the back of my head, running his fingers through my hair. "Show me how you want to shoot in me," he called out. God, that did it for me. No one had ever spoken to me like that before. He was making me crazy, turning me into this wild animal. I pulled out, grabbed him, lifted him, and took him to the wall, wanting him every single place at once. We both groaned when I pushed back inside him. "This is how I want you," I growled. "Say you want my seed in you." Christ, who was I? Where the hell had this man inside me been all my life? But damned if it didn't feel so right to set him free. I wanted Sawyer, breed me. I kept going, kept fucking him with everything I had in me. "I'm not gonna last much longer. I'm about to do it," he demanded. It was as if I had total control over Carter. I spoke, and he reacted. His hold tightened around me as his body convulsed, his load shooting from his slit and spraying his abs. I didn't let him down, didn't stop taking him until he shot again. It was a chain reaction, seeing what I did to him, feeling it, and I let out a guttural cry, my orgasm slamming into me, and I blew my load in the condom. I kissed him. God, I needed to taste his mouth. Sweat was mixed in, and that turned me on too. We kept kissing, Carter clutching me like he needed me, until I carried him back to the bed, still inside him. Our lips were greedy, as though we hadn't had enough time together. I had a feeling we hadn't, that it wouldn't be the last time we came that night, and I looked forward to each and every one of them. "Thank you" floated through my thoughts. Carter had done something for me, and I wasn't sure he realized the power of it. He'd set a part of me free. Over the following week, Carter and I spent most of our free time together. I made him dinner a few times, and he would stop by Fearless to see me. One night, I'd even shared my favorite chocolate chip cookie recipe with him, and we'd sat there and eaten nearly a whole batch. It was fun baking with Carter, teasing and being playful. It wasn't something I'd shared with another lover, and I was pretty sure Carter hadn't either. We laughed a lot, and he fed me cookie dough as we baked, me in my underwear and Carter wearing the ridiculous onesie I'd seen him in on the skiing trip. Really, I thought it was about the most adorable thing I'd ever seen, but I liked to tease him about it. I'd fucked him a few more times as well, each one better than the last. He made me feel good. That felt like a simple word for it, but it really wasn't. I hadn't ever been with a man who made me feel good about myself. Sure, I hadn't had other assholes like Julian, but the men I'd been with or dated, I'd enjoyed my time with them and thought I might like them, but no one had ever just made me feel good about both life and myself. No one had made me feel happy. Carter did, and that scared the fuck out of me. I wasn't sure what to do with it. or if he felt the same, or where it would go, and 100 other questions that had become a vicious cyclone in my brain. I overthought it, stressed and worried. But those things quieted around him. Being with Carter helped. Who the hell knew where, if anywhere, any of it would go? Carter didn't live in Fever Falls. He was here often, but Fever Falls wasn't his home and never would be. There was a knock at my door before it pushed open. I stuck my head out of my bedroom doorway just as I heard Cam say, "I'm here." "Make yourself at home," I teased. "I always do. You're my brother. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine." I rolled my eyes at him as I walked out. What if I wasn't alone? "You mean what if Carter was here?" Cam waggled his eyebrows playfully. "Good point. I'm not used to that. I'll wait for you to answer the door from now on." "How's Jude?" I asked, but he just shrugged. I should have known it wasn't going to shake him up the way he mentioning Carter would for me. Still beautiful as fuck, still just a friend. We might go see a movie later tonight, though. Short stuff flew out for Rush's race this weekend, and Jude is off, so we might chill. I'm not fucking him the way you're fucking Carter." "Do you like him?" I asked. Cam had briefly dated off and on, a couple of women and a couple of men, but I wasn't sure he had ever really liked someone before. "He's a friend, and you guys all remind me he's straight." "If he wasn't, would you like him?" He shrugged again. "Not sure. Probably not. I just think he has a fabulous mouth, and he's fun to hang out with." "Do you like Carter?" "You know the answer to that," I told him, because I couldn't lie to Cam. He'd see right through it anyway. I wouldn't have admitted it to anyone else, though. Well, maybe Carter himself. And wasn't that just fucking crazy? His hand went down on my shoulder, and he squeezed. "I'm happy for you. I've never seen you like this, but be careful, okay? I don't want you to get hurt." "I'm fine." I shook off his concern. The last thing I wanted was to get hurt again. By now I knew Carter well enough to know he would never hurt me on purpose, but those things still happen sometimes. "You ready to go?" "Yep." Cam was good at letting things go. We walked down to Fever Pitch, where we were meeting our friends. We chatted about work, and he told me how well Tyson was doing. Cam was considering giving him his own crew. Tyson was the father of Trey, a teenager who had beat cancer, and whom Lincoln had befriended. He'd gotten a job with Cam, and my brother was incredibly thankful. Good workers were hard to find. When we got inside the bar and grill on Fever Street, we saw Jude, Bo, Ash, Jace, Dax, Elliot, and Carter sitting at a table together in the back. There was an open seat beside Carter and another beside Jude, who sat across from him. I smiled as I thought about it. "We're late." "It's your fault," I teased Cam. "You're the one who was still primping for your man when I got there." Ignoring him, I made my way toward our crew. Stupidly, I was wearing my glasses again because Carter had told me he liked me in them. His eyes darted up and met mine. When they did, a huge smile stretched across his face, and I felt that damn smile in my chest. "Oh, look, the Burke boys finally decided to show up. Ooh, I like that name. It's cute," Carter said, and I chuckled. Camden was late. "Sawyer is a liar," Cam replied, sitting down beside Jude. "Did you miss me?" "So much that I could hardly stand it," Jude replied. Cam winked at him. "That's what I thought." I said hello to everyone as I took my seat beside Carter. "Hey, you," he said. "Hey, yourself." I had the urge to lean in and kiss him, which was stupid as fuck. We weren't in that kind of relationship, and our friends were here. I was pretty sure Carter knew it because he licked his lips and cocked a brow as if daring me. "Game on," his look seemed to say, but then Elliot called his name and asked him something about work, effectively ending the moment. Bo and Ash spoke a bit about the program they started for LGBTQ youth in sports. It took a long time for those things to get off the ground, but it seemed to be going well. "So, what's that scratch on your neck from?" Dax asked, and the moment he said it, I knew he was talking to Carter. It had been an accident the last time we were fucking. We didn't even know how it happened, but somehow it had. "What, this?" Carter said sassily. "A really good night. You should be jelly."
Have you seen Jace? Dax replied. Nah, I don't need to be jealous. Then they started joking about Carter's sexcapades, and yeah, I was a bit uncomfortable. I could tell that Carter felt the same. No one really knowing about us, or that we were really fucking around, except Cam. It looked like Cam was about to jump in and come to our rescue, but then... Fuck, I wanted to be the one to put an end to it. I could deal with feeling weird myself, but I didn't want Carter to. Actually, it was me who scratched him. Everyone at the table shut up real quick, and Carter turned to look at me with wide eyes. I couldn't tell if he was upset I'd said it, even though we'd talked about it. But again, it felt different now. To be safe, I added, we were jogging the other day and had a bit of an incident with the tree branch. I could feel Bo's eyes on me as if he wasn't sure he believed me, but I didn't really care about that because Carter's expression changed. And then I wasn't sure if he thought I really was ashamed to be with him or not. That hadn't been what I meant. It was really kinky, Carter added, making a joke of it, and everyone laughed. Just like that, the conversation was over. Keegan was working and came to take our orders. We all chatted and ate. I'd skipped the fries, so I plucked one off Carter's plate. Then another. You enjoying those? He said softly in a flirty voice. Yep. Yours taste good. I can't help myself. I'm always hungry around you. Sawyer Burke, you dirty, dirty boy. It's your fault. You bring it out in me. Thank you. He grinned. Then I grinned. And I really fucking wanted to kiss him again. To find a wall and pin him against it. And kiss him until he forgot his name. Then shove him to his knees for me. Pain shot through my shin. Ouch! Shit! I looked up at my brother, who had kicked me. You were saying, Ash? Cam said. And I realized Ash must have been speaking to me, but I was too lost in Carter. Fuck, he had such a strong effect on me. I could tell Carter was trying to hold in a laugh as Ash said, when I was talking to the LGBTQ Center about working with them on a sports program, they also said something about a reading group. I didn't know if you'd like to host something like that at Fearless. Yes, I replied automatically. I'd love to do something like that, actually. I don't know why I haven't done it earlier. I can help you if you want, Carter said. Oh, I can do a drag queen story time. His eyes lit up, and I had a feeling mine did too. It was perfect. Yeah, I'd like that. I'd love working with him on something like that. We'll discuss it later. The rest of the meal went pretty quickly. Before I knew it, we were paying and everyone was getting up to leave. Carter and I were both taking our time, hanging out to let everyone leave before us. He went to say goodbye to Jace and Dax, and Cam ruffled my hair like he did with Link sometimes and said, Be good. You too, I told him as Jude waited for him. He's not pretty enough for me, Jude teased. Oh, beautiful, you know you just issued me a challenge, right? Cam told him. Jude's eyes darted away, but for the first time, I was sure I saw real interest there. Carter approached me then. Hi again. Hey. I didn't know what made me do it, but I reached up and pushed his hair away from his eyes. It was so simple, yet intimate, and I wasn't sure if I should have done it. Oh, Sawyer, what am I going to do with you? We were alone now, so I said, Come home with me. We can eat some of our chocolate chip cookies, and then I can have my second dessert and devour you. Okay. He nodded, but I could tell by the look in his eyes that something was bothering him. There were things we probably needed to talk about at some point, like what we were really doing. When we first started this, we weren't spending nearly every day together, but now we were, and I wanted that. I just didn't know if he would, or what it would mean for me when it ultimately ended. Are you sure? I asked. Yes. Chocolate, and sex, and cuddles. I don't usually like cuddling, but you're good at it. That helped put me at ease, and I thought part of him did it for me. Just being around him suddenly made things easier. Carter was turning my whole damn world upside down, and for once,
I just wanted to learn how to let go and let myself enjoy the ride.
Chapter 19. Carter. After Sawyer and I had taken the plunge and embraced what was apparently the hottest sex of my life, it was hard to make ourselves stop. It seemed I was constantly making my way over to his place, or he'd come over to mine, so that we could have a little fun. However, because life never makes anything too easy, despite how much time I'd spent homebound to my place in the Falls, more recently, Elliot needed me for various meetings and events around the country. Of course, I knew why. Dax was preoccupied with his new life in town, but the less time he had to travel, the more it was necessary for me to accompany Elliot in Dax's place. So over the course of 2 weeks, between a weekend in Vegas and 4 days in Belize, I managed to squeeze in what time I could with Sawyer, collecting a few more marks during our fuck wrestling matches. The sound of my ass clapping as Sawyer's pelvis slammed against it filled the room as he tugged on my hair, pushing my face against the headboard. "Harder, fuck me harder," I begged, and Sawyer obeyed, that clapping sound so much louder as the bed squeaked and the headboard clamored against the wall. Sawyer leaned forward, pushing his body against mine. "You ready for it?" he asked, his breath slamming against the back of my neck. "Give it to me. Fill me up," I begged. "Not until you come." He slid his arm around my waist, taking my cock and jerking me as he continued pushing his cock against my prostate. He worked me until I came, and then he shot in the condom inside me, his body jerking and shaking in that way I was becoming more familiar with the more time we spent fucking, something I was enjoying getting used to. We cleaned up in Sawyer's en-suite bathroom before returning to the bed. Still naked, we collapsed onto the mattress, not just from the stress of what we'd worked up physically, but because we'd both been working nonstop. I'd just arrived back in the Falls early that morning and taken a good nap before we were able to make up for lost time. A vacay day in Sawyer Burke's bed doesn't sound like such a horrible fate, I admitted as I crawled back to the pillow. Not at all. He slipped behind me, draping his arm around my waist effortlessly as his pelvis pulled close. "Ooh. Careful," I warned. "Burns a little from those spankings." "Oh, was it too much?" "I'm kidding, Soy. I think you've more than seen that I'm fairly durable as well," I said, referencing his comment when we'd fallen off the bed. He nestled his face against my neck, biting softly, the way he'd done a few times when we'd been fucking. "Just being careful not to break my new fuck toy." "Naughty Sawyer's fuck toy sounds about right. Plus, you're going to be gone again this weekend, so I feel like I have to take advantage while I can." Elliot had already booked me for another trip to NYC, a short one, yes, but still an inconvenience nonetheless. I'd become so accustomed to spending time in the Falls that I'd never hesitated to take on local projects. Hell, I even helped organize one of the town's annual festivals. But as business picked up for Klein Smart, I'd had to put the brakes on the drag queen story time I'd been so eager to put on with Sawyer. Sucked, but my job had to come first. "You've been taking advantage for the past half hour since I got here. You greedy motherfucker." He tugged me a little closer. We'd messed around plenty of times since that first incredible experience when he'd fucking shaken me to my core. But this, the way he was holding me, staying so close, was relatively new. I sure as hell didn't hate it. I would have, had it been anyone but Sawyer, but I enjoyed the great fucks mixed with this sweeter side, and it wasn't just that he was sweet. He was my friend. Thankfully, it's only another weekend, and the sex when I get back is always worth the wait. I didn't like having to turn my head to talk to him, so I rolled toward him. His arm didn't lift much, except to allow me to make the move, and then he tugged me as close to him as he had when I was facing away from him. "It's funny," he said. "I was pretty used to not getting off all the time, and now I feel like I'm anxious if I haven't gotten it in a few days." "Who knew you just needed to throw someone around a bit to ease all that tension from working nonstop at the bookstore? Believe it or not, you're slightly more tolerable than you used to be." "Only slightly. A little more than that, I think. Maybe a lot more."
But I'm worried about feeding your ego any more than I already have. You're growing increasingly cocky. Apparently, it's a recessive gene in you. The afternoon light that flooded in through the window blinds created a glow from behind him, as if he needed any help looking like my naughty angel. You give me plenty of reasons to feel cocky, he said. Mister watches me while I'm sleeping. Stalk much? Wait, what? I caught you the other morning, before you headed to Edinburgh, watching me like a creep. I blushed. Oh, look who got who to blush. I attempted to cover my face with my hand, but he pulled it away, clearly to revel in his victory. Again, we can go back to the beginning when I was the one making you uncomfortable, I said, instinctively moving closer to him, the way I might have back when moving closer to him would have made him uneasy. He mirrored my move before licking my lips and pushing a kiss on me. Not as easy as it used to be. Is it? He challenged. You think you're so clever, but it just means I have to find new ways to get under your skin. And I'm a fast learner. As you've learned, so am I. Here, I'll pretend to be asleep, if you want to keep staring. Sawyer rested his head on the pillow and closed his eyes. He waited a moment before releasing a snore. Silly Sawyer. We shared another kiss, easing into it. My hand cupped his face as we drew one another even closer. Again, like when he was holding me from behind, I was surprised. This wasn't the fuck frenzy kiss I was used to with Sawyer. It was something else. Something I wouldn't have done with most guys. But with him, I wanted more. And he pulled his lips away too fast before saying, Okay, I guess we should go ahead and make plans for the rest of the day. We could go out for lunch in a bit, and then I can swing by the store to see how things are going. Tension rose within me. Maybe a nice jog through the park, and then we can call the guys and meet up for a drive-in movie or, oh, wow, we're having a busy day. His serious expression shifted into a smirk. I'm fucking with you, Carter. I don't have any plans to leave this bed today. I burst into a laugh. Holy shit, you got me there. I was thinking I needed a good bed day. I was already worn out from traveling so much, and then you wore me out the rest of the way. You seem to be doing well despite all the wearing out. Don't get me wrong, I like to keep busy, but the jet lag is getting to me. I haven't had time to enjoy some other hobbies I've found recently. I get you. I've been swamped at Fearless, but I definitely like the idea of spending a day relaxing, maybe binge-eating some pizza or pasta. Both sound like great options to me, but there's an even more pressing question we have to answer. He eyed me curiously, and I went on. What are we going to watch on TV in the meantime? I think I'll leave the selection to you. You're the picky one, or so I've learned. It was funny how, even though I didn't feel like we'd spent an extraordinary amount of time together, we were both picking up on so many nuances about one another. Oh, my poor reader gets so confused when it comes to TV, I said. And to think, if you watched it as much as a normal person, you'd have one in your room and we wouldn't have to go all the way to the living room to watch Stranger Things. That the one you showed me with the kids in the 80s and Winona Ryder? Yes, that's the one. Oh yeah, that was cute. Cute? I guess we only got a few episodes in, but it's a little more than cute. What epics are you reading at the moment? I sneaked a peek over him to his nightstand, noticing the stacked hardbacks and paperbacks beside his Kindle. Some of the books had yellow tags, which he'd explained were the ones he had on loan from the store. Just a few things I picked up. And which one are you reading? One. His brows shifted together. I rolled my eyes. Of fucking course. Hey, it's not a shameful thing to be an avid reader. And I happen to like being able to recommend titles to customers with a wide range of reading tastes. AKA, you read shit you don't even enjoy. I wouldn't say I don't enjoy them. I like reading a pretty broad range of books, seeing what's out there, and it definitely makes for easy conversations with customers. Well, your job makes my flights better since that Jackie Collins novel you recommended was amazing. He grinned. For some reason, I had a feeling The World is Full of Married Men would be right up your alley. When I started reading it, I was surprised it was the kind of book you'd recommend. I figured you'd only read stuffy, elitist literature. Hey, there's some good, stuffy, elitist literature out there. He winked. But every so often I'm in the mood for a story of O, or the claiming of Sleeping Beauty. The what and the what? He laughed. I'll get you there eventually. Baby steps, Carter. Well, keep them coming, because it seems like Elliot has me traveling enough that I'll need the recommendations. I could have punched myself for how I'd blurted that out. It was more a complaint than anything, but I could read the discomfort on Sawyer's face. For a guy who wanted my ass all to himself, my job sure wasn't making that easy. I just meant, sorry, I didn't mean to make you self-conscious about it. Sawyer interrupted. Like I said, I just get to blue balling a little more than usual when you're away. It's not a big deal. I didn't feel like that was entirely true. Well, I don't want you to feel like I'm depriving you of anything. In the past, I've been with guys who wanted agreements so that we could do stuff apart. That wasn't what I was suggesting, he said. Is that what you want? No, not at all. I was about to say that I didn't figure you'd ever want to do something like that, and I'm feeling greedy as fuck for you. I'm liable to smack any twinkie piece of ass that tries to turn their sex eyes on you. I only mentioned it because this stuff can get complicated, and I don't want to be the guy who's holding you back from things you enjoy. His serious expression didn't let up. Is that what you feel I'm doing to you? Despite my attempt at setting Sawyer at ease, it was clear I was only making the conversation that much more awkward. Wow, I've managed to fuck up what was starting to be a lovely day. I'm apparently failing at trying to say that I don't want the obligations I signed on for my job to make you unhappy or feel like you aren't getting the attention you want. I'm perfectly fine with how we're doing things now, but I don't want to hold you back, I guess, if I'm not enough. He appeared surprised by my comment. Carter, don't say shit like that. No, sorry. Seems like I keep fucking up what I'm trying to say. So I'll just say that I'm completely satisfied with what we're doing here, and if you are too, then I don't want to change a damn thing. He took a breath, like he was relieved I'd said that. I felt bad for even bringing it up, but really, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't depriving him of anything he needed. Sawyer, this ass is all yours until you don't want it to be, I assured him, reeling him in for another kiss, and another, until I felt his body easing up again. We shared a brief make-out session before throwing on some underwear and heading into the living room to watch TV together. I hopped on the Grubhub app on my phone. So I was thinking 2 mediums, 1 pineapple and chicken, and the other the meats. Mediums? Sawyer asked, which got me laughing. If you want this ass to stay firm, I'd suggest mediums. Aw, Carter, I have a feeling I'd smack that ass no matter what size it was. I rolled my eyes. Oh my God. So clearly, you're wanting a cheese pizza. Shut the fuck up. You love my cheese. It was true, too. I ordered, then reached for the remote between us, but Sawyer snatched it before I had a chance and pulled it back behind him. I was like a dog with a bone as I crawled onto my knees and started enjoying a game of keep away with him. You ass. Come on. I'm not making it that hard, he insisted as he swapped hands again. But you only get to decide what we watch if you can grab it. God, you're going to make me watch CNN or something if I don't get it. Which only further encouraged me to win. Sawyer's moves were impressive as he found ways of passing the remote back and forth to himself and keeping it out of my reach, despite my attempts, but I finally managed to seize it. By that point, I was straddling his waist. Motherfucker. He hooked his arms around me, rising off the sofa and throwing me down onto the cushions, then landing on top of me. He bit gently against my neck before making his way down my torso. I was laughing my ass off, but the way he kept going at my body made me turn serious again. He slid up and kissed me. I won't go so easy on you next time. You know I don't like you to make it easy, I joked. appreciating the smile on his face, something I'd missed far too much after I'd brought up that stupid shit about him potentially messing around with other people. After ordering pizza and wings, we settled in a more familiar position, one I'd been in twice before since we'd started hanging at his place like that. He lounged across the sofa, and I lay in front of him as we watched the 4th episode of the 1st season of Stranger Things. We only managed to make it so long before I found his cock growing hard once more, and I made my way down to take care of him the way I was getting so good at. A nice, relaxing Saturday was just what I needed. Chapter 20. Sawyer. I caught Julian cheating on me again. Why can't I satisfy him? Sawyer's Journal. 21 years old. Carter was in New York, and I missed him. That was a scary-ass realization. Yeah, I knew I liked to spend time with him, that I liked him and enjoyed chatting with him while he was out of town. I definitely liked being reunited with him when he came back, and maybe I tried to make it sound a bit more like it was all sex than it truly was, but over the 2 weeks he'd been gone off and on, and now with him in New York, I missed him, and that was a different beast altogether. I'd never missed someone I was dating when they were away from me. I had to remind myself that this was just fucking around. A way for me to experience and enjoy this new, more sexual side of myself, and for Carter to have fun and get off. Thinking about that made the familiar spin of my thoughts take over. It didn't feel like just fucking. It felt like more. But I didn't know exactly what that more was or what the fuck I planned to do about it. It stressed me out, and I'd been a bit of a mess. So I did what any other guy my age would do, and by any other, I meant no other guy my age would do. I called my brother, not because I wanted to tell him what was up, but because I knew Camden would know something was going on, and he had a way of making me open up to him. When I heard a knock at the door, I expected it to push open, but it didn't. Then I remembered I'd told him I could have company. I chuckled before calling out, "Come in!" The door slid open slowly. "Is it safe? No naked twinks in there?" I rolled my eyes. "I called you over here, jackass. If I had company, I wouldn't have done that. I just wanted to be safe. It's strange." Camden slipped inside. "You're getting laid more often than me now. I need to step up my game." He kicked the door closed. "I have beer, pizza, and ice cream. You're welcome." Fuck. How had I ended up with the greatest brother in the world? I grabbed the pizza box out of his hand, and Cam went to the fridge, slipping all but 2 bottles inside and adding the ice cream to the freezer. I feel like we're having a sleepover, or sneaking to stay up or something, like we used to when we were kids. Only this time there's alcohol, and we don't have to be really quiet so we don't wake up Mom and Dad, he teased, and I grinned. There was alcohol sometimes when we were kids, too. Well, there was alcohol for me, because I was a bad boy. You, on the other hand, would freak out at every noise you heard because you thought Mom and Dad were going to get up and bust us. He ruffled my hair. My nerdy little brother. Fuck off. I pulled away and took a beer from him. I grabbed plates while he took the pizza to the table, and the moment we sat down, he asked, "What's wrong?" Leave it to Camden to get straight to the point. "Maybe I just want to hang out with you. Why does something have to be wrong?" Cam frowned. "I know you." "This have to do with L.A.? "L.A. Yeah, your boy," Cam replied. And I got what he meant. Carter was from Los Angeles. Carter was temporary. "He's not mine," I told him before taking a bite of my pizza. When I finished, I went for the beer, making my best attempt at stalling. "That's kind of my point, baby Burke. Why are you obsessed with nicknames? Why are you suddenly obsessed with changing the subject?" Cam countered. "Listen, you know me. I'm all for enjoying yourself, fucking who you want, when you want, and all that. I'm also fully aware that I'm the one who told you to go for it, and I'm glad you did. You just let life pass you by sometimes, and I worry about you." "But?" I asked, because there was no doubt in my head that it was coming. Cam might know me well, but I knew him too. "But I saw how you looked at him at fever pitch a few weeks back. I know how much time you've been spending with him lately, and I know you. This isn't fucking around and exploring anymore. You have feelings for him, and I guess I wonder if he feels the same. I'm fine. I shook off his question. You wouldn't be asking this if you were talking to anyone other than me. But I'm not talking to anyone else. I'm talking to you. And I know you. And you know yourself, too. My eyes automatically darted away because he was right. It wasn't something I'd wanted to let myself admit, but I was pretty sure I'd realized what was happening. That was likely why I'd called and asked Cam to hang out. He wouldn't let me ignore my questions, would make me confront my concerns. I wasn't supposed to get my feelings involved. Did he tell you that? Cam's voice was tight, going into older brother mode. No. Come on, man, I'm not a fucking kid. Don't treat me like one. We're attracted to each other and decided to screw around. You guys do shit like this all the time. Again, you don't do no-string sex, though, especially not more than once. I respect the hell out of you for always being who you are, despite the rest of us pulling the shit we do. Well, me, I guess. Everyone else is all coupled up now. Holy shit. He wasn't telling me something I hadn't already thought of. Except us. You need to talk to him, Cam said. If you're fine with keeping it no strings, then go for it. If you're not, you're going to regret it, and you're going to get hurt. There's nothing wrong with being led by your heart, baby Burke. That's a good thing. We need more Sawyer Burkes in the world. Boring. Insecure. Bad in bed. Julian's old words created a painful throb in my chest. The world needed more of that. I wasn't so sure. But then, I knew Cam was right. Carter was different. Things with Carter were different, and if I didn't at least talk to him, I'd regret it and end up getting hurt. Honestly, I could get hurt regardless. That was life. He and I were both realistic and honest. We'd talk and figure it all out. But in the back of my mind, I reminded myself that no matter what, it likely wouldn't last. There was no way it really could. I was basically the cheesiest guy ever. Carter had gotten home last night and we'd made plans to hang out today. At the time, I wasn't sure what we would do. It hadn't taken me long to figure it out. I couldn't remember the last time I'd made my way to the waterfall in Fever Falls, and Carter had never been there. That wasn't the cheesy part. No, that was the fact that I had the supplies for a picnic sitting in the back. I'd asked Carter James to hang out with me, and I was going to take him to the falls, have a picnic, and then tell him I wanted to be in an official relationship with him. The same Carter who traveled all over the world, went to fancy parties, schmoozed with celebrities, and could basically sleep with anyone he wanted. I was a fucking joke. Still, I pulled up in front of his apartment to pick him up. I told him not to eat, to dress casually, but didn't tell him where we were going. Now I was hoping he didn't expect it to be something a whole lot better than a picnic at the waterfall. Carter approached my car, wearing a pair of khaki shorts and a black t-shirt. He smiled at me, and damned if my stomach didn't tumble like I was an innocent teenager or something. So, where are we going? He asked when he was settled into the passenger seat, and I pulled away. Well, I thought it would be cute not to tell you, but now I'm thinking when we get there it'll be anticlimactic and you'll be disappointed. I maneuvered my way through traffic as I headed out of town. I'm with a sexy-as-hell man who fucks me until I can't stand. I'm not going to be disappointed. He reached over, fingered a lock of my hair. It's getting a bit longer. Somehow that touch felt like one of the most intimate moments we'd shared. As if sensing it, Carter jerked his hand away. I need to get it cut. I like it both ways, he replied. Thanks. This time, it was me who touched my hair, before dropping my hand to the steering wheel again. A picnic. At the falls is where we're going. You're taking me on a picnic at a waterfall? Carter asked. Fuck. I knew it. What a dumbass thing to do. I know it's stupid, but what? I didn't know what to say. Carter wasn't speaking either. The seconds ticked by, and with each one I felt more uncomfortable. I shifted in my seat, my muscles feeling a little twitchy. Carter, I think it's sweet, he finally said. I'd love to go on a picnic with you, Sawyer Burke. You're so fucking adorable. That made me smile. I pulled off the road and into a parking spot. We'd have to walk the rest of the way. I reached over, cupped his cheek, then let my hand slide down until I held his throat. I felt his pulse against my hand, and he sucked in a sharp breath. Fuck. What was it about him that made me lose my damn head? That made me feel invincible, sexy and powerful and confident? Made me feel worth something? Made something swell in my chest that I sure as shit didn't want to sort through at the moment? Am I adorable when I'm turning you into my fuck toy? No. You're hot then. Just like you are now. Carter leaned toward me, and I let him. Then we were kissing, his tongue sweeping my mouth, my balls getting tight, and my cock swelling. Fuck, I wanted him so goddamn bad. Every fucking moment I wanted him. Gonna take me on our picnic now, Soy? Yeah. And then, if you'll let me, I'll take you home and fuck you until I forget how much I missed you while you were gone. Let you? You damn well better, he replied, and I could only hope he still felt that way after I told him how I felt. Chapter 21. Carter. Sawyer held the handles of the picnic basket as we made our way along a trail through the woods. Then we headed off-trail, following a well-trodden path through the foliage. It was narrower than the main trail, and I kept close behind Sawyer as we dodged branches and stepped around tree trunks and patches of briars. It reminded me of our little detour during our jog, that first jog when we really got a taste of that undeniable chemistry between us. Such a hot day. I wiped my brow before grabbing the hem of my shirt and pulling it off. I slipped it through my side belt loop as Sawyer glanced over his shoulder. It's not that hot. He eyed me curiously, giving me the once-over. Is it getting hotter now? I asked, arching a brow. He laughed, turning back around, and "Look out!" I shouted. But it was too late. Sawyer's head hit a low-hanging branch, and he pulled back, dropping the picnic basket, which rolled onto its side and dumped out the contents. "Motherfucker!" he blurted, his hands covering his face. "Holy shit, are you all right?" I approached him, inspecting the branch he'd hit. It wasn't terribly thick, but I'd heard the sound when he'd slammed against it. Let me see. Squinting, he pulled his hands away, and I could see a pink mark along his left brow. Fortunately, his glasses had gotten through the incident unscathed. "I'm good," he said. "It just surprised me. Does it look bad?" "It didn't break the skin, but it's pretty pink. Might bruise. We can put some ice on it if you want. Or do we need to go back?" No, I want to do this still. It's a little thing. I've fallen off a bed and carried your weight, too. I can handle a branch." Judging by his appearance, he was right, but I added, "Okay, but if that thing blows up like a hornet bite, we're cutting our picnic short and taking you to the urgent care ASAP. Got it? Deal." We picked up the basket and contents together. I pulled out a cool pack of deli meat wrapped in plastic, which he put against his head as we continued trekking through the woods. "So much for my smooth picnic date," he remarked. The way he said date made a rush of excitement pulse right from my core, bursting through my chest. I shouldn't have been so excited, like a kid heading into Disney World, but I couldn't help myself. Sawyer had this way of making me feel like I was floating in and out of the bedroom. It wasn't much longer before we stepped out of the woods into a clearing. On the opposite side of the path we'd come from, water ran off a boulder, cascading into a pond that took up most of the space. Finches played in nearby trees as a squirrel ran around the grass and moss covering the ground around the pond. I had a funny feeling I recognized this from somewhere. Wait, this is that place where Jace and Dax got caught skinny dipping, isn't it?
One and the same. It's off the beaten trail, so a little more private than the main falls.
As he found a spot to set the basket on the ground, I said, "Okay, let me see your injury." He rolled his eyes, but let me take a look. It looked better already, which made me feel a little less guilty for having distracted him on our walk, although I suspected he'd have a bit of a bruise from the impact. We rolled out the blanket Sawyer had packed and emptied the picnic basket.
"It is getting kind of hot,"
Sawyer said, removing his own shirt and wiping it across his forehead. "Oh, really?" He laughed as he tucked the shirt in the back of his pants. "Here, I thought I was going to have to wait until later to get you out of your clothes," I added as I started opening the containers from the basket to make us sandwiches.
"What the hell do you think you're doing?"
Sawyer asked, eyeing my work. I figured I'd just go ahead and start.
"You thought you were going to make the sandwiches I planned for our picnic?"
"Carter, no.
The point of this was so that you could sit back and enjoy yourself."
I raised my hands in surrender. "Sorry, just used to."
"Yeah, I know what you're used to. But you're not my personal assistant, so you can let me do things for you."
"Well, you do plenty for me in the bedroom where it counts," I joked.
"I'd say it's a pretty even trade between the sheets."
While we worked on our sandwiches, discovering I wanted more mustard than he could ever conceive of putting on his own, I decided to remain useful and continued holding a pack of deli meat against his forehead. "Glad that branch didn't hit low enough to break your glasses, or even worse, my nose. I paid too much for this." With a knife in his hand as he spread mayonnaise on my sandwich, he eyed me.
"Are you fucking with me?"
"God, no.
Are you kidding?
This thing has been slimmed down, the bulge at the top flattened. The sexy man you see before you is the product of Dr. Wesley Johnson's fine efforts."
"You're making that up."
"No. I hated my old nose. And my ears."
"Those aren't your ears?"
"They're my ears, but pinned back and tweaked slightly."
"What?"
He pulled away, glancing me over. "Don't analyze the hell out of them." I covered my ears, embarrassed at the way he was checking me out. His forehead scrunched up.
"What in the world made you think to do that?"
I rested the pack of deli meat in my lap. I didn't like them, so I changed them. Is it that weird?
"No. I'm just surprised I didn't know it before."
"You can thank Dr. Johnson for that," I joked. "But it's not exactly something I wear a shirt saying, and I did it forever ago, in my early 20s. Money well spent, I should add." He thought on it as he stacked a slice of bread on top of the sandwich he'd made for himself.
"I definitely don't have any complaints about what it looks like. But can I ask what made you decide you needed to do that?"
I understood why he asked. Whenever the subject came up, I wasn't surprised anymore by people's curiosity. I know what people's perception of cosmetic surgery is, that only vapid people do it, and we always become horribly addicted because we hate ourselves or whatever. But I don't get it. As RuPaul says, we're born naked and the rest is drag. We only live once, and changing a nose doesn't change me as a person any more than getting braces to straighten teeth does. So I don't see the reason not to look how I want. And I love my new nose. Well, at this point, my very old nose. I wondered if he was judging me, as people sometimes did when they discovered the truth behind my appearance. But he smiled.
"You're one in a million, Carter."
"You don't disapprove or think less of me?" I knew the moment I asked that it was the real reason I told him. I wanted to tell Sawyer things not many people knew, but I also hoped he wouldn't judge me. I felt vulnerable, more than usual, and it was unsettling. There were plenty of people who would have judged me, and Sawyer didn't necessarily seem like the type to ever have any cosmetic surgery himself. He assessed my expression.
"Not much about this face to disapprove of,"
he joked, before turning serious again.
"It's just a surprise more than anything. But it's your body. And hell, Cam had braces to straighten his teeth. So like you said, what's the difference, really? But I am curious to know what Carter's old nose looked like."
I made like I was about to vomit. Gross. I would like to keep you as far away from my old face as I can. Just be appreciative that you don't have to endure that sight. I basically did you a preemptive favor by getting the work done before meeting you. I'm sure your old nose wasn't that bad. That's true, I confessed. The ears were much worse. Sawyer rolled his eyes as he passed the plate with my sandwich to me. I'm not kidding. They called me Dumbo in middle school. What? I raised my hands to my ears and fanned them out. This is a glimpse into what I looked like before. Now you're just being overdramatic. No. At one of the schools I went to, I swear on my life, that was what they called me. He continued laughing, clearly not believing me at all. Oh, Carter, you might be the last person in the world I ever thought I'd be. His words trailed off, like he couldn't finish his thought, and now I was eager to hear where he was going with that. Going on a picnic with? I said, offering him an out. No, he said sternly, decisively. Fallen for. My heart sped up as goosebumps pricked across my flesh. That same rush I'd felt earlier radiated through me, so much more intensely than before. It was a vulnerability, something that any other man admitting to me would have made me uneasy, but it was a relief to hear it from him, because I felt that way about him too. However, nice as it was, it set off every alarm within me. You look concerned. I picked at the crust on my sandwich. Maybe because I am. I guess we're both concerned about the same thing. You have a tricky job, but really, the fact that you've been heading off to different places recently keeps me realizing how much more I miss you each time you leave. Getting to know you has been, well, similar to how we were at first. You irritated me to the point where it drove me crazy. It's the same thing, because the more I like you, the more it drives me out of my mind. But I don't really want it to stop. I know the feeling. I don't ever do anything like this, so I mean dates. Fucking around, yes, but the rest. Or maybe just the way I feel about it isn't the same. And the more time I spend with you, the worse it seems to get. I guess you have a problem with liking me so much. I don't blame you. It was clear he was working to lighten the mood. God, sometimes it's so easy to see that you and Cam are related, I said with a laugh. There's this practical part of me that keeps me wondering what happens next. The guy who never wanted to settle down kind of worked his way into the perfect job to never have to worry about doing just that, as we've seen the past few weeks. I don't want to make you feel like we have to do anything more. That's not what I meant. I want to do more, but we both know our careers make it difficult. I might have to go to Thailand for 3 weeks on short notice, and you have to stay in Fever Falls since you're running a business that can't function without you. It's tricky, but the more I think about it, manageable, he said, which gave me hope too, if we want to manage it, that is. And that was what I needed to hear, because I felt like it was my career that was the inconvenience, and it would have been cruel to ask Sawyer to be okay with sitting on his ass, waiting for me to return every time I had to go away. I want to see where this goes, I confessed, but I don't want to wake up and discover that I've lost one of the few friends I've managed to make over the last few years. Sawyer reached out to me and cupped my cheek. That's not going to happen, Carter. You know that. I really did. He wasn't anything like the kind of guys I'd been with in the past. He was a genuinely good man, without even trying to be. He wasn't perfect. No. We were both a bit of a mess, but maybe that was why it worked. I glanced down at the package of meat still in my hands. So you like me, huh? What does that make us, then? Boyfriends? As my eye shifted back to him, he smiled. I hate that word so much, he noted. Boyfriends makes it sound like we're gonna make out in the restroom after third period. But, yeah. Boyfriends. If you want to be my boyfriend. That sensation I was experiencing intensified much more, and I gulped. Well, unfortunately, I can only make out with you after fourth period, I teased, But I guess we can work it out." It was evident he knew what I was really saying, and he set down the knife in his hand and crawled across the blanket to me, taking a much-needed kiss. That chemistry we so easily worked up together surged through me as I found myself on my back, my hand on his face as he pushed up close to me. I kept pulling closer and closer for our kiss when he said, "Ow! Ow! Oh, fuck, your head." "Sorry," I whispered. He snickered. "It's fine." He pulled back to glance down at me. "Just be open with me," I said. "If it does get too hard, or I'm gone too much, I don't want to be the last to know that you can't do it."
And I feel the same way, obviously, after my time with Julian. If you need to be with other guys, I get it. But I don't want to be a fool again.
He sounded like he'd almost choked up at the word fool, and I could feel his hurt from his past, his fear of ever having to relive that again. "I would never make you feel like a fool, Sawyer. I would be honest with you, regardless of where things went."
I admit I'm not an expert, but from what I've read, it's all about communication. We're both practical, and we know what we're getting into, so I think as long as we talk and are logical about what we can and can't make work, we'll be fine.
"Agreed," I said, relieved we were on the same page. "I just want to make sure we do what's best for both of us."
Okay. Enough about logic. I came out here to have a picnic with my boyfriend, and goddammit, we're going to have a picnic.
I enjoyed another laugh. "You're blushing," he noted. "Of course I'm fucking blushing. I thought we were just making out in the locker room after third period, and you fucking asked me to go steady with you."
Oh, a locker room. There's some role play I could get behind."
He studied my face, adding,
"You know, I have a feeling I'd like you even with your old nose."
"I think you're just trying to get into Dumbo's pants," I teased, and he seized another kiss. "God, the guys are going to give us such hell over this," I said between kisses. He chuckled, and I inhaled the breath that pushed into my mouth.
"Well, between the two of us, I think we're pretty good at putting up with all their shit. And before, we were doing it on our own. Now, we're a team."
And we really were. Chapter 22.
Sawyer, I can't do this anymore. I've been such a fool. I'm done with Julian. I'm never allowing myself to get hurt again. Sawyer's Journal, 21 years old. It had been a couple of weeks since Carter and I made it official. I still couldn't believe it when I thought about it. Carter was my boyfriend. It just didn't make sense on some levels. We were so different, and I'd hated him when I first met him, though, admittedly, I'd been unfair. But then, in other ways, it felt like we made all the sense in the world. We fit together in ways I never would have imagined. Even when it came to our differences, we seemed to complement each other. He had me loosen up, made me feel confident and desired, and showed me it was okay to call someone my fuck toy, to want to do all kinds of dirty things to them, but to still care about them and treat them with respect. That was another thing I'd been quietly judgmental about in my life. I'd never let myself see possibilities, and never looked inside myself and really set myself free. Somehow Carter had done that for me. I was learning about different sides of myself that I might have snubbed my nose at with others, and saw that there was nothing wrong with them. With Carter, I never felt less than the way I had with Julian. I didn't feel like I had to fake it or try to be someone I wasn't. It was okay that I was figuring it out, figuring myself out as we went along. I wasn't that guy who couldn't fulfill his lover. I wasn't told it was my fault he would have to look somewhere else. Carter desired me, and that desire gave me the confidence to let go and follow it wherever it led me. He'd had a couple of small trips off and on the past weeks, only a few days here and there. It was hard when he was gone. I couldn't deny that. My insecurities wouldn't magically go away. I thought about all the things he could be doing when he was traveling, and all the things he would have wanted to do before me. Then I'd worry I wasn't enough and he deserved more.
but I worked hard to shut those thoughts down, and I trusted Carter. When he was home, we were together, either at Fearless or at my apartment. We hadn't been around our friends since we made things official. As far as I knew, Carter hadn't told anyone about us. Not that I would mind if he did. I told Cam, of course, but I knew he kept it between us. But today we were heading out for a camping trip with the whole group. 3 days and 2 nights at a place near Lake Allatoona, about half an hour from Fever Falls, on what Lincoln called the big gay camping trip plus Jude, so we wouldn't be a secret much longer. Carter and I would be riding with Camden. My brother's text came through a minute later, and I grabbed my bags and our tent, locked up, and made my way downstairs to meet him. This would be the second time this year that I'd gone away for a few days, which was something I never did. But I felt confident with my assistant manager running things. That didn't mean I wasn't freaking out. Fearless was my baby, after all. But Carter and Cam had both been instrumental in getting me to calm down and have fun. I tossed my stuff in the back of Cam's truck and jumped into the passenger seat. "Hey man, what's up? Hey baby Burke, you ready for your official reveal with Carter this weekend?" I rolled my eyes. "You're a dork." "I know you are, but what am I?" "What you say is what you are," I countered. "Amazing, gorgeous, a great fuck, gross," I replied, and we laughed. It was a short drive to Carter's, and I texted him on the way to let him know we were coming. When we got to his apartment, he was waiting on the sidewalk with, "Holy shit! How many bags does he need?" Cam asked. "Link will have more." "Yeah, but Link is Link, and Carter is Carter," I replied, and realized I was smiling. I really fucking liked who Carter was. I jumped out of the truck, pressed a quick kiss to his lips, and helped him toss all his things into the truck bed. "You can sit up front with Cam." "Such a gentleman," he teased as I got into the cab and he sat in the passenger seat. Once the door was closed and we were on our way, Camden asked, "What are your intentions with my brother?" "Jesus fucking Christ!" I rubbed a hand over my face. "You're an idiot." Looking at Carter, I added, "He's giving you shit." I should have known I didn't have to worry about Carter. He turned to Cam and said, "Something more serious than your intentions with Jude?" "Well played, Carter, well played," Cam replied. Cam and Carter chatted quite a bit, and I sat back and let them. We'd all known Carter for a while by now, but Camden hadn't really had the chance to get to know him well, and I wanted that. They were both important to me, and I needed them to get along. When we arrived, we grabbed our things and put our backpacks on. "So there are showers, right?" Carter asked. "Fuck yes," I replied. "We didn't do that truly roughing it shit. They're a bit of a hike from our spot, but yeah, we have them," Cam added. "Short stuff would kick our asses if we didn't." Speaking of, Rush's truck pulled in, and he parked beside Cam. It was nice that Supercross season was over, which he'd taken the championship in, so Rush could join us now. This would be the second summer in a row he wasn't racing the outdoor motocross series, but with Bo and Ash's wedding coming in the fall, he decided to sit it out. I thought Link was probably more the reason than the wedding. It wasn't easy being in a relationship with someone who had to travel so much for their job. Maybe I could talk to Link about how he dealt with it. "What the fuck?" Cam said, and I looked up to see what he was talking about. Jude had gotten out of the truck, and his usually brownish blonde hair was darker, a shade or so lighter than a chocolate brown, and holy fuck, when you coupled it with those plump lips and bright blue eyes of his, I knew Cam was in even more trouble. "Going back to my natural color," he said. I hadn't even realized Jude dyed his hair. He was beautiful before, but this... Fuck, this made him drop dead gorgeous. "I support this decision," Cam said. "Jesus Christ, you're gonna kill me, beautiful." Jude rolled his eyes, a soft blush on his cheeks. I never saw the man blush except when Cam was flirting with him. "Are you ever gonna stop flirting with my friend?" Rush asked. "He's my friend too," Cam replied, which surprised me. "Also, if Jude wants me to stop flirting with him, all he has to do is ask. I've told him that before. He says the word and my lips are sealed. He hasn't. So I take that to mean he doesn't mind." "How about the two of you stop talking about me like I'm not here?" Jude said. "I wasn't trying to be an asshole," Rush said. Well, hell, that had caused some tension I hadn't expected. But then Rush wrapped an arm around Cam's shoulders and another around Jude's, and I figured everything was all good again. "What was that?" Carter asked, soft enough for only me to hear. I'm not sure. Cam sounded pretty territorial when he said Jude was his friend, too. They've been hanging out, and I know they're buddies. Obviously, Cam wants to fuck him, but Jude still identifies as straight. But he also doesn't tell Camden to stop flirting with him. Carter added, Exactly. I'm glad we're boyfriends and don't have to worry about stuff like that. He said it lightly, playfully, but yeah, it still landed in my chest. God, I'd always hated that word. Boyfriends. But I really fucking loved being Carter's man. I'm glad too. Boyfriend. I leaned in and kissed him. I knew it! I told you, Rush! I fucking knew it! Link called out. Holy shit! That's a hot kiss! He added. And I pulled away, laughing. Good for you, Sawyer, Rush said. I took him out for ice cream, which of course made him mine. I said playfully, Oh, fuck you, baby Burke. Link teasingly flipped me off. Stop stealing my name from my brother, short stuff. Cam ruffled Link's hair, and Link jerked away. Ugh, I hate you. I was having a good hair day, too. Are we going camping or what? Jude asked as another car pulled in. Owen and Keegan got out. Hey, guys. We thought we were running late. Keeg, Jace's little brother, called over to us. We are, Jude replied. Everyone else is already there. We waited until they got their stuff, and then the 8 of us made our way toward our campground. Well, the cat's halfway out of the bag, Carter said as we walked. Yeah, everyone will know soon. Did you tell anyone? He shook his head. The fact that he hadn't told Dax made me wonder. You're sure you're okay with people knowing? It's different to know we're fucking around, but now we're together. My heart paused as I waited for his answer. I would respect whatever he said, but I had to admit, it would hurt if he wanted to keep us on the down low. What? Of course I don't mind. My boyfriend is hot, he said with a grin, making my heart start beating again. Not as hot as mine. Yeah, but mine is a sex beast I had the pleasure of unleashing. Fuck, I sound really hot when you say it like that. Carter laughed. I felt his fingers brush against mine as if he was unsure, but then he grabbed my hand and held on. I have to keep an eye on you. We wouldn't want you bumping your head again. This way, I can tug you out of the way in time. Obviously, I replied. You guys are so cute. I just might cry, Camden teased. Be nice, Jude told him, nudging Cam's arm with his own. I'm always nice, Cam winked. Jude laughed. You're ridiculous. He picked up the pace ahead of us. Are you sure your brother isn't fucking him? Carter whispered. No, not yet. But I have a feeling you will be soon, I replied, just as Lincoln approached. That's because no one is straight in Fever Falls. I was beginning to think Link was right. 10 minutes later, we arrived at our campsite. When we approached, Ash and Bo were working on one tent, Jace and Dax on another. 4 sets of eyes zeroed in right on Carter and me. I tightened my grip on his hand. It was like we were walking into a damn firing squad or something. Holy shit, Jace said. About time, Ash added. I wasn't going to let you guys have all the fun. Now I have a sexy as fuck boyfriend, too, Carter said, just as Dax looked at him and smiled. Me? I was fucking proud to be the one he was talking about, to know Carter was mine. At least for now. Chapter 23. Carter. We set up our tent next to Ash and Bo's, since that seemed the least peculiar spot for us to be. I figured Sawyer wasn't interested in Cam waking up in the middle of the night to the sound of me moaning while his brother was fucking the hell out of me, and I had every intention of that happening because I really didn't have a reason to go camping without the assurance of some hot-as-hell outdoor sex. Everyone appeared to be adjusting to our new relationship. Dax was as surprised as the rest, and for very good reason. Sure, I told him what Sawyer and I were up to. At some point it became impossible to avoid. But he'd seen me running around with guys all the time. However, judging by the expression in his eyes when he saw us arrive, holding hands, he knew this was different. Carter James didn't hold hands. Of course, Carter James was doing a lot of things these days he hadn't done in the past, because Carter James didn't have boyfriends either. It was clear how comfortable I'd become with the gang as we grabbed kayaks and paddled out onto the lake. Rush guided the team around before we returned to the campsite and fired up the grill. While everyone pitched in to making dinner in their own way, Dax and I volunteered to stop by a nearby storage facility to pick up some kindling and firewood Jace had purchased for the campsite. I learned very quickly why Dax was so eager to accompany me on my drive when, after some usual chatter, he said, "I figured someone was responsible for why you keep whistling in the office these days, but Sawyer Burke, huh? And not just that, hand-holding and high school-worthy makeout sessions. Am I talking to Carter James or a pod person?" "Does Dax Cruz get to judge me for makeout sessions?" I said, jokingly, giving him Jace's last name. He laughed. "Hey, it's Monroe until I get a ring on this finger. Anyway, it's weird adjusting to you being serious about a guy. It's new for me, too. New is good, though." "Yes, it is," Dax said. "I'm really glad you're having a good time with Sawyer. I have to admit, the more time you were spending in Fever Falls, the more I worried I was keeping you somewhere you didn't really want to be." "What?" "No, not at all. It's a fun town to pick on from time to time. I can admit that much. It's not the sort of place I ever imagined myself being, but it has a way of growing on a man, doesn't it, though?" The dreamy look in Dax's eyes assured me he'd had a similar experience from being with Jace. And really, I got it. The more time I spent with Sawyer, the more convinced I became that I could have a good time with him just about anywhere in the world. As I pulled into the parking spot before an old log shed with piles of wood collected alongside it, I said, "What's that they say about what you want versus what you need?" I'm starting to realize I needed Fever Falls. Being here has given me some perspective about my life, who I am and what I want. You get stuck in one place too long and you lose perspective. You start thinking that's the totality of who you are. And this town has reminded me that there's more to me and the world than making a living and fucking around. "Yeah, I get that," Dax said, looking through the windshield. "It did the same for me. Sawyer seems like a good guy, too. I can't say I ever imagined you being attracted to a good guy. In fairness, I can't say I ever imagined you being attracted to a good guy either," I teased, "but seems like they manufacture a lot of them here. Pretty greedy of us to move in and snatch them up." "Well, we've always been two greedy bastards, haven't we?" he said with a wink. As nice as our conversation was, there was something about it that worried me. I really like what I have with Sawyer, but don't make too big of a deal out of it with Elliot, okay? I don't want him to feel bad about needing me for work. He's got a lot on his plate, and if we're both here, that doesn't really leave him with a lot of options, since someone has been busy enjoying life in sin with hashtag hottie firefighter. Shut up! He nudged my arm with his elbow. "I won't say anything to Elliot, but just remember, you have to take care of yourself, too." "Yeah, I know," I said, though I knew I was brushing off his words. We slipped out of the car, fetched supplies, and returned to the campsite. After we finished dinner, we started a bonfire and gathered around it, playing games, catching up, and making our way through the alcohol like it was going out of style. We were winding down as it started to get late, so we split off, heading to the showers in couples, taking turns to keep from overwhelming the place. When it was my turn and Sawyer's, we slipped into the showers. There were a few urinals and 4 shower stalls set up inside. Aside from us, it was empty. "This is kind of creepy," I remarked, "like a Friday the 13th movie." Sawyer pushed up behind me, hooking his arm around my waist, his lips finding their way to my ear, and he whispered, "Don't worry, boo. I'll take care of any hockey-masked, machete-wielding monsters." I whirled around. "Oh, Baby Burke's going to protect me from all the bad monsters in the woods." He cringed. "You can't call me the nickname my big brother calls me. That's weird." "You like when I'm weird," I said, as Sawyer and I headed into neighboring shower stalls. I stripped down, hung my clothes on the nearby racks, and turned the water on. "Oh, Jesus fucking Christ," I called out as I felt the water that streamed out. "Guess the guys took all the hot water." "Well, that's what we get for going last," he said with a chuckle. I waited for the water to get about as warm as it seemed it would get before slipping under the shower head. Despite being fairly cool, it was kind of nice, considering how much time we'd spent out in the humid sun that day. I relaxed as the water enveloped my body, taking a deep breath when I heard, "Hey, sexy," from behind me. I didn't know why, but I jumped and spun around. my nerves on edge from the surprise. Sawyer had my curtain pulled aside as he watched me, a satisfied expression across his face. "Sorry," he said, "but I forgot my hockey mask and machete." I caught my breath before laughing. He checked toward the door, like he was making sure no one was about to head in and catch him standing outside my stall, naked. "Look at you, being all naughty," I said. "I thought you were supposed to be the good Burke brother." "I figure if we've done this much and you still think I'm the good Burke brother, then I must be doing something wrong." He slipped into my stall and closed the curtain behind him. I noticed the condom and lube bottle in his hand, and I knew it was going to be one hell of a shower. Chapter 24. Sawyer. Books are safer than people. Sawyer's Journal. 21 years old. We fell into an easy routine. When Carter was in town, we spent most of our free time together, whether it was just the two of us or hanging out with our friends. It wasn't something I would have ever admitted to anyone, hell, not even to myself. But as more of my friends had begun pairing off, no matter how happy I was for them, there was a part of me that was envious. I'd wanted to be with someone I cared about and who cared about me. I never hooked up in high school, and then Julian had ruined college for me. I'd let him ruin the years since college for me as well, because I couldn't allow myself to let anyone in, couldn't put myself out there for fear of getting hurt. Yet despite trying like hell to keep my armor up, Carter had found a way beneath it. He had broken down my barriers and given me the confidence not only to risk my heart, but to try and figure out who I was in a relationship. I didn't have to be insecure with Carter. I could just let go. And fuck, did that feel good. It was like I didn't recognize myself sometimes when we were together, but I liked what I saw. Liked the person I was allowing to come out from their hiding spot deep inside me. Obviously, I was becoming quite mushy, too. The door to Fearless opened, and I looked up to see Bo walk in. It was a pretty slow day. There were a couple of people reading in chairs in the back of the store, but other than that, it was only the two of us. It was still early, though, so I figured it would pick up later. "Hey, man." I greeted him from behind the coffee counter. "What's up?" It wasn't often one of my friends popped into the bookstore, except for Carter, who'd managed one drag queen story time, but with his schedule it was difficult for him to do it often. "Hey," Bo said as he came over. "I wanted to get a gift card for Kenny's girlfriend. Her birthday's coming up." I smiled at the mention of Bo's brother, Kenny, who had Down syndrome. He was the most important person in the world to Bo, and to Ash, too. It was amazing, seeing Bo and Ash with Kenny. It was one of the things that endeared Ashton to me when he came back to town. Sometimes I felt like Kenny was the heart and soul of Fever Falls. The world would be a better place if more people saw it through his eyes. "How's Kenny doing?" "Good," Bo replied. "Still taking a college class or two each semester. He's taking his time. You know, he wants to help Ash and me with the football camp." "That's fantastic. You want a coffee?" "Yeah, sure, that'd be great." I made Bo a drink and handed it over as he leaned on the counter. "So, you and Carter. It's good to see you happy." I felt this swell of pride in my chest. I was proud to be with Carter James. "Thanks. It's good to be happy. I don't know what will come of it, but we're taking it one day at a time. None of us ever know what will come of a relationship when it first starts." I nodded. "Yeah, I know. It's just, with Carter's job, I think sometimes we all forget that he doesn't live in Fever Falls. Sure, he's been here a lot lately, but that might change." And it wasn't as if I could ask Carter to stay, or expect him to remain committed to me if he began spending less time in Fever Falls. But the thought of him with someone else made white-hot anger shoot through me, made my heart ache, and all those familiar insecurities start to swarm inside me. But that's not happening now, you know? Don't stress yourself out. Look at Jace and Dax. I'm sure Jace didn't ever expect Dax to move here. Yeah, but they were in love. That changes shit. Not from the start, though. It takes a while to get there. Don't put so much pressure on yourself, okay? Just enjoy it. Plus, I'm pretty sure you're more than halfway there already. A smile tugged at my lips, and my pulse skyrocketed, but not in a way that made me feel bad. I was excited. Fuck. Was I falling in love with Carter? Sure, I'd known I liked him. I'd even told him I was falling for him. But was it really the L word? I thought about the way he made me feel, how he made me laugh. I feel like I was the king of the goddamn world when I was with him, and there was nothing I wouldn't do for him. Holy motherfucking shit. Bo laughed. I feel like a light bulb just went off inside your head. No. I blew off his comment and, okay, yeah, my own thoughts too. I couldn't be falling in love with Carter. That would be a recipe for disaster. Plus, I noticed how Bo had said I was halfway in love with Carter, not that we were halfway in love with each other. No one's going to stick around with you, Sawyer. You're boring, insecure, and a bad lay. What do you expect? Fuck. I turned away from Bo, pretending to organize coffee flavoring on the counter until I could get Julian's voice out of my head. It had been years. But it wasn't only Julian's voice, it was also the kids who used to give me shit when I was younger, and fuck if it wasn't my own voice, too. I like him. That much is obvious. But I'm also realistic. We both are. Deep down, Carter and I knew this was a long shot, and we were enjoying it while it lasted. So, gift card? I asked, turning around. Bo chuckled. I can take a hint. I'm assuming that's my cue to mind my own business. We chatted for a few more minutes, but then a group of 3 women came in. I went ahead and sold Bo the gift card, and then he was on his way, and I went back to work, trying to ignore the fact that a light bulb had indeed gone off in my head earlier. I was falling in love with Carter James. Or hell, maybe I was already there. I'm here. I'm sure it was a long day without me. Most people struggle to survive when I'm not around. How do we live without Carter James? I've heard it too many times to count, but breathe easily. I'm back, Carter said as he swept into my apartment later that evening. You stayed the night last night. I saw you this morning. Yes, but think of all those hours you missed me in between. I can't imagine what you went through. He set a takeout bag on the counter, walked over to where I was on the couch, and straddled my lap. Was it really bad? The worst, I replied with a smirk. My hands found their way to his hips and held him. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to handle it. I thought about you all day. I almost died. That's a bit of an exaggeration, don't you think? Not with this ass, I teased, grabbing said ass and squeezing. Good point. You're going to have to make it up to me. I brought Chinese food, Carter replied. I squeezed his ass again, loving this playful banter between us. I'd never had this with a lover before. It's a start. You might have to use your mouth on me first. I really like fucking it. Well, that's a no-brainer. You know I love to suck your dick. I thought you were going to ask me to do something I didn't like. I laughed, but then Carter climbed off my lap, lowered himself to the floor, and began unbuttoning my jeans. Holy fuck, I'd only been kidding, but I sure as shit wasn't going to complain about a blowjob. It took him less than 5 minutes to get me off. Embarrassing, but true. Carter was too good with that sexy mouth of his. He buttoned me back up, licked the cum off his lip, stood, then held his hand out for me. Dinner? I just fed you yours, I teased. I like it when you talk to me like that. So fucking hot. He winked, and I let him pull me to my feet. We dished out our orange chicken and fried rice before sitting at the table together. How was your day? He asked. Good. We were slow in the morning, but then it picked up after lunch. Bo came in and said I'm halfway in love with you. He bought a gift card for Kenny's girlfriend. How was your day? Okay. Elliot's been frazzled lately. I'm not sure what's going on there. Do you have any trips coming up? Not that I know of at the moment, but you know how it goes. That can change from day to day. His eyes caught mine as if he was trying to see how I responded to that. I smiled, because what else could I do? It was his career, and that was just how it was. We chatted more as we ate. Carter made me laugh because he was Carter, and he always did. After dinner, we washed the few dishes together, and I realized how good this felt. It was like we'd been doing it for years. We were just about to settle in on the couch with a show when Carter's cell phone rang. He pulled it out of his pocket and frowned. It's my mom. My stomach twisted slightly because I knew Carter got nervous when his mom called. He never knew what to expect from her. You can go in my room if you want to take it alone. He shook his head. No, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I nodded as he picked up the call. The moment he did, I heard wailing and rushed speech through the phone, but I couldn't tell what the person was saying. Mom, I'm going to need you to slow down. Take a few breaths. I can't understand you, Carter told her. I stepped closer to him and paused, wanting to support him, but not wanting to overstep. She was speaking so loudly I could hear her voice as Carter listened. Wait, he what? Mom, fuck him. His skin looked slightly pink, and I could see the panicked look on his face as he began pacing my kitchen. Mom, I don't know. He paused to listen. I know you need me, but... More listening. He did what? He held the phone and locked eyes with me, and I could see the pain there, twisting around with his anger and confusion. Mom, I know. Fuck, I know. Okay. Shit. I'm sorry. I'll see what I can do. He hung up and turned his back to me, leaning against the counter. Fuck, he cursed, and I couldn't help it anymore. I walked over to him and wrapped my arms around him from behind. I'm sorry, baby. You didn't do anything wrong. That doesn't mean I can't be sorry for you. Do you want to talk about it? That asswipe John cheated on her. She found a text, and they fought. Now he's run out and is staying with this other woman. Because that's how this works. She finds a man who doesn't care about her, and then he hurts her, cheats, steals money, finds some way of disrespecting her. It's like a rerun of the same episode of a crap TV show keeps coming on, and I can't fucking find the remote. And even though I haven't spoken to her in how long, even though she's fine, as long as she has that jerk in her life, the moment she fears that she doesn't, suddenly she needs me. I hate that he cheated and that she's hurt, but I just... God, this is so hard. Carter turned around, and then he was hugging me. His face was in my chest, and he felt so fucking good there. I'm here for you, okay? Whatever you need. What I wanted to tell him was that he deserved for his mom to care about him all the time, not just when she needed something. That he was one of the best men I knew, and he had a big heart, and I was honored to call him mine. I need to see if I can go to Paducah. She needs me, okay? But I'm worried about you. What do you need? Who was there for Carter? He was always the perfect PA. He did whatever Dax or Elliot needed. He often tried to do the same for me, and always for his mom. But again, who was there for Carter? Who took care of him? You're giving it to me right now, he replied. Good. I ran my hand through his hair and kissed his forehead. When do we need to go? He tensed, and I was afraid I'd gone too far, that he wouldn't want me there. But then he pulled back and looked me in the eyes. We? If you need me, I'm there. What about work? And if you need me, I'm there, I repeated. He nodded. I need to call Dax. If you can't get anyone to cover at Fearless, I'll understand. It'll be fine. If I couldn't figure it out, Link or Cam would help. They'd done it before. I'd close the damn store for a few days if I had to. If Carter wanted me, there wasn't a chance I wouldn't be there for him. Chapter 25. Carter. It was nice of Sawyer to offer to visit my mom with me. Considering where we were in our very new relationship, he certainly didn't need to be there for a family crisis. But it was something I appreciated. I didn't want to go see my mother alone. Each time I had to face her after a breakup, it got harder. Too many times I'd run to her rescue, only for her to wind up with whatever bastard she was seeing at the time. Then it was back to the same old script. Occasional calls and requests for cash or help. But when Mom needed me, I wanted to be there for her. I could tell Sawyer had trouble understanding why, especially with the way his family worked. But she wasn't a bad person. That wasn't how I saw it, at least. Somehow she was trapped, if only by her own mind, into thinking she had to stay with guys like John. Regardless of the reason for the trip, Sawyer and I had a pleasant car ride to her place in Kentucky. We got to make jabs at each other's musical tastes and, better still, He had to endure my sing-alongs to Ava Max and Ariana Grande. I did let him offer up his own playlist of Red Hot Chili Peppers and Imagine Dragons so I could criticize his tastes. It was all in good fun, and between that and the conversation we had, catching up on the latest Fever Falls gossip, it was well worth the 8-hour drive to Kentucky. I'd avoided talking about Mom until we passed the Welcome to Paducah sign. Knowing we'd be seeing her within the next half hour, I couldn't help but mention, "Here we are." I glanced over at the passenger seat, where Sawyer sat, having swapped with me at the last gas station. An hour from the last guy she was seeing, and maybe 4 hours from the one before that. Mom has a way of traveling with these guys, and waiting tables makes it easy for her to follow them whenever they pick up and leave. Sawyer didn't say anything. Figured he was giving me a chance to vent whatever frustrations I needed to unleash before we arrived at our destination. I'm just glad he left her at their place. Nothing's worse than meeting Mom at some shit motel that smells like piss and has roaches crawling across the walls, and both of us acting like nothing's wrong. I glanced at Soy again as he rested his hand on my thigh, stroking softly. Funny how such a simple touch, so gentle, yet assuring, could bring me so much relief from the tension I'd had most of the way there. "Are you going to be okay?" he asked. "I'm going to get through it," was all I could offer. "I'll feel better once I see her. Know she's safe and vibe out where she's at with it all." We finally reached her place, a one-story home in a much nicer neighborhood than some of the shitholes she'd lived in. Fern trees lined either side of the front yard, and her roses were in bloom under the window beside the front door. As we approached the front door together, I felt a tug at my hand and looked as Sawyer offered a gentle squeeze, like when he'd rested his hand on my leg to soothe me. I felt the tension in my chest ease up. I took a much-needed breath of air as we walked up the steps of the front porch. "Here we go," I said, ringing the doorbell. We waited in silence for a few moments before the doorknob turned. The door opened, and there she stood, wearing a light blue dress and a bright smile. She had her hair and makeup done, though I could tell by the red in her eyes that, despite her grin, she'd spent some time sobbing before we arrived. Sawyer released my hand as she hurried to me, threw her arms around my shoulders, and pulled me close. "Thank you so much for coming, babe," she said before pulling away and turning to Sawyer. "And you must be Sawyer. Carter was telling me all about you." An exaggeration. "Come in. Carter always has coffee, so I have a pot on. Would you like some as well? Or I can make some tea?" Sawyer smiled, seeming surprised by how chipper Mom appeared. Mom's work as a waitress and her lifetime with assholes had left her more than equipped to save face around company, particularly an outsider like Sawyer, but I knew if he hadn't been around she would have had a full-blown meltdown, more than willing to show me the vulnerable side bubbling under the surface. "I'm fine. Thank you," Sawyer said. No, I won't have that. I've made some sweet and unsweetened tea, so say the word." Sawyer's smile broadened. "If Carter's having coffee, I'll have some too." "Perfect." She guided us into the house, which was spotless, as it always was whenever I came to visit. Mom and I were the same as far as keeping our places neat and tidy, if only because it distracted from the mess going on inside us. She led us into the kitchen, which overlooked the garden out back. She had a few seedlings coming up, but it was clear she'd just planted most of it. It was a sad sight, since I knew Mom wouldn't be able to stay to see her work through if John asked her to leave. "You like to garden, Miss James?" Sawyer asked as he stepped beside me. "Oh, I adore gardening. The roses out front are my babies, too. I've planted tomatoes, peppers, cucumbers. But I did fewer than last year because we had so many we didn't know what to do with. Now, Carter said you'd be fine with lasagna, Sawyer. Any garlic allergies? I was planning to make some garlic bread, but I wouldn't want to have you breaking out in hives midway through the meal." "No allergies," he assured her. As she started preparing dinner, we chatted about superfluous topics, avoiding the elephant in the room. After Mom put dinner in the oven, we sat on the sofa in the living room, and Mom pulled out one of her photo albums, clearly determined to torture me as she showed him some of my most embarrassing pics. "And this is Carter playing t-ball," she said as she reached a photo of me at 6 years old. I groaned. Oh my God, I was terrible at that. And look at those ears. He was the only kid who got injured with a softball, Mom added. It hurt. I can't remember anything about playing, but I thought it broke my leg.
Well, maybe you should have paid more attention to the game, babe.
You know those guys like Rush and Ash who disprove the gay stereotypes about us not wanting to play sports? Yeah, that wasn't me.
Sawyer laughed. Me either,
he assured me with a chuckle. I could tell he'd let his guard down now that he was adjusting to Mom. Surely he was seeing that she was more than the woman who caused me so much strife. She was nice, polite, playful. There were many lovable aspects to her, something even I had to remind myself of sometimes. This is 3rd grade, she said, pointing me out in a class picture. Look at those ears and see what I'm talking about, I said to Sawyer. And that nose.
They're not that bad,
he said with a laugh. I loved your old nose, Mom said. It made you unique. Oh, suddenly I'm not unique anymore? You'd rather have me go back to middle school when they shouted, "Fly, Dumbo, fly"? She rolled her eyes and turned to Sawyer. Please, he goes on and on complaining about those ears, but unlike most kids, he never had to worry about falling. He would just sort of glide to the ground. She turned to me and winked. I laughed my ass off at that, as did Sawyer. Sawyer, I don't know what he's told you about that nickname. Yes, they called him that one time in middle school. It was just kids being mean. And my little son came home and cried his eyes out about it for hours, and I did my best to make him feel better. But you know how kids are. I thought they would get over it and move on to something else. Have you seen the Dumbo movie? This little elephant has this little hat and big floppy ears that allow him to fly, and he has this red and yellow collar around his neck. So what did my brilliant little boy do the next day? Crafty thing that he is. He used construction paper to make up the little hat, he added gray construction paper to go over his ears, and he made the collar, too. Now, I didn't know how this would go over, but he walked out the door, confident as ever. Carter just had this way of making people laugh, and suddenly he was the most popular kid in his class. I felt myself blushing, yet also filled with pride. It's true, though. Just like the movie, everyone fell in love with my little Dumbo. She stroked her hand across my back, smiling brightly. I could feel her pride in her son's triumph, the way she always acted toward my victories.
You definitely left that part out, Miss James,
Sawyer said, eyeing me suspiciously. I told you. I know people, and it's hard for them to make fun of you when you're the one making fun of yourself.
Clever kid,
he added, and I winked at him, feeling particularly arrogant about my clever 7th grade self. But even though I could survive childhood bullies, I'm glad I pinned them back. We looked through a few more pictures before Mom headed into the kitchen to check on the lasagna. Sawyer scooted closer to me as he skimmed through the photo album. You realize you're never going to be able to unsee these, right? He laughed.
I'll take my chances. Oh, here we go.
He indicated another picture of me with my old ears and nose, and shrugged.
I'd fuck him.
His expression twisted up.
Wait, how old are you?
I busted into a laugh. Relax, that's college, totally legal. He searched around before turning back to me and whispering,
Your mom. She's definitely not what I was thinking, given the things you mentioned.
Yeah, she's a bit of an enigma. This is why it's so hard for me. She has this side that's all confidence, humor, and strength, and then this other side that's anything but those things. But then again, don't we all?
I don't know that I can be on board with how she didn't stick up for you when you were a kid. That's what family's supposed to do.
Well, join the club. I guess I'm the one guy she knows will be here through it all. That's part of what hurts. They're always first, and it feels like she's back to me as soon as I can give her something they can't. As much as I loved her, at times it just felt like I was being used. Dinner's ready, if you guys want to come in the kitchen, she announced. It was a nice distraction from a conversation I didn't want to continue. So we headed into the kitchen and settled at the dining table. After taking a few bites, I decided we'd had enough fun and needed to get down to business. "So, what are your plans now?" I asked her. "You want to stay in Paducah?" She quieted, pressing her lips together. "Leaving is probably for the best," I told her. "You know, we've done this enough to know that he could just want to get back with you, and, well, funny you mention that, because he actually called to say he was sorry." "What?" I couldn't have sounded more irate if I'd tried. "He cheated on you, and he's staying with that woman right now, but he called to make up, so you're taking him back? Can we not talk about that part in front of the company?" she asked, obviously working to keep from looking at Sawyer. "I think I might step out," Sawyer said, setting his silverware on his plate and rising. "Please stay," I asked him, desperation in my tone. I needed him here with me. I didn't know why. I just didn't want to handle Mom on my own. "Don't be upset, Carter," she added. "I didn't tell you because I wanted to see you again, and I figured John and I could use a few days apart anyway." "What are you doing, Mom?" "Carter, you can't just walk away from an asshole." "You don't even know him." "I don't need to know him. I could put his face on any of the guys you were with when I was a kid. It's like you have some assholedar you use to find them. I don't understand how one person can find so many assholes." "Babe, don't call them that." I don't know where the confidence came from or why, but I figured it had something to do with Sawyer being there. I spit out, "You certainly never had a problem with what they called me." She teared up, her eyes looking everywhere but at me. "I don't know what you mean." Although I could tell that more than anything she was trying to convince herself of that. "Why don't you look your faggot son in the eyes when you say that?" I asked, which evoked tears as she continued searching around the place, as though the response to my grievance would be somewhere on the walls. "Are you so upset about that one time?" "One time with that word," I clarified. "But what about pansy, sissy, girly? What about the various snide remarks from your asshole boyfriend of the moment that used to make me feel like I was nothing? Where were you then?" "Babe, why are you acting like this? We were having such a lovely conversation and dinner. Where is this coming from? That was all so long ago." "Yes, it was so long ago. And it would be one thing if I thought you'd come a long way or become a better person, but I look at you and you're still that same woman who sat there on that couch and didn't say a damn thing when I was insulted, but God forbid I say something about any of them. I just don't get it, Mom. Why? I've always been here for you. I'm the only man who has always come back when you needed him. So why do you always treat me the way they treat you? And why do I keep coming back when you do it?" The moment I spoke the words, I knew that was where my pain was really at. As I sat there for dinner, back in her home, enduring another one of her reconciliations with a bastard, I knew I was no different than she was. I pushed to my feet. "Carter, No, Mom, I can't stay here. Not another minute. I love you, but clearly being with a guy who treats you like shit is still your #1 priority." I started for the door, Sawyer not far behind. I heard Mom's chair slide across the linoleum. "Carter!" Mom called out. I was already pushing out the front door, Sawyer putting his arm around me, but I spun around. Her eyes were filled with tears. Oh, the tears I'd become so accustomed to throughout my life. Her expression was pleading for me to stay. "Please, Carter, don't do this. You know I need you. Please come back inside. John and I are in a bit of a jam right now with the mortgage, and I was hoping to talk to you about it." I knew what she meant. She needed more money. And as much as I would have given it to help, this was not the time for her to be bringing it up. I stepped away from Sawyer and returned to her. "I love you, Mom, but you're like some fucking addict. I can't be here to fund your addiction to these guys, but I'm willing to be here when you're ready to get help. Until then, please leave me alone." Sawyer wrapped his arm around me as we headed back to the car. Mom called after me a few more times, even shouting, "I'm sorry, Carter!" But it was too late. It was no different now than it had ever been, and it would never change. Just like Mom dreamed John would be different, I dreamed the same about her. Hoped the same. I was grateful that Sawyer gave me time to process everything as we headed to the hotel where I'd made reservations before we went to meet Mom. We checked in, and I sat on the queen-size bed in our room while Sawyer grabbed our bags from the car. My face was hot with fury, my hands balled into fists. I was sure if I checked my phone, I'd see 20 missed calls from her.
You okay?
He asked softly as he sat on the bed beside me. I don't know if I did the right thing. Leaving her like that, I confessed. But I don't know how to help her anymore. I keep giving and she keeps taking, and nothing changes.
It's obvious you love her, but it's okay to put yourself first. You deserve that. And you don't have to have all the answers right now.
He was right. I was used to having to find solutions for my job, used to needing to fix things as soon as they came up, but this wasn't one of those things. As my eyes filled with tears, I put my arms around him, tugging him close. I needed Sawyer to be there for me, exactly as he was doing. And just like with his reassuring touch in the car, his hold offered me some relief. Not much, but enough that I felt like I could breathe.
Chapter 26. Sawyer. I tried to top with this guy I'm seeing. It was a bit of a disaster. I just couldn't stop overthinking everything. Sawyer's journal. 21 years old. I held Carter, letting my hand travel up and down his back. I had this primal, raw urge to take care of him, to protect him, to make him feel loved. He likely didn't need that from me. I was pretty sure Carter was the strongest person I knew, and I was sure love wasn't something he was looking for from me either. But there was this ache in my chest that confirmed love was what I was feeling. Christ, the shit he had been through with his mom over the years, the men and the ups and downs, the way he was always there for her, but she couldn't manage the same with him. It broke my damn heart, made me see him in even more ways than I already had. He was so layered, I wondered if I would ever learn everything about him. But I wanted to. Fuck, I really did. It had taken everything inside me not to tell him how incredible he was when his mom shared the story about the Dumbo collar and ears. He was so fucking brave. Braver than I had ever been in my life. And I was in awe of him. How had I ever thought Carter anything less than the wonderful man he was? "Oh, I'm sorry. I hate losing it like this," he said into my chest, and I held him tighter. "It's okay. You're allowed. Hell, I figure it's expected. You're safe with me." It was what we had with each other. Safety. I'd never felt safe with another man the way I did with Carter, either. He tensed up slightly against me, as if my words had surprised him, and then I felt him let go. I don't understand why I'll never be as important to her as the random men going in and out of her life. Why won't anything I do ever be good enough for her? My heart broke for him. I couldn't imagine feeling that from my family. I was lucky having Cam and the parents we did. Carter had never had anyone, and I wanted him to know he had me, that he could always depend on me, even if things didn't work out between us. Hey. I pulled him back enough so I could see him. Hooking my finger under his chin, I tilted his head up. You're enough. If she doesn't see that, it's on her. Christ, Carter, you dropped everything to come here. This isn't the first time you've done that. You have such a big goddamn heart, and I hate that she doesn't treat it with care. I hate that I didn't give you the benefit of the doubt from the beginning. He shook his head. It's not your fault. My personality has always been my armor to keep people at a safe distance. Keeps even the good ones like you away. His eyes darted away as if he was unsure. Carter James was rarely unsure about anything. You're here now? Yeah, I replied softly. Yeah, I am. Then I slipped down to the floor and knelt between his legs. I went for one of his shoes and began untying it. What are you doing? Running a marathon? Ha! Someone thinks they're funny now. I took off his left shoe and then went for his right. I'm taking care of you. You don't have to do that. It's my job to take care of people. No, I said.
looking up at him. "It's not. You deserve to be taken care of, too." So I finished taking his shoes off and then went for his socks. I stood and toed out of my own shoes before holding out my hand for him. Carter took it, and I led us to the small bathroom in our hotel room. Once I got the water going and to temperature, I turned around and began taking his clothes off. He lifted his arms for me, and I pulled his shirt over his head. Kneeling, I unbuttoned and unzipped his pants, next removing those, along with his underwear. Carter was always sexy as hell, but looking at a naked Carter James was always a thing of fucking beauty. I still couldn't quite make sense of what he was doing with me, why he would choose me, but I planned to enjoy it while it lasted. "Fuck, you are so sexy." I grabbed his hips and pulled him closer, kissed his flat stomach before swirling my tongue around the head of his cock. He moved a thrust into my mouth, but I pulled back. Carter looked down at me with desire blazing in his eyes. "You're not playing fair." "Game on. Remember?" I winked. It had been a while since we'd said that to each other. I turned him around, and he let me. My hands traveled down his back, his ass, before I leaned in and bit it. It was silly, but I really fucking loved biting him. "Are you gonna hurry up and fuck me or not?" He looked over his shoulder, grinning. "When I'm ready." I stood, making quick work of my clothes until I was naked too. I tugged us both into the shower, soaped up, and began washing him. He whimpered and tried to thrust into my fist when I lathered his cock, but I wouldn't let him. "Oh God, you really aren't playing fair? I'm not fucking you right now. I'm taking care of you. Be good." "That was kinda hot. You telling me to be good like that?" I winked. I aimed to please. I teased him as I cleaned him. It was especially hard to make myself be good when I got to his ass, but I withstood the need to sink inside him and fuck him until we could both forget about anything else except each other. When I washed his hair, he tried to kiss me, but I grabbed his hips and held him back. "Sawyer, you're killing me." "No, I'm not. I'm spoiling you. It's something you're gonna have to get used to." He groaned and crossed his arms as if pouting, but I could see the appreciation in his stare, and maybe the surprise, too. I was pretty sure Carter was used to being used. Hell, in some ways, maybe he liked that. He'd never wanted anything serious, but I wasn't there to use him, and I wanted him to know it. When he was all clean, I pushed his hands away as he tried to do the same for me. I washed up quickly, then turned off the water and got out, grabbing a towel. I dried him off, and he stopped trying to tease me, to playfully kiss me and get me to get him off, and just watched me. Watched me like maybe it was the first time he'd really seen me. Once we were dry, I took his hand and led him back to the room. I swatted his ass. "Get on the bed. Someone is feeling awfully bossy tonight." "You like it." At least I hoped he did. Carter did as I said. Lying down on his back with his head on the pillows, he slowly stroked his cock, and then it was my turn to groan. "See something you like?" He cocked a brow. "You know I do." Rummaging through my bag, I got the lube and condoms and set them on the bedside table. I stood beside the bed, looking down at him. He was still stroking himself. My balls were full and fucking aching, yet I couldn't help but watch him. "Fuck, you're beautiful." I reached over and cupped his cheek. He sucked in a sharp breath. "Now I'm going to ravage you." Damned if I didn't see a shudder race down the length of him. "What do you want?" I asked, lazily stroking my dick. "First, I want to taste you." "Come over here and suck, then." Carter got on his knees, still on the bed. His ass was in the air as he took my cock to the back of his throat. Christ, this mouth. I don't think I'll ever get enough of it. He was so addictive that even though my brain told me this likely would never work, I couldn't stop myself from wishing it would. I spit on my finger and leaned forward as Carter blew me. I rubbed his tight hole, felt it clench beneath the pad of my finger as my knees went weak from the skilled suction of his mouth. "Yeah, baby, like that. Just like that," I told him as I made short thrusts into his mouth. I pushed the tip of my finger into his hole as he pulled off, then sucked and nuzzled my sack. My balls already wanted to unload, so I pulled back, growling and lifting him up and kissing him. I nipped at his lip, slipped my tongue into his mouth, tugged at his hair. I loved that I could be rough with him, that he unlocked the piece inside me that wanted to be rough with him, while loving him right, too. I lifted him, then tossed him back to the bed so he lay on his stomach. "Put your ass in the air for me," I said, swatting his cheek. "Yes, sir." "I think I like that." "Of course you do," he replied with a chuckle, but did as I said. I went straight down to my knees, pulling his cheeks apart, his tight, pink hole just waiting for me to wreck it. I leaned in and rasped my tongue over it, flicking it back and forth over his rim. "Fuck yes," Carter hissed. "Love it when you eat my ass." I bit his butt cheek, and then licked the spot where my teeth marks were. Fuck, I love it too. Jesus, this ass. I've been told it's impressive. "The best," I replied before diving in again. I licked him, ate at him, alternating between his balls and then trailing back up to his ass. Sucking my fingers, I got them wet before pushing one, then two inside, finger-fucking him as I lapped at his nuts. Carter pushed back against me, fucking himself on my fingers and telling me how good I felt to keep going, and I sure as shit didn't plan to stop. Maybe not ever. "Fuck me," he finally called out. "Please, Soy, fuck me, I need you." It was that last part that made my head spin, made my chest swell, because fuck, I needed him too. "Put your head on the pillow, but stay on your stomach," I told him, and he scrambled over to do it. I suited up and slicked up my cock with the lube, then got between his legs. I spread his ass cheeks apart and squirted lube in his crack, then set it aside and pushed two lubed fingers into his hole. "Fuck me," he said again. "I'm ready for it." So I did. I pushed in, watching my dick disappear slowly inside him. His hole gripped me tight, sucked me in like it was made for my cock. Christ, you feel so damn good, Carter. I kissed the back of his neck. "Don't know if I can get enough of you. So damn good." I pulled out, then slowly pushed forward again. I wish I were bare. That would be a first for me, you know? I want to take you with nothing between us, fill you up with my cum, mark you as mine, and then lie between your legs and see it drip out of your hole. Oh, fuck. He pushed back against me, and I held myself still above him, letting Carter fuck himself on my rod. "I want that too. Want your load in me, all over me." He kept fucking himself on me, working his ass on my cock like a damn sex god. It was the hottest thing I'd ever seen. "You're greedy for me, aren't you? Your hole is hungry for my cock. Fuck, you're good at this, baby. Look at you fucking yourself on me." "Sawyer," he said breathlessly, and it sounded like a plea. I loved my name on his lips and would give him anything in that moment. I twined our fingers together over his head and took over. I fucked into him hard. Our bodies slapped together. We were slick with sweat, each other's names on our tongues, and I was pretty sure I'd never been closer to another person than I was in that moment. It made a growl rumble through my chest and escape my lips. I bit into his shoulder as I fucked him, as I loved it. "So good. I love it when you go all beast mode on me." I couldn't help but smile into his neck, still railing into him. I wanted to be inside his ass all night, but my balls were screaming to let loose. I pulled out, and he whimpered, but all I did was flip him to his back, put his legs over my shoulders, and push back inside. His cock was leaking all over his stomach, and he was looking up at me with so much tenderness, it stole my breath. This was different from any other time I'd fucked him. I slowed the pace and leaned down to take his mouth, the way my cock was taking his ass. Carter kissed me back hungrily as we rocked together, our bodies savoring each other. "Right there, fuck, just like that, Soy," he said as I thrust into him. He spit in his hand and wrapped it around his dick, stroking himself as I took him slowly. Our eyes were locked on each other's. The moment felt heavy and important, and I wanted it to last forever, but I was scared of it too. How did I go back after having this? What would I do if I lost him? His breathing sped up, his movements becoming more urgent. "Come for me. I want to see you shoot." That was all it took. Carter's body arched toward mine, cum spurting out of his dick and jutting up his chest and all over his abs. His hole tightened around me.
My own orgasm right there, waiting to take over.
"Come on me. You can't come in me, but I want you to come on me," he said, and I pulled out.
He moaned when I did. I ripped the condom off, this predatory need to take what was mine washing over me. I only had to jerk my cock twice before I shot my load all over Carter's abs, cock, and balls. He pulled me down on top of him, wrapped his legs and arms around me, petting my head and rubbing his hand up and down my back.
"That was—"
He trailed off, as if unable to finish. He also didn't need to. Yeah, I know. There was no doubt in my mind anymore. I knew I was fucked, and so totally head over heels gone for Carter James. Chapter 27. Carter. I lounged in Sawyer's bed as he showered off, preparing for another Monday at Fearless. The bathroom door opened, and he stepped out, wearing a polo that fit his arms nearly as well as his slacks shaped around his ass. His gaze shifted to me, and a grin played across his lips. It looked as though he had just entertained some particularly mischievous thought. "What?" I asked. "Just enjoying the way you look in my bed."
I glanced myself over quickly before acknowledging, "Seems like you're just enjoying that I'm naked and on top of the covers."
"Same difference."
He approached and crawled across the comforter. He moved over me, resting at my side as my lips welcomed his. His damp bangs pushed up against my forehead, his cheeks still warm from his shower. I breathed in the mint from his mouthwash, combined with a hint of aftershave. I could get used to this. What was I thinking? I was already getting used to it. Loving it. Really. Nothing was better than those mornings when I woke up trying to remember where I was. L.A., some other city or country, only to realize, no, I was in naughty Sawyer's bed, with him sleeping right beside me. I moaned. Carter might need another quick fuck before naughty Sawyer heads off to work. His rising smile tickled my cheeks.
"I think it's only fair, considering I'm going to be busy all week."
One of his employees had come down with the flu, so he was filling in for her. That meant on top of covering his own shifts, so he had more than his share of work cut out for him. "Just don't forget I need some Sawyer time. I'm fairly greedy for it."
"Well, how about Friday we have a date night?"
A date night? I sounded more excited than I'd intended, but about as excited as I really felt.
"Yeah. I think we've been too secluded. I practically chained you to the bed for the past few weeks. We have the nights when we hang with the gang, but I want to have a date with you and then come back and chain me to the bed.
Do I need to stop by the hardware store before Friday?" He laughed, the sort of light-hearted laugh I never would have imagined Sawyer being capable of until we'd started seeing each other. "Date night on Friday sounds great," I said, being more serious. "But in the meantime, let me know if you need me to come in. I'm sure I can figure out how to help customers find books."
"It's not a big deal," Sawyer said. "With Cam coming in for a few hours here and there, it won't be any different than when I first opened the store. I might look into hiring more staff soon."
His remark reminded me of what a good brother Camden was to him. Sawyer was lucky to have him. Or, really, they were lucky to have each other.
"Speaking of family, are you planning to call your mom this week?" Sawyer asked.
It had been just over 3 weeks since we'd met with her, and I hadn't spoken to her since. "No. I need time to sort through that a bit. I know I will call her at some point. She's my mom, for Christ's sake. But I'm not ready. Still feels like she chose some bastard over her own son. But I'll find a way through it. It just can't keep going on like this. Her only seeming to want me in her life when she needs me for something." Sawyer's gaze sank before meeting mine once again.
"I could see why you feel that way. But even from my limited time with the two of you, it seems like you know deep down that she really does love you."
"Yeah, I do," I said, then opted for a subject change. "But way to kill my heart on." He glanced down at my cock.
Oh no, I ruined it, didn't I? What are we going to do about that?
He kissed me again, quickly offering me that familiar sensation of relief. Then he kissed his way down to my chin, to my neck. He bit gently, tugging at the flesh before kissing his way down to my cock, which he took into his mouth. I ran my fingers through his hair, the wet locks clinging to my fingers. As good as the sensation of him blowing me felt, I couldn't help but feel giddy about Friday. Something to help me through my own week.
What are you whistling about?
Elliot asked. Whistling? Was I whistling? I'd hardly noticed until he'd made his remark as we began our morning conference call. Dax sat beside me, smirking. Just excited to start my week, I said.
Well, then get ready to be even more excited about your week,
Elliot added.
Guess who's been invited to the Renovier mansion for Morgan's birthday party?
The Renovier mansion? I practically shrieked from excitement. Morgan Renovier was like the Martha Stewart of interior design. Minus the insider trading bits.
Yes, they've just given Freda Inc. the boot and want a new PR company to help them with rebranding their magazine. We need to schmooze, so, of course, I want my #1 schmoozer there. No offense, Dax.
None taken. Dax clearly wasn't as surprised by this news. You already knew about this? I asked him.
It was in the works last week, but I hadn't realized he'd booked a meeting with her. Nothing is set in stone, Elliot said, but it's a promising lead to a great opportunity.
I glanced between Dax and the cell on the desk. Dax, obviously, you'll be there too.
You're more than capable of going in my place.
Hell, look how much you've managed the past year with all these new responsibilities. Plus,
I've already committed to Nance's barbecue this Friday, and I'm not going to be standing her up.
Friday? I'd been so excited about the opportunity, I hadn't considered that it might overlap with my date night with Sawyer.
Yes, Friday. So I figure we'd fly in that morning, and then I can have you back to Fever Falls on Sunday. Or if you want to spend some more time in L.A.
No, I can fly back on Sunday. I was pissed that I wouldn't be able to make my date with Sawyer, but he knew this was part of the job, same as his busy week was part of his. He would more than understand. It was just a disappointment, considering how much I'd been looking forward to it since he mentioned it that morning. Elliot discussed some of the details I'd need to attend to in preparation for the event, and then we moved on to other topics. When our meeting ended, Dax asked,
"Everything okay, Carter?"
"Of course it is."
"You just seemed a little surprised by a party I figured you'd be doing cartwheels over."
"Hell, I'd be doing round-offs to attend Morgan Renovier's birthday bash. It's just that Sawyer and I made plans for Friday, but obviously we can reschedule those." His smile returned, as though he was relieved to hear that was all my distress had been about. It was silly, I reminded myself. Hadn't I already spent enough time with Sawyer since we'd started messing around? Although I knew the answer to that was an emphatic no. I was needy for the time we spent together. However, I had a job to do, so I called Sawyer to tell him about the change in plans. He was disappointed, same as me, but similarly realized it wasn't a huge inconvenience to reschedule for the next week. So, when Friday came, I headed to Los Angeles to attend the party at Morgan Renovier's impressive estate.
"I think we got it,"
Elliot sang as he mixed drinks at the bar in his penthouse suite. We'd just returned from the party and were enjoying a celebratory cocktail after what had felt like a winning meeting with Morgan. The celebration had lived up to the Renovier brand name, decorations and furnishings befitting a design guru like Morgan, plus the jugglers, contortionists, and flamethrowers mingling with the guests as famous singers and stand-up comedians performed in the mansion's 300-seat home theater. After the meal and the birthday song and cake, Morgan slipped into her office with Elliot and me for the low-key meeting that ended with her assuring Elliot she'd be in touch in a way that convinced Elliot and me this was a sure thing.
"If she does choose to team with us,"
Elliot said, "her company will take Klein Smart Global to another level." It'd been a while since I'd seen Elliot beaming like a fucking kid at a carnival. However, as excited as he was, I knew what taking our company to another level meant, and it made me nervous. He added, "I'm sure you're enjoying being back in your element?" I enjoy attending a good party every once in a while, which that definitely was. He finished stirring our cocktails, handed a glass to me, and took a sip from the other. He hesitated for a moment, his gaze shifting about the room like he was considering whether to go on. "Carter, what if I told you that could be happening a lot more frequently?" "What do you mean? More parties?" He chuckled, setting his glass back on the bar. "Not exactly. Look, Dax and I had a conversation last year before he moved to Fever Falls about a promotion for you. I know you're perfectly fine with what you're doing, but you have the skills to do the same stuff as Dax, and he's made it clear recently that he's ready to settle down. He likes his life in Fever Falls, and I need someone to come on full-time again. I need another Dax, and you know the ropes. You've more than earned this, not just a promotion, but potentially buying into a share of the business." "Oh my God," I said, honored that they'd even considered the possibility. "Wait, you've talked to Dax about this?" I figured Dax would have brought up how such an opportunity might interfere with my relationship with Sawyer. "We've had several discussions about promoting you. Not recently, but I can't imagine he'll be against it." Ah, so Dax had kept his word, and not mentioned how serious Sawyer and I were now. I, I, Carter James is at a loss for words, he asked, laughing. "This is a first. No, it's just a lot. We don't even know if this deal with Morgan Renevier will go through." "Fuck this one deal, Carter. That's not what I'm talking about. I need someone regardless of this opportunity. Don't you want to get out of that fucking small town and get back to your actual life?" "No, I don't." Sure, I had complained and made fun of that town when I'd first started working out there with Dax. But over time, I'd found so many things to love in it, including Sawyer. Elliot quieted. He gripped the bar before balling his hand into a fist and knocking against it gently. "It's hard doing all this by myself. For years, I got to beat you two around, and I'd be lying if I said I don't miss it. Come on. Don't you have enough women to keep you company out here? I have fun. But, I don't know, maybe because I'm nearing my mid-30s, I'm starting to realize—" He hesitated, tearing up. "Carter, I'm lonely." There. I said it. And fun as it can be to find someone to play around with for a while, when you know it's just going to be that, and then nothing, well, it feels emptier than it once did. Didn't I know it? Hadn't I had so many encounters like that before Sawyer? Truly, it had been hard for me to know what I was even missing until I met him. Elliot sniffled, wiping the back of his hand across his face. He wasn't the kind of guy to show emotion, and never like that, especially not to me. It was difficult to see him struggling. Okay, tequila's making me say some of this, but I'm not going to pretend that it wouldn't be nice to have one of my buddies out here again, and we don't have to figure it all out tonight, but come back to Los Angeles, Carter. Dax can have more time to live this life he clearly adores. He's happier than I've ever seen him. Klein Smart Global needs you. And if you take me up on this, which I know you will, you won't ever have to see Fever Falls again." Never see Fever Falls again. It was too much to think about, dumped on me all at once. All I could think was, fuck. Chapter 28. Sawyer. I really want to learn to start taking chances, to take risks, to be fearless in what I want. Only I haven't found anything I want enough yet. Sawyer's Journal, 21 years old. Carter wasn't able to come back to Fever Falls on Sunday. It was his job, and I understood. I would never be angry with him about it. But it was disappointing. I'd been excited about our date. I loved spending time with him, and I missed him when he was gone. I knew he missed me too. even though he often made a joke about it when he told me. That was just how Carter was. When things got close, he relied on his sense of humor to get him through, though there were those moments he let his guard down with me. Recently they happened more, and fuck, did I love them. So he was busy working in L.A., and I was at home in Fever Falls. The thing was, we had both known this was our reality, but that didn't make it any easier to deal with. No matter how our relationship had changed, Carter lived in Los Angeles. Carter had a completely different life from me. Who would really want you? I fought to shake Julian's voice out of my head. After all this time, why couldn't I make him shut up? It was Friday, a full week from the day Carter and I had missed our date. We spoke on the phone every day and video chatted at night, which, yeah, I had to admit, was a whole lot of fun. But watching Carter jerk off from thousands of miles away wasn't the same as touching him. Seeing him wear his onesie around his hotel rooms was cute as hell, but I wanted him here with me. Talking to him through the phone until we fell asleep wasn't as good as talking half the night when we were in bed together. It was late, and I was just closing Fearless when a blond guy popped around the corner. "Hey, Link," I said as my friend slipped inside. "You're out late." "I was coming to see you. The guys are at Fever. I told them I'd drag you out." Which meant he was sent to come and get me, likely by my nosy brother. And it's a coincidence that it's the friend who's spent the last year adjusting to his boyfriend traveling? Oh, hell no. Cam obviously sent me for a reason. I've been where you are, and I know it takes some getting used to. Want a coffee? I walked over to the counter. Sure. It's different, though. How? Link asked. Well, for starters, Rush lives in Fever Falls. You were used to having him around. Link rolled his eyes. You're reaching. I was also used to Rush traveling to race. I just hadn't realized how different it would feel when he did that as my boyfriend. You and Rush were in love, I countered. And you're not? I turned away from him and began preparing the coffee. Was I in love with Carter? Yeah, I was. But I wasn't supposed to have fallen in love with him, and I didn't think he was in love with me. I know you, Sawyer. I sighed. That's not what this was supposed to be about. Oh, sugar, it never is. If you thought I set out to fall in love with Rush, you're crazy. I finished making Link's coffee the way I knew he liked it and handed it to him. I appreciated what he was trying to do, I really did. But comparing him and Rush to Carter and me was like comparing apples to oranges. You know me. I'm logical. The truth is, a few months ago, I thought I hated Carter. For no good reason, but that didn't change how I felt. And now you know you love him, Lincoln teased, and I rolled my eyes. I don't confirm or deny anything. But back to what I was saying. I have to be realistic, Link. It doesn't matter how much I like Carter. There's a lot standing between us. Then shove that shit out of the way and go for what you want. You're one of the best people I know. You deserve to be happy. My eyes darted away. I didn't know what to say. When I opened my mouth, I wasn't sure what would come out. I sure as shit didn't plan to ask. What if he doesn't feel the same? Then you walk away knowing you didn't run away. That right there is something to be proud of. Would you have said that before you knew Rush loved you? Hell no, Lincoln replied, and we both laughed. I had no idea how we'd ended up talking about my future, or possibly lack thereof, with Carter. All I knew was I missed him, and I wasn't ready to lose him, even if that was the likely outcome. Let me clean up real quick, and I'll go have a drink with you guys. That's my boy! Lincoln clapped his hands together. I bet Cam $20 I could get you to go out tonight, you asshole. But really, it was just what I needed. I still wished Carter were there to enjoy it with me. It was another week before Carter was able to get back to Fever Falls. I took the day off and drove to Atlanta to pick him up at the airport. A smile curled the corners of my mouth when I saw him standing in the crowd, looking for my car. His skin was a bit more sun-kissed, like he'd been out in the sun. His brown hair flopped against his forehead as his eyes skated around the area. He looked so damn cute. My fingers twitched with the need to touch him. I rolled down the window as I approached where Carter stood, feeling a giddiness I had no damn business feeling. "Hey, sexy. You need a ride?" "Nah, I'm good." He winked, then walked over and tossed his bag into the back seat before getting into the front. "Did you miss me?" "Nah, I'm good," I teased. He smiled, and I leaned over the center console to kiss that adorable fucking grin of his. We chatted about random shit and the goings-on in Fever Falls since he'd been gone. Carter had asked me to fill him in, and I wondered if it was because he didn't want to talk about his LA trip or if he was just truly interested in Fever Falls. "Are you hungry or anything? You need me to take you to get food?" "No." He shook his head. "I really need you to take me home and fuck me. I want my beast." He cocked a brow, and my dick was like, "Hello," plumping up behind my fly. I went straight to my apartment. We laughed and raced each other up the stairs, and I had to admit, I loved the thought that he was eager for me. He'd been in Los Angeles with who knew how many beautiful guys, yet he was home and still wanted me. It was the most potent high. Not home. Fever Falls isn't Carter's home. The second we were inside, we had our mouths on each other. He tasted like mint, and I smiled at the familiar slide of his tongue. We were stumbling toward my room, Carter walking backward, alternating between kissing and ripping out of our clothes. He ran into the wall beside the hallway. "I can't make it any farther." He breathed out heavily, and I pushed him down to his knees, then silently looked down at him to ask him if that was okay. Carter smiled. "Suck me," I told him, and he did, deeply and expertly. My whole body felt like it was on fire, jittery and needy, my eyes trained on him. "Fuck, you're beautiful. Missed your mouth, and your laugh, and the way you joke when you feel like you're getting too close, or that little gasp that pulls out of the back of your throat when you're excited." Carter fumbled the blowjob as if my words surprised him and he didn't know what to think. I grabbed his hair and fucked into his mouth, and then he was jerking himself off, and I was coming into his mouth just before he blew his load all over his hand. "Fuck, that was good," he said, falling onto his ass. I held out my hand for him and helped him up. We cleaned off together, then climbed into bed. It didn't matter that it was the middle of the afternoon. We took a nap, but Carter slept longer than I did. I got out of bed and smiled at him, his body splayed out from how he'd been lying, hogging the mattress. I kissed his head, pulled on underwear, and went into the kitchen to make chicken parmesan for dinner. Later, he stumbled out of the room in a pair of briefs. "Sorry, I didn't mean to sleep so long. It's fine. You must have needed it. Yeah, the pace is a lot quicker out there. I'm not as used to it anymore. I was lucky if I averaged about 4 hours of sleep each night." I couldn't help but flinch, and I hoped Carter didn't notice. I couldn't imagine that kind of lifestyle. The people, the parties, the men. How could Fever Falls compare to that? How could I? "Do you want me to pour us some rosé?" he asked, and I smiled. That would be great. Carter got the rosé. I made our plates, and we sat at the table together to eat. There was a thickness to the air that I nearly choked on. I could tell Carter felt it too. Like we knew we had to talk, and maybe our time was even more limited now, but neither of us wanted to say so. After dinner, I tried to get him to skip the dishes, but Carter couldn't handle it. Things like that drove him crazy, which I had to admit was cute, so we washed dishes together. "Remember the water fight?" I asked. He chuckled. "I do." "Don't even think about it," I said, and he looked at me innocently. "What? Me? Never." But we didn't have another water fight. We finished the dishes, and he asked, "Can we stay in bed all night? I know we were supposed to meet up with everyone, and if you want to, I will, but yeah." I told him, "That'd be nice. We can see everyone else later. You'll be here for a week or so, right?" His eyes darted away, and I felt an ache in my gut. "Just a couple of days, actually." "Oh." I tried not to be disappointed. It was his career. I couldn't complain about that, and I'd known from the start that this could happen, but I didn't think he would be gone so much. We should probably talk, Carter said, and I nodded. We can do that in bed, too. We turned off the lights and made our way back to my bed. I leaned against the headboard, but Carter sat facing me, his legs crossed. Elliot offered me a promotion. It's a really great opportunity. More than that, a huge compliment from Elliot and Dax that they think I can handle the responsibility. They discussed my coming on board as an equal, and the chance to buy into the company.
Wow, that's incredible, I said, and meant it.
Yeah, it is. Not something I ever really even thought would happen, or wanted to happen. I've always been happy being Dax's most amazing PA ever, but this is the next logical step after everything I've done, and I can tell Elliot really wants the help now that Dax isn't around the way he used to be. I knew how huge this was for him. It was an incredible opportunity, and no one deserved it more than Carter. How could I begrudge him that? But you'll basically have to move back to Los Angeles full-time, I asked, filling in the blanks. Yeah, and there will be a lot of traveling, too. The ache in my chest began to spider out, slinking into every empty space in my body. I didn't want him to go. I wanted him to stay here, but I could never expect that. We'd known from the start we were temporary. We knew something like this could happen. Yeah, I know. And it's a great opportunity for you, I added, trying to make the words not stick in my mouth, fighting to make it sound as if they didn't break me. Because they did. But I don't want to lose you, Carter said. I'm not ready to stop doing this yet, but it's a lot to ask. We rarely see each other, and I know it's not ideal. It'll be tough on you. On me, too, of course. But because of Julian, I said from between tight lips. But he was right. My insecurities would eat me alive. Then again, how fair was that to him? These were my issues, I knew that, and I was the one who needed to get over them. I trusted Carter, but I also knew this was different for him, too. I'm not ready to lose you yet either. But I would. Carter and I were both logical enough to realize that. Come here, I said, and I tugged him forward. Carter straddled my thighs, and I cupped his cheek. We make it work one day at a time, and we'll be honest with each other. That's all we can do. I won't cheat on you. Tell me you know that. I do, I replied. And I did. But insecurities were funny that way. Logic played no part in them. When it gets to be too much, we tell each other, I don't want to screw up our friendship. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to me, too. We kissed slowly then. We were naked again soon, and I was inside him, fucking him tenderly, savoring him, and already dreading when he'd leave in a few days' time. Chapter 29. Carter. Booked Randy Hardigree on Ellen, I announced as I entered Elliot's office. What? That guy's been doing mean jokes in his stand-up act about her for the past decade. I guess I'm just talented like that. And she promises not to mention the jokes either. We don't need a showdown on daytime TV. That's my Carter James, he said, pushing to his feet and walking around his desk for double high fives. Since returning to Los Angeles, I'd set up my own office where Dax's had been and went right back to work. As Elliot and I celebrated my victory, it reminded me of the days when it was the three of us, Dax, Elliot, and me. As we took a moment to appreciate our accomplishment, my phone buzzed. I checked it and saw a text from Sawyer. Things are good here, he'd texted in reply to my morning check-in text. Keeg's buddy Casey is great with the customers, very friendly and talkative, and definitely knows his way around our history section. I smirked. But my enjoyment of his message and my victory were suddenly bittersweet, much like the conversation Sawyer and I had shared 2 weeks earlier. I was back in Los Angeles, in my own element, feeling like a rock star as Elliot and I tackled projects together, Elliot and Dax had always made me feel valued for what I brought to the team, but by coming on board in this capacity, I could do so much more for the company. It was a great opportunity. But why did I have to keep reminding myself of that? Was it because of the other opportunity I felt slipping away with each passing day? I stayed up late that night to have a chance to talk with Sawyer via video chat. I thought surely it would be the hot sex I'd miss most. But as we caught up about our days, it reminded me that I missed our chats, and even the subtlest of smirks he offered, as much as all the rest. I told him about our success, and his eyes lit up, but there was something else there, too, some unspoken discomfort. "Everything okay?" I asked. "Of course. I'm very proud of you." The words sent a familiar surge of excitement pulsing through me, but the sadness in his expression filled me with disappointment, too. He added, "Just wish I was there to celebrate with you. I wish you were here, too. Maybe naughty Sawyer wants to play around for a minute before I head to bed." I was trying to lighten the mood, but that just seemed to make Sawyer even more uneasy. "Maybe not tonight, but this week for sure." An unsettling quiet lingered between us as too much seemed to be said without words. "What are you thinking?" I pressed. "Nothing. I know you well enough to know you're not thinking nothing." He forced a smile and shook his head, like whatever he was thinking was too sad or depressing to share. Maybe it was better that he kept it to himself. "It'd be nice if I could teleport there between work and the rest," I said, "so I could curl up next to you in bed. Maybe nuzzle my face into your neck. Maybe get a few bite marks on me throughout the night." I winked, and his smile became more authentic once again. "If only," he said. "Yes, if only. Maybe I can plan a trip to L.A. when you have some downtime. Might be hard to leave Fearless, but I can make it work." Oh, I liked that idea. "That would be great. We'll have to see when we can both get time away. I don't want you to come here if I'll have to cut it short to leave or something like that." Similar conversations followed throughout the rest of the week, and the week after. Work bred even more work. We couldn't find a time where Sawyer could get to L.A. when I was free. It was always either a bad time for him or for me, and Elliot kept putting off another visit to Fever Falls until I had to push. "Just a few more days," I said as Sawyer and I video chatted, naughty Sawyer ready to tear me up enough to make it worth my while. He beamed, offering a familiar growl that forced a rush of adrenaline through me. Yes, finally. In a few days everything would be right again. It hadn't been so long, really, but even a few weeks away from Sawyer felt like months, if not a goddamn year. After a bit more than a month, we managed to find our way back to Fever Falls. Of course, more than anything, I wanted to rush to Sawyer's place for a quickie, but Elliot had made a reservation at Fever Pitch so we could catch up with Dax. After all, we were only going to be there for 2 days before we had to be in New York for a film premiere. As we all packed the booth, Sawyer kept close to me, his hand on my thigh as he offered a squeeze, then shifted his hand closer to my crotch, his touch offering the promise of what was to come after dinner. Namely us. Oh, the things I wanted to do with him. I was so on edge. I wanted him to pounce on me like the fucking animal he was and claim my body again and again and again. It seemed almost unbearable as Dax and Jace caught up with us and Serena discussed her recent taped audition for a reality TV show. I'm not exactly thrilled to be on a show about has-been actresses, she said, but I'm nothing if not self-aware. Dax rolled his eyes. "Come on, Mom. You would hate that. Shows like that exist just so they can put you on TV and have Twitter and Insta wars over your life and choices." "Daxy poo. At this point in my career, I'm lucky if people are giving me hell. It means they're still thinking about me." "Your mom has a point there," Elliot said. Dax shook his head. "I think you and Carter need to hop on a plane and get back to L.A. before Serena winds up on another Real Housewife of Beverly Hills." "Do you guys have contacts with their people?" Serena asked, her eyes lighting up. "Dax, Carter, either of you fucked around with Andy Cohen?" Elliot teased. "Come on, Carter. Surely he's somewhere in your extensive Rolodex." "No, not Andy Cohen, for sure," I replied.
I doubt you could have made time for him at that premiere we were at the other night, Elliot went on. Jesus, that actor who shall not be named since he's not out was like a lion on the prowl. What is it you used to say? You have to reward persistence? Poor guy didn't get anything for all that effort. I don't have any issue with saying when a man is hot, and that guy is like the Giselle of men. Don't think I've ever seen you turn down a guy like that before, Carter.
Well, persistence isn't everything, I said, laughing off Elliot's comment. But I inspected Sawyer's reaction. He smiled at me, as though trying to act like the story didn't bother him, but I knew him well enough to know better, judging by the subtle twitch lingering at the edge of his mouth. And the way Elliot glanced between Sawyer and me, he seemed to catch on, too. Since I'd accepted the promotion, I told Elliot about my relationship with Sawyer. Not the extent of it, because I didn't want him to feel bad, but I wouldn't have felt right hiding Sawyer from him, or anyone for that matter. Still, in his mind, he clearly didn't understand the difference between what Sawyer and I were doing and what I used to do with other guys. But it was so very different. In lighter news, Elliot went on, I have an announcement to make. Where's he going with this? Considering I'd been with him the past few weeks, I figured if there was an announcement to be made, I'd have known what it was about. We got the Renovere account. What? I was stunned. We hadn't heard from Morgan after the party, so I'd assumed she had moved on to someone else. Oh, my God, Dax said, his jaw dropping, since he knew just as well as Elliot and I did that this was massive. Damn right, Elliot said as he raised his beer in the air. And apparently Renovere is launching a line in Japan and Korea. You're going to North Korea? Serena asked. How exotic. Elliot's brows pulled together. What? No, not that Korea, he said, as though that should be obvious. South Korea. Wait, Dax said. What does that mean for you guys? Nothing now. Nothing, really, Elliot replied. But in another 6 months, I'll have to spend some serious time abroad, and fortunately Carter can manage everything in Los Angeles in the meantime. Elliot seemed to be the only person at the table oblivious to what that meant for Sawyer and me as Dax, Jace, and Serena avoided looking at us. Elliot seemed to catch on once again, though a little too late, adding, obviously, Carter, you can come back here occasionally to meet with Dax. It'll be like that for some time. But you know how it is. Could be a few months, or a year. We have to play it by ear. Yes, right, I said, my body about as tense as could be. This wasn't how I'd planned on spending my first dinner with Sawyer. Not at all. That's great. I could tell Sawyer was forcing the words past his lips. Congratulations, you guys. I think this deserves a toast. He raised his glass, and we all celebrated another victory for the company. Only it felt like another loss for Sawyer and me. Chapter 30. Sawyer. Jesus, this is weird. I'm definitely too old to be journaling. I don't know what made me pick this old thing up and read through it. Actually, I do. It's so crazy to look at the man I was when I was with Julian and compare him to who I am now. Sawyer's journal. Present. I wasn't going to lie. I was a mix of emotions. I was so happy for Carter. There were no words for how happy I was for him, but I did wonder what it would mean for us. Then I would feel bad about thinking that way because this should be about him, about his career and his future, and not his boyfriend who was being a big baby. Things were a bit solemn between us for the couple of days he was here. We seemed to be caught between this need to have each other and touch each other and talk to each other, and the heaviness that cloaked us. If there was one thing I could say about Carter and me, it was that we'd both been realistic about our relationship. We didn't keep our heads in the sand, and we both knew we would have to make some decisions very soon. I'll miss you, I said as we were saying goodbye before he jetted off to New York. I'll miss you too. I pushed the hair off his forehead and kissed it. Are you excited? This is all really amazing. All your hard work has paid off. I didn't know what it was, but something didn't feel right. When Carter talked about his new promotion, I didn't feel electricity sparking off him. By now, I felt I knew Carter.
and he glowed at the simplest things. He was so passionate. It didn't take much to make him happy, and that was one of my favorite things about him. I thought about how I felt when Fearless became a reality, and he didn't have the same energy about this. This growing fear was spreading through my chest, taking me over, that it was because of me. That he couldn't let himself be happy about his promotion because he was worried about how I would deal or what it meant for us. Holding Carter back was the last thing I ever wanted to do. "Of course I'm excited," he said with a little too much of a smile, one that told me it wasn't real, and again, that worry built inside me. Was he too nervous to show his happiness because he worried about what it meant for me? "You know all I want is for you to be happy, right? That's the most important thing." "I know. I feel the same way about you." "How could I not be happy? I have an amazing job and a sexy-as-fuck boyfriend who's a beast in bed." That made me smile. So sue me. I loved hearing how much I did it for him. "I love you," I wanted to tell him, but I couldn't. How could I say that when I knew where we were likely headed? When I knew how much he was struggling between his career and being with me? "You could come to New York with me," Carter said. Fuck, I wished I could. I can't. I have an author event scheduled at the store tomorrow. I'm already a little behind preparing for that. He nodded, looking as disappointed as I felt. "We're going to need to talk about it. What Elliot's announcement means for us, I know." But I didn't think either of us wanted to. We knew what it meant. We'd actively worked to avoid discussing it for the 2 days he was here. I felt his phone vibrate in his pocket because we were so close. "I'm sure that's Elliot again. I'm already late," Carter said. "We'll talk soon." My chest felt heavy, tight, as I pulled him even closer. Carter wrapped around me like he wanted to crawl inside me as we kissed. Then he was pulling away. I smiled, and he smiled, blowing me a playful kiss. And then, with one more look over his shoulder, Carter James was gone again, off on whatever adventure awaited him next. Carter ended up going from New York to London. We still spoke every day and texted photos back and forth. He looked sexy as fuck in a suit, and not for the first time. I wished I were there to see him in it. Wished I could share some of his journeys with him. I'd never wanted that before. Never wanted anything more than Fearless, my friends, and maybe love. But I thought I would want anything if it meant being with Carter. We still actively avoided talking about Elliot's announcement and how busy Carter would be now. I thought we were both holding on for as long as we could. I followed along through his Instagram page, seeing him schmooze and laugh and succeed. There was no one who deserved it more than he did. He was in London for a week and a half, and the past couple of days we weren't even able to talk, except through text. The time difference made it difficult, and he was so busy. When I saw photos of him, there were bags and dark circles under his eyes, which I wasn't foolish enough to tell him about, but he looked tired. Drained. "I'm going to stay up late to talk to you," he texted. I'd seen how exhausted he looked, though I wasn't sure if anyone would notice it other than me. "Baby, go to sleep. You need your rest," I messaged back. "You're right. I can hardly hold my eyes open, but I miss you." "I miss you too. But you need to get some rest. You've been busy." There was a pause in the conversation, and I began to wonder if Carter had fallen asleep. I was at Fearless and checking my texts in between customers at the end of summer sale we were having. Finally, he replied, "We're going to need to talk soon, aren't we?" My heart dropped, but I knew he was right. The last thing we wanted was to end up resenting each other or fighting because we never got to see each other. "Yeah, baby. I think we are." I kept trying to tell myself if we ignored it, we wouldn't have to say it. "You and me both," I replied. "I don't want to lose you." "You won't. You're basically my best friend." I couldn't help but smile. "You're mine, too." "I fly out tomorrow. I can try and change my flight. I can probably be in Georgia for about 12 hours or so before I need to head to L.A. My stomach ached. I didn't want to do this. Didn't want to say goodbye to him.
But it was too much. How could I expect Carter to do his job while also trying to go back and forth between L.A. and Fever Falls? He would kill himself. That's a lot. I don't want you to have to fly here. It had been hard to type that. I wanted to see him so badly. We should do it in person. Plus, I really miss you. God, why did shit have to be so hard? I kept trying to tell myself we could make this work, that somehow the distance wouldn't tear us apart. But we knew better than that. I miss you too. Let me know when I need to pick you up. I don't care what time it is, and no, you're not taking an Uber. I want every moment I can have with you. Every moment I could have as we said goodbye. Chapter 31. Carter. Sawyer and I headed to Fever Falls from the airport, an unsettling tension lingering between us. Seeing each other hadn't led to a make-out session or the passionate frenzy I'd gotten so used to. No, it wasn't like the night when we'd been intoxicated with a couple of drinks, when passion had led us into the back seat of his car, or anything like the many evenings we'd shared with each other since. We sat in silence, more like we might have during that time after he caught me blowing a guy at Fever before we'd found ourselves stranded at the ski lodge in Whistle Ridge. It's not supposed to be like this, was all I could think, even as we parked and walked up to his apartment. As I entered and turned to him, he had this sad expression on his face, looking the way I felt. I couldn't make this right, or fix it, but I wanted to. I lurched forward and kissed him. I needed to feel him again, selfish for his touch. I pushed him back against the door. No, it can't be over, I thought desperately, as good as it felt to have his lips against mine, even as he kissed back. I could tell a kiss couldn't make this better, but feeling so powerless tore a hole right through my heart. I pulled back, keeping my palm against the back of his head. He pressed his lips together, his gaze sinking to the floor. Carter, when I said we could try this, I didn't realize how hard it would be, even for just a few weeks, to be away from you. It's been hard for me too, I confessed. It'd be one thing if it was like Rush and Link, if you at least had a predictable schedule, I know. At this point, it was apparent we both knew. Maybe we'd always known that this was where things had to lead. This job always suited me because it kept me from getting attached to anyone, and now, here we are. Silence. We stared at each other, but that bitter-sweet feeling I'd experienced in our video chats had transformed into something else, something so much sadder. I guess this is the part where we break. My eyes filled with tears before I had a chance to speak the word, and Sawyer moved close, hooking his arm around me, as though he just wanted to be here for me. He pressed his forehead against mine. All I'd felt him holding back while we were kissing, I felt in his calm embrace. I want us both to be happy, Carter. And the longer we keep this going, and the less I see you, the more that's going to tear my soul apart. And you can't refuse this huge opportunity in your life. Elliot's offering you too much. We're not lust-struck kids who got in over our heads without thinking things through. We're realistic enough to see where this leads. I know you're right. We both knew this would happen eventually. I just always thought when people did this, there was more yelling and anger, not this awkwardness and awful quiet. Breakups are always hard. And there was that heinous word. They make you feel like such a goddamn failure, he went on, but I'll never regret anything we did. I didn't think I could ever feel like that, or let someone in. Not like that. I can't regret you either, I said. Hey, this isn't the end for us. I still want you in my life. You're still my friend. God, my best friend. Who would have ever thought? I couldn't help but laugh at his remark. No one would have thought, and you're my best friend too. Some part of me wanted to escape this moment. No, it couldn't be over. Maybe friends could have one more time? Sawyer teared up. Carter, I can't. That would be too hard. I'm sorry. That was so fucking selfish of me. I knew you wouldn't, but I just... My voice cracked as Sawyer rested his palm against my face. I could feel his strength and support, all those things about him I wasn't ready to let go of. It would have been too hard for me to, I confessed, tears streaming down my face. Oh, now you got me crying, and I don't cry.
Hey, I don't either, he said,
running his free hand across his eyes.
I care so much about you. I want you to be happy.
I want you to be happy too. What a cruel universe to put us together, just long enough to tear us apart.
We're both wise enough to know life's a real motherfucker like that, and one way or another, I wound up with a great guy in my life.
Well, if not a goodbye fuck, maybe a goodbye hug, I asked. Maybe for the first time in my life, it was more than a touch that I was hungry for. I wanted so much more from him, to be so close, closer than our bodies could be. Sawyer reeled me in and hugged me tight, which made me feel like I could let my tears slip free. I needed a good cry. That was all. As he pulled away, his cheek rubbed against mine, and I reveled in the sensation, appreciating what could very well be our last touch. He leaned back farther, and my gaze settled on those lips. Oh, how much I would miss them. Then he pushed forward, and as his mouth slammed down against my own, I pulled him even closer to me. He hugged me once again and spun me around, pushing me back against the door. My thoughts scattered as I seized the moment, welcoming his tongue into my mouth, taking what he had left to give me. Of everything we'd shared, the intense, frenzied passion, this was that and so much more, because it was like we were trying to give one another everything in an instant, capture a final speck of light in the darkness. I didn't want him to let go. Just another moment was all I needed, I kept telling myself, hanging on to what I could before I felt his jaw tense as he forced himself back. I considered stealing another kiss, but I knew it would only make it so much worse. His expression was rife with guilt, as though he felt bad for even doing as much as we had.
I didn't mean to, he began. I know.
I'm sorry.
You didn't do anything.
I certainly didn't stop anything. We were both guilty parties in the crime we'd let each other get away with. As we stared at one another in silence, I noticed he still held on to my hand. We both seemed to know it had to end at some point, but like with the kiss, we clung on to what we could.
It's not like I won't take you back to the airport, he said.
I think it'd be better if I catch an Uber. He finally let my hand slip out of his hold. I didn't fault him for it, since it had to happen. If anything, we had strung it on too long already.
If you need to stay here in the meantime,
Sawyer went on. No, I'll get a hotel and take a nap. Although I knew I wouldn't be able to get any sleep, not before my flight.
I don't want you to have to pay for a hotel room, he said.
I'll charge it to Elliot's account, I joked, and he cracked a smile.
I'll be around if you need anything,
Sawyer said.
My annoying little Carter.
Same here, my serious Sawyer. We smiled, and I fought to keep it together.
Well, I can at least drive you to a hotel,
he offered. Thank you. I just need to stop by the bathroom for a second. I excused myself and closed the door, falling back against it as I let my tears rush free. I dropped to my ass, wrapping my arms around my legs. I just needed a moment, and I had to be mindful of the time so I could get back in there and keep it together around Sawyer, just long enough to get to the hotel.
Chapter 32. Sawyer. I keep reading this journal over and over. I want to learn from it. I want to be better. Sawyer's Journal. Present. It had been 2 weeks since Carter and I broke up, and I still felt this emptiness that wouldn't go away. It was as if someone had hollowed out my chest, this place where Carter had found a home and filled me up in ways I never imagined or thought possible. And now it was vacant again. I was fully aware I sounded melodramatic, but I couldn't help how I felt. We still texted,
But instead of every day, it was every few days. I think both of us were worried about feeling too close and getting hurt. And why was it that I finally found someone I cared about? Someone who cared about me. And I had to lose him. Each time my brain went there, I argued with myself about whether Carter and I truly had to break up at all. Maybe we'd jumped the gun. Maybe it could have worked out. But then I remembered he would be living in Los Angeles permanently. That I owned a business in Fever Falls. My old insecurities rumbled around in my brain. But I thought I could let those go. I could shove them away because I trusted Carter. But was it fair to him? Carter was the life of the party, the pulse that beat under your skin and prompted you to live and have fun, and it felt wrong to tie him down. I could see it in every Instagram post and every party he attended. People flocked to him the way I had. He made them feel important, like they were someone, the way he had done with me. I wondered if he realized the effect he had on people, how they watched and wanted him. He was electric, and it made me feel electric too. I was feeling particularly maudlin and found myself in the secluded area by the falls where we'd had our picnic. It was beautiful there, with the rush of water and nothing but green surrounding you. I'd often gone there to be alone over the years, but it had a different meaning now that I'd been there with Carter. I sat on the grass and smiled at the memory of the two of us there. I'd really felt alive when I was with Carter. Had there ever been a time in my life when I'd felt as alive as I did with him? I picked up my journal, leafed through the pages again, but it suddenly felt wrong in my hands. I heard a rustling of leaves and looked over my shoulder to see, "Oh, hey, Jude. This is a surprise." I didn't even know Jude knew about this little spot, but I guessed it would make sense that he did.
"Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I didn't expect anyone to be here. It's fine." I patted the ground beside me. "Have a seat." I hadn't spent much time, if any, with Jude one-on-one. The only person he did that with outside of Link and Rush was Cam. Not that he hadn't found himself a place within our group of friends, because he had. It just seemed like Jude maybe didn't open up to people quite as easily, and I understood that.
"Thanks, man."
He took a seat beside me. His feet were flat on the ground, his arms around his knees.
"It's relaxing out here. I like it."
"Yeah, Cam and I used to swim here all the time when we were kids," he told me. It definitely seemed that the two of them were really close. I figured Cam must have brought him here. Jude ran a hand through his brown hair. I was still adjusting to his new color, which I guess was really his natural color.
"How are you doing?"
he asked, and I knew he meant because of Carter. I could hear it in his voice. "Taking it day by day," I replied honestly. I hadn't talked to our friends about it, not even Camden, but for some reason, sitting at the falls with Jude, I couldn't hold back. "I miss him. I've never been in love before, you know? I thought I'd loved Julian, but I hadn't. This feeling I had for Carter was completely unique to him. To us."
"Did you tell him how you feel?"
Jude asked. "Not in those words, no."
"You should. If not, it ends up being too late."
I couldn't help but be curious if he was speaking from personal experience. "Yeah, but what if it changes things? What if I tell him, and he decides to pass up this opportunity and comes back to Fever Falls, or we stick it out and the distance and time apart eat away at us? I don't want him to resent me. He should have this time. I didn't want him in Fever Falls for me. I wanted Carter to do what he wanted, what was best for him."
"No offense, man, but those sound like excuses to me."
"Are you speaking from experience, tumbled out of my mouth?"
"Not about resentment, no. But about keeping my mouth shut. Kind of. I don't know. I'm over it, and I know everything turned out the way it was supposed to be. I'm not even sure I really loved this person, but now, if I wondered if I loved someone, if I thought I might, I'm not sure I could keep it to myself. You only live once, right?
YOLO." I smiled a smile I didn't feel.
Anyway, that shit's over and done with.
I didn't mean to go all dark. Chuckling, I leaned over and nudged him with my arm. And then I opened my mouth, and a thought I hadn't truly allowed myself to admit came tumbling out. I thought about going to L.A. if he wanted me. I never mentioned it to him, and I'd have to figure out what to do with Fearless. But if it meant having him, I'd do it. As soon as the words left my mouth, I grasped how fucking true they were. I hated big cities, and I loved Fever Falls. I loved my life here. But I loved Carter, too. I loved him more. Wow. Jude glanced over and cocked a brow. No shit. No shit. It's just a thought. He might not want that anyway. He needed to focus on his career and not have to worry about me. Cam would lose it. Cam would be just fine. Little wrinkles formed as Jude looked at me, but then he turned and said, "Yeah, I guess so. But he loves you. You're his best friend. I think maybe you believe you need Cam more than he needs you." My pulse sped up. Did he say that to you? Nope. He didn't have to. You and my brother are very close. I'd known they were spending a lot of time together, obviously, but this conversation made it evident that they were even closer than I'd realized. He's a good buddy. Jude chuckled. Even if he is annoying as shit and calls me beautiful, well, you have to admit you are. With that sun-kissed skin, blue eyes, and dark hair of his, Jude was a knockout. Oh God, not you too. We laughed together. I really did like Jude. He was good for Camden, and I was glad they had their friendship. Anyway, I'll let you go. Jude pushed to his feet. Are you going to Bow and Ash's tonight? Yeah. You? They were having a barbecue at their place, which I was pretty sure was code for wedding planning. Yep, I'll be there. I'm meeting Rush for a bit now. Link is with Trey. I think I'll head out too. Jude held out his hand, and I let him help me up. We walked back to our vehicles in silence. When we got to the lot, he said, "Good luck figuring it all out." "Thanks. I appreciate it. And I'm always around if you ever want to talk or anything." Jude nodded, smiled, got into his truck, and drove away. I went to Fearless and got some work done in the back. The whole time I couldn't stop thinking about Carter, about us, about what I wanted, and wondered if he missed me as much, if maybe he could want the same things as me. I didn't know what made me do it then, but I got my journal and began ripping out pages, tearing them up into tiny pieces and tossing them into the trash. It was the goodbye to my past I needed. It was something I should have done a long time ago. At 6, I made my way to Ash and Beau's. Beau's brother, Kenny, was also there with his girlfriend, as were Trey and his dad, Tyson, plus the original Saturday crew, along with the newbies, Jude, Dax, and Jace. Apparently, Keegan and Owen would be late. I was sitting on one of the lawn chairs when a shadow crossed over me. I looked up to see Dax. "Hey man, how's it going?" he asked. "It's going," I replied. "He misses you." You would kill me for saying that. I've never seen him this way. Life is fucked sometimes, you know? An opportunity like this coming when it does. I nodded, understanding what Dax was saying. Carter cared about me too, but this was big. Yeah, I get it. I just want him to be happy. You make him happy. I hope you don't doubt that. I didn't. Not really. Not when I could shut up the voice inside my head, wondering if I was enough for him. "Dax! Come swim with me!" Jace called. Dax looked at me. "It's fine. You can go." He nodded and said goodbye before running to jump into the pool with Jace. Fuck, I wanted that. Wanted what Jace and Dax had, what Keegan and Owen had, and Link and Rush and Ash and Beau. I wanted it with Carter. And if he wanted me, I'd leave Fever Falls to have it. Chapter 33. Carter. Elliot and I made our way through the hotel ballroom, chatting with the guests. We were at a fundraiser we'd helped organize, which meant several of our clients were in attendance. Events like these were a great chance to catch up with everyone, and Elliot used the opportunity to let our clients know they would now be working directly with me in the same capacity as they had with him and Dax. a promotion, a pay increase, and more respect than I'd ever received from the celebs we worked with, apparently. As I stepped out of the men's restroom, my phone buzzed with a text. I found myself wishing it would be Sawyer. It was a stray thought that had come from time to time since we'd stopped seeing each other. It was for the best. Of course, no amount of telling myself that made me feel like it was true. Helping Elliot out in L.A. hadn't made me any more confident that what we'd done had been the right decision. Yes, I was good at the job. Hell, I'd basically been doing it alongside Dax while we were working together in Fever Falls. However, it had never been my dream to get there. Just seemed to be the natural progression from having worked at the company so long. As I checked the text, I noticed the S at the start of the name and grew excited, until I saw it was Serena. "Carter, I don't know that I've ever seen you check your phone so much at a party," Elliot said as he approached. I knew he meant more than that text. It was definitely a habit I'd picked up after Sawyer and I had called things off. "Just Serena," I said, perusing her text. "She's asking if we know anyone with So You Think You Can Dance." I might be able to come up with something." "You think she can dance?" "I guess we'll find out on the show," I teased, which got him laughing. "Come on, what's eating you? You been this way the past few weeks. You feeling okay? This isn't about your mom, is it?" No. I mean, she's called a few times, but I haven't quite worked up to talking to her yet. Between transitioning back to L.A. and the promotion, I hadn't had the time or inclination to deal with it. I scanned the list of names in my text feed. Sawyer, Jace, Ash, Bo. So many of the guys from Fever Falls, checking in on me to make sure I was okay. Guess I'm kind of missing the falls. "What?" Elliot's brows pulled together. "All you did was whine and complain when we sent you there." "Oh yeah, I was convinced I was going to be miserable. See?" "But I really wasn't, Elliot. It wasn't that bad. It was actually kind of great. Looking at my phone now, I have more names of guys from Fever Falls than I have of people I know in L.A. They're checking in on me to make sure I'm doing all right. They know I might never come back, or not much, but they just want to say hey." "You did make a lot of friends while you were there." "Friends." He was right. "Guess I'm not used to having many of those," I confessed. "Oh, come on. You have me and Dax." "It's a little different with you guys. I can't say I've had a lot of friends in my life." "Carter, I've seen how many guys you've gone home with." "Really? And do you consider every woman you go home with a friend?" "Fair point." "You and Dax have been great to me, but it's a little different since you're also my bosses." "Co-workers now, mister." He winked. "Yes, that's right," I said with a smile. "You guys are my co-workers and friends. That's not the same. And I've always had acquaintances and familiar faces that I ran into at parties and galas, but friends, I don't even know that I understood the concept until I started staying in Fever Falls." Elliot's expression sobered, as though he was really hearing me for the first time. "Wow, that, I'm not saying that to make you feel weird about asking me to come back here. I made that decision on my own. It's just, there have been so many reminders of the things I've been missing since I left." Elliot rested his hand on my shoulder. "I get that, Carter. The way Dax talks about the place, it sounds like I definitely haven't spent enough time out there to really get a feel for it. Maybe I'll accompany you back sometime to see some of your new friends." My lips tugged into a smile at the thought. That would be nice. "Good. Now, come on. Let's get out there and mingle." I wished I told Elliot more, that it wasn't just about the friends I was missing, but about the guy I missed most, Sawyer Burke. However, he already knew what we'd been doing, and I didn't want him to feel like shit for being part of the reason we'd split. As I chatted with other guests at the event, I couldn't help but replay the fun times we'd had, those times we'd shared in the woods, the back seat of his car, his bedroom, my naughty Sawyer. Oh, he knew how to be rough in just the right way. And then there were the sweeter moments when we'd be curled up in bed together, ordering food in since neither of us wanted to get up. Why did just thinking about those times I was missing make me tear up? We deserved more time than we'd had, Cut it out. I pulled myself out of those thoughts and continued mingling. It was what I did best, after all. Well, maybe second to what I did best. "Hey, Carter." I recognized the voice immediately and turned around from the circle I was chatting within to see Miles Gunner in all his grandeur. He had that familiar expression across his face, that cocky grin and narrowed eyes as he glanced me over, like he was imagining all the things we'd done together that time we hooked up. I hadn't seen him since Sawyer and I had first started seeing each other, before we were technically even boyfriends. "Looks like you need another drink," he said, indicating my nearly empty cup. I took him up on that, and we headed to the bar together. He told me he was at the fundraiser with his manager, whom Elliot had invited a few weeks earlier. Well, Carter James, you just keep circling back around to me," he said with a smile as he offered me the vodka tonic the bartender had mixed for me, then took a sip of his Chardonnay. "I think I should remind you who keeps approaching whom." I winked, and his grin expanded across his pretty face. Like me, Miles Gunner wasn't much for games or leaving much to the imagination. I knew by the way he was looking at me that if I wanted him, he was mine for the night. "You been getting enough sleep lately?" he asked. "You look exhausted." Wow. Just what I needed. It had been a big adjustment keeping up with everything Elliot and I had going on, so I knew I wasn't looking as slick and sexy as Miles was used to seeing me. Not that I needed to hear about it. I rolled my eyes. "Aren't you a charmer? Next you'll be complimenting the bags under my eyes." "Whoa, no, I didn't mean it as an insult. God, me and my stupid mouth. You know, I always think you're sexy, and I prefer you when you're exhausted, though usually after we mess around." I snickered. "Okay, you're slowly winning me back. I'm listening." He scanned the room. "I guess I can't really win you back until I make up for saying something so stupid. So I just need to know how much longer you're planning on staying here." I probably have another 30 minutes on the clock." "In that case, guess it'll be another 30 minutes for me too, and then maybe schedule an hour or so with you." An hour or so? Maybe that would be long enough for Miles to fuck Sawyer Burke right out of my brain. "My hotel's down the street," he added. "Oh, convenient. Well, maybe if you're lucky, I'll circle back around again." I winked at him. "See you in 30, he said, sounding conceited as ever. Yes. That was all I needed, I thought as I headed back into the crowd. A good fuck to help me through my pathetic state. After all, it'd been weeks since I'd seen Sawyer. I wondered if he'd already found someone, and it was unreasonable how my muscles stiffened at the thought of him with some sexier guy. But if he was, who was I to fucking judge him for it? We weren't together. We were both free to mess around with whomever we wanted. I did my best to shake the thought from my brain as I circled back to Miles Gunner, who was still waiting patiently at the bar, as though he had all the time in the world for me, although he was the kind of guy who could have found another trick effortlessly wherever he happened to be standing. We slipped out together, walking to his hotel, catching up on the way up to his room. Before I knew it, the door to his unit slammed shut behind him, and it was just the two of us. "Oh, a king-size bed for your fancy penthouse," I noted. "I'd only treat you right in the best of rooms." He grinned before lurching forward and taking a kiss. His arms hooked around me as he drew me back onto the bed. He crawled over me and kissed me again, his tongue slipping between my lips. It was good. Sure. He knew how to kiss a guy, and he certainly knew how to get a guy into his bed, but it wasn't right. Because his kiss warred with what I knew it should feel like. That intense jolt of electricity. That surge that only Sawyer Burke could evoke within me. Miles's forehead creased as he leaned back, seeming startled that I wasn't all over him the way I had been that first time. "Something wrong, Carter?" I knew where this path led. We'd mess around, enjoy a fleeting moment of excitement, but even that didn't interest me right then. I'd just wake up, empty as ever. It had never felt that way with Sawyer. It had been so much more than the hot sex, so much more than the companionship. "Oh my God," I said. "What?" Miles's eyes widened as he seemed increasingly concerned by my commentary. I think that guy ruined sex for me. Huh? I laughed. No, sex with him was amazing, but I don't think I can do it like I used to anymore. Miles rolled off me and sat on the mattress at my side. Okay, I think it's safe to say I'm totally lost. I scooted forward on the bed. I think I was too. But then after we kissed, I realized it's not right. Hey, to be fair, no, not you, Miles. It's just not the same. I met this guy, and he basically rocked my world, and the sex was so hot and amazing, but then there was so much more there, too. He really got me, and shit, I think I finally know what the word intimacy means. I really knew what it meant to have something so incredible with someone, and I let it go. Sounds like you've got it bad. And in a moment, it was so fucking obvious. I had made a huge mistake. Images of my time with Sawyer replayed through my brain, more intense than the way they'd been haunting me the past few weeks. They forced me to confront something I'd already known. Miles, I think I'm in love. This is a little soon for me. No, He rolled his eyes. Carter, shut up. Obviously, I knew that wasn't about me. I'm sorry for leaving you blue-balling. It's what Grinder's for, he said with a smile and a shrug. Now get out of here so I can make room for the next guy. And next time I see you, you'd better be with this amazing man of yours. I was grinning like an idiot, and I wasn't even sure why. Maybe because I'd finally realized what an idiot I'd been all along.
Chapter 34. Sawyer. No journal anymore. Just living. I couldn't believe I was doing this. The past week had gone by in a whirlwind of excitement and fear. Conversations with Dax about Carter, with Camden about my decision, with our friends. Cam was somehow the hardest and the easiest at the same time because I knew that no matter what, he would always have my back. He'd asked me 1,000,000 times if I was sure. I'd say yes each and every time. But now I felt like I was going to puke, and my head spun, and Christ, was I really doing this? For the first time in a while, I needed one of my anxiety meds. "Here you go," my Uber driver said as he pulled up at the curb of the busy street. "You okay, man? You look a little green." "Great. Totally the look I was going for." "I'm fine. Thanks." I got out of the car and shook my limbs out. I had this. I could do this. Who would ever want you? Fuck that. I wasn't letting Julian inside my head. Not anymore. I went into the brick front building and gave the doorman my name. He smiled and let me up, thanks to Dax and his phone call. My damn hands were shaking the whole time, and I feared that I was dangerously close to having a heart attack, but I took deep breaths and fought to keep my fear at bay. No matter what happened, I would be damn proud of myself. When I knocked on the door to Carter's apartment, I hoped like hell I wasn't green anymore. It was a moment before it opened, and a big-ass, muscular guy stood there. My heart tumbled, and I took a step back. Oh, God. Was I too late? "Can I help you?" he asked. "I'm looking for Carter James. It's Sawyer." "Sawyer Burke," I said, and a smile spread across the big guy's face. I'd already decided I wasn't backing down. I'd fight for this if I had to, because it was worth it. He was worth it. "Thanks for grabbing the door. I had to finish my call. Sawyer. Holy shit. What are you doing here?" Carter stood there looking dumbfounded. He was still inside the condo, watching me, and for a moment I froze. Had this been a mistake? No. No, it wasn't. No matter what, I couldn't regret this. I probably should have called first, but My eyes darted to the guy, then back to Carter. "I needed to see you." "What? No, it's fine."
Then he was walking toward me, and I was holding him in my arms, and fuck, how could I have thought I could walk away from this? How could I not have tried to move heaven and earth to keep it? I should have considered you might have company, but I can't say I'm sorry I came. I'll leave you two alone, the dude said. Have fun. He waggled his eyebrows and then slipped out. Oh, and you can tell him why I'm here. Come in. God, I can't believe you're here. You and me both, I chuckled as Carter closed the door behind us. I hope I didn't interrupt. Actually, that's a lie. If anything is going on with you guys, I really fucking hope I interrupted. Sorry if that makes me an asshole. Carter grinned, and I swear I felt that damn smile in my chest. That's Miles. He wanted my advice on how to come out publicly. Yes, I've hooked up with him in the past, but now I can't. I told him I was shh. I put my finger on his lips. Can I talk first? Carter had every right to be with someone. We had broken up. What was important was right now. Pushy, pushy. He winked. Come and sit down. We walked to his white couch and sat down. How in the hell he kept that damn thing clean, I had no idea. But that was Carter. I can't believe you're here, he said again. I opened my eyes and realized what I wanted. And I couldn't wait, I admitted, even though the words were hard to push out. I called Dax. He gave me your address and talked to your doorman so I could get in. And he kept it from me? Are you complaining? I teased, and he grinned. No, but if you don't hurry with this story, I'm going to take my turn. I couldn't stop the laugh that fell from my lips. God, I'd missed him. It was so damn good to be with him. Did I ever tell you how I chose the name for my store? Carter shook his head. I was having a hard time once. I'd actually run into Julian. He lives in Atlanta. I'm not sure if I told you that, but I saw him, and that always makes me feel like shit. It's stupid that I let him affect me so many years later. It's not stupid. It's human. It's easy for others to decide how long people should grieve or suffer or struggle, but no one can decide that for anyone else. My heart thudded, broke open for him to come inside. Thanks. So, yeah, I was letting him get to me, and I was also in the process of getting everything figured out for the store. I thought about how I was living and how I wanted to live, and I decided then and there that I wanted to be fearless. Carter reached over and grabbed my hand. I haven't been doing that, though. I haven't been living fearlessly, and I figured out why. There was nothing I wanted enough. There was nothing that was worth the risk or the pain until I met you. A tear rolled down his cheek, and I wiped it away with my thumb. You're worth it, Carter. I want to live fearlessly for you. I've been miserable since you left Fever Falls because I'm in love with you, and if you want me, if you'll have me, I'd come here. Move to L.A. to be with you. He was full on crying now. I couldn't wipe the tears away quick enough. My hands shook as I tried, and I was nervous he would say no, but there was no regret there. As I told him, he was worth the risk. What about your store? You couldn't just up and move? Yes, I could. It wouldn't be easy, and I'd have to go back often, but not nearly as often as you'd have to come back to L.A. if the situation were reversed. Cam will help. I'll hire a manager. I'll figure it out. You're worth it, I said again. He sat there staring at me, and my heart dropped. I don't want to push you. If you don't feel the same, I'll understand, but are you kidding me? I'm crazy fucking in love with you, Sawyer Burke. Yeah, I asked, feeling like something was lighting up from the inside, like I was so damn bright it would hurt to look at me. Yes. You really don't know? You're my naughty Sawyer. Of course I love you. I told Miles as much the other day. You're it for me, Soy. I grabbed him and pulled him closer. Carter came easily, straddling my lap. Our mouths met in a clash of teeth and hungry tongues. He tasted so fucking good. So right, like he was exactly where he was always supposed to be. It was scary, and I never planned on leaving the falls, but I would do anything for him. He whimpered when I pulled away. It was the sexiest fucking sound I'd ever heard. Carter's forehead dropped against mine, and we sat there for a moment, sharing the same air and savoring each other. "You really love me?" he asked. Hey, that was my question. I pulled back and looked at him. Yes, I do. So fucking much, it hurts to be away from you. It was killing me too. You've become more than just my lover. You're my best friend, the first person I want to tell when something good happens, and the one I trust with my heart when it's aching. I'll take good care of it, baby. I promise. I know. Carter smiled. There's only one problem. My heart took a nosedive to my gut. I don't think it would be very wise of you to move to L.A. I'm tired of having a long-distance relationship with you, and I've already decided I'm going to talk to Elliot about going back to Fever Falls. What? My body jolted forward from where I was leaning against the couch. I went too far, and our heads collided. Ouch! Shit, maybe not if you do that, Carter teased. I couldn't find it in me to laugh, though. I was too shocked. What about your job? This was a huge opportunity for you. And it wasn't one I ever planned on having. It was never my dream to be the next Dax. I loved what I did. I was a PA extraordinaire. But then when Elliot approached me, I got excited. Maybe I made myself believe it was something I should have wanted, but being here, around people who only spend time with me to chat about the industry or work toward taking their careers to the next level, made me realize this isn't who I am anymore. I'm the guy who loves dancing at Fever with Owen and Keeg, attending Nance's barbecues to gossip with Jace and Dax about the latest Saturday news, conspiring about surprise birthday parties with Ash and Bo, planning ski weekends with Rush and Link. He took a breath before adding, who loves getting into kitchen sink wars with his boyfriend before continuing a Netflix series in the bedroom, which more times than not turns into getting tossed around and fucked by my naughty Sawyer. I sat there dumbfounded. Never in my wildest dreams had I expected to hear that. Are you sure? I don't want you to do something like this for me. I've come to terms with moving. I'm okay with it. My, someone thinks highly of himself. Carter winked, but then turned serious. All my friends are in the falls. I feel like I can be me there in a way I never expected. You're coming home? I asked, cupping his face. Yes. I'll need to look for a place, but move in with me. Carter's eyes widened. We can figure all that out later. Fuck. I love you. I love you too. Are we really doing this? Carter grinned. Game on. Chapter 35. Carter. Come on, I begged. I'm right there. I straddled Sawyer's waist as he lay across his bed, his cock buried deep in me while he massaged mine in his hand. Faster, I begged, and he sped up his forceful thrusts, making me bounce higher on the bed. I'm about to shoot. Sawyer's face tensed up, locked in a cringe as he cried out, letting me know he was coming inside me. I let myself rip, my own cum shooting across his stomach. I reveled in the sensation in my ass as he continued pushing within me. I leaned forward and kissed him, taking a moment to savor his lips as I came down from the high of our fuck. Now that you filled my hole, it's time for us to fill our bellies. I pulled back, winking. We hadn't had time for more than a quick fuck before we needed to get ready and head over to Jace's townhouse for dinner. But we'd made do. I'd officially been back in Fever Falls for a week, in which time Sawyer and I had made sure to make up for any fuck time we'd missed out on. I'm glad we went ahead and got that testing thing out of the way, Sawyer said, referring to our trips to our docks to ensure we could toss condoms out the door. Nothing like being able to come inside my boyfriend. He glowed, wearing a bright smile, then kissed me again, his tongue slipping past my lips. I got lost in the sensation as we embraced, his cock still hard within me. I could tell by the way we were kissing that we could have kept on like that until he was ready to go again, so I forced our lips apart. I think we'd better get going before we wind up late. he growled, hooking his arms around me and rolling until I was on my back beneath him. He bit at my jaw, then my bottom lip, his hips shifting as he pushed his load around within me. I closed my eyes, reveling in the sensation as well as the pleasure of knowing he was using himself as lube inside me. I mean, maybe we could make time for a second round, he said. Oh, has your refractory period shortened? If I stay like this, we can wait it out. I laughed. Naughty Sawyer, I whispered before he kissed me again, continuing his subtle thrusts with his hips. But just another minute like this, and then we really need to get ready. We enjoyed the moment together, then finally managed to pry our bodies apart. Soon after, we were on our way to Jace's. Serena was making dinner for the night, a first for sure. She wasn't the cooking type, but she had insisted, perhaps because she was jealous that Nance was always hosting dinners and barbecues at her place. Jace's dining room table was packed, and while Sawyer caught up with Dax, Jace, and Nance, I did the same with Keegan and Owen. Keegan was still going to community college to knock out some core classes, and Owen volunteered at Fever Fight and tended to his princely responsibilities back in Parlesia, his home country. Enough about us, though, Owen said. What about you guys? Last I heard, you had a promotion, and then you lost it. The way he said it, I knew he was joking. I rolled my eyes playfully, self-demoted, I like to say. And Docs was all right with this? All right, Dax asked, turning away from his conversation with Sawyer. I was fucking thrilled. Elliot came in and stole my assistant from me. His tone dripped with sarcasm. It wasn't the right fit, I went on. Turns out I'm perfectly fine with living my life as the best personal assistant in the world, and having the second hottest man in the world. Second hottest? Sawyer asked. Oh, you're so conceited. Sorry, but you can't beat the guy who spent $2,000 on the perfect nose. $2,000? Serena called out, spinning around from the stove. Who did you blow to get it that cheap? And will you do it again for a friend? Serena, you do not need a nose job. Nance called out from the table. Well, I assume this doctor also handles facelifts, which was the reason I asked. Stop it, Mom, Dax shouted. You look great. I have a lot of doctors to thank for that, so in a few years I'll have one more to add to the list. Big deal. Smoke rushed from the stove behind her. Jesus, Serena! Jace jumped to his feet and hurried to help her with the apparent kitchen catastrophe. To no one's surprise, Serena's chicken parmesan didn't quite work out the way she'd planned, but we were only an app away from delivery. As soon as it arrived, I called out the contents of each container from everyone's Cheesecake Factory orders, and Serena announced, See, even better than if my dinner had worked out. Now everyone gets exactly what they want. Not to mention Jace's place isn't on fire, and no one is going to wind up in the hospital for food poisoning. Dax added. I guess I need a little more practice, Serena said, pouting. Dax reached across the table and set his hand on her arm. How about we have some practice sessions before another party, huh? A little mother-son cooking course? She blushed. Yes, I think that might not be such a bad idea. They glanced at one another, grinning. I'd known Dax for a long-ass time, through the ups and downs with Serena. They hadn't always had it easy. In some ways, Serena made my mom look like Mother of the Year, but it was amazing to see how far they had come since she and Dax had started working on their relationship a few years earlier. It reminded me of something that was long overdue. After Sawyer and I returned to his place, he parked in his driveway, and I spit out, I think I'm going to do it. I feel like there's a memo I might have missed. I'm going to call my mom. He reached across the console between us and took my hand, squeezing gently. Sawyer's touches were such a strange mix. Sweet and tender one moment, then rougher as soon as requested. I fucking loved it. It was just so funny seeing Serena and Dax together, laughing and smiling. I didn't think I'd ever see them together like that. When I first met him, he still had so much anger at her from his childhood. Hatred, rightly so. But I can see how much she's trying and how hard they're both fighting to make it work. I teared up. I don't want to leave my mom on her own. I know things can't be the same. I can't be there every time she needs crap. But I do want her in my life.
She's your mom. That makes sense. Maybe you guys need to talk about boundaries or maybe some mother-son counseling, I said, partly as a joke, but it was true. We headed inside together, and I slipped away to the bedroom for some privacy. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I had to work myself into it, but I finally called her. 3 rings, and then I heard that familiar, "Babe." I could have cried at the sound of her voice. Despite all the bullshit, all the pain, I couldn't change that she was my mother. And she wasn't all bad. However, there was this poison inside her that kept hurting both of us. "Hi, Mom," I forced out. "How have you been? I've been worried about you. I tried calling after you got mad." "I'm fine. Sawyer, the guy I brought over, we're staying together in Georgia." "Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. He seemed really nice." But just as soon as we acknowledged my own relationship, I knew I couldn't not think of hers. "What about you? How's John?" She said quietly, "Carter, never mind. I don't want to hear about him." "We broke up." I silenced once again. A part of me was relieved, but another part knew it was just that same cycle. I should say I broke up with him about 2 weeks ago. She'd broken up with guys before and gotten back together with them. 2 weeks was definitely longer than her usual fight, but the part that surprised me most was, "And you didn't call?" "I did call. A lot, actually." It was evident in the way she spoke that she was making an attempt at being cheeky, but her voice cracked at the end of her sentence, allowing me to hear her hurt, the pain I'd caused by ignoring her. "That's not what I meant," I said. "Usually you would have mentioned it, or texted me, or something." She hesitated. "After our fight, the day you and Sawyer came over to the house, I did a lot of soul-searching. Obviously, I haven't lived this long without being aware, at least to some extent, of my own faults, and how I've gotten myself into these situations. Even when you were a kid, I always assumed I was doing the most harm to myself. I was selfish. As I asked you to comfort and support me, all I was thinking was, I'm in pain, I need help. I used you for all of it, and that wasn't fair." Certainly it couldn't make up for it, but there was relief in hearing her speak the words, acknowledging what she'd done. I asked some of the girls at the restaurant, and one had this therapist she really liked, and I started going. I'm not sure if it's because of the work we've done, or just that I finally sought help, but I started to notice how unhappy I am. Have always been with guys like John. I wasn't planning on walking out, but then when I mentioned I was seeing a therapist, he freaked out. He acted like it was the worst thing in the world I could have done, despite how it was making me feel. Suddenly I realized that my happiness threatened him, that I could never be happy with him. He wouldn't let me be. So I left. "Oh my God, Mom, I'm sorry I wasn't there." "No, Carter. I'm sorry you were there too many times. So many times. When I should have done something different. When I should have said something. I guess it took the only man who really was important to me walking out for me to open my eyes, and I'm glad you weren't there, because it made me reach out to others for support, to make new friends and find a support system. I've been going to church with some friends and taking a spin class to meet people. It's nice, actually." Therapy, church, spin class. They gave me reasons to hope that the change could be real. "I'm proud of you, Mom. But where are you staying?" "With one of my coworkers from the restaurant. It worked out because she was already looking for a roommate, and I can afford the price. And now that I'm not having to support John, I even have some extra money." There was relief in knowing she was somewhere safe, and even more importantly that she had people looking out for her while I wasn't there. Despite how angry I had been at her, I still wanted what was best for her. "I know it can't mean much," she continued. "Certainly, we've lived this dance long enough to know that. But I think, well, I'm working on it. That's more than enough, Mom."
We continued chatting about changes she was making, her progress and hopes with therapy. Then she switched the subject to my life, my promotion and prompt self-demotion, and, more importantly, everything I was sharing with Sawyer, the life we were creating together. I could hear the ease in Mom's tone as she asked more about him and our life. It seemed that just as I had been concerned about her well-being, she had been concerned about mine. "You boys need to come out for dinner," she said. "My roommate has been dying to meet you." We'd enjoy that. How about we figure something out when I call you again later this week? I'd like that. Okay, I'll talk to you then. Carter, she added quickly, I'm so sorry. I should have stood up for you. I shouldn't have let Leonard call you that horrible word back then, or any of those men say anything to you about who you are. I was supposed to protect you. I was supposed to put you above everything else, but I got lost along the way. I could feel the tears welling up in my eyes. We all get lost sometimes, Mom. Can you ever forgive me? I could hear the desperation in her tone, but all I could be was honest. I'm not sure if I can, I admitted. There's a lot there. Pain and hurt for a lot of years. We could sit on the phone all night talking about I'm sorries without putting a dent in there. I reflected on Dax and Serena laughing together over dinner. I hope one day, maybe it can get better, even just a little, and that maybe I can get to forgiveness. That's good enough for me, she said with a sniffle. I love you, Carter. She spoke quickly, as though afraid if she didn't get it out, she might not have the chance. I love you too, Mom. I hung up. Carter? I turned to see Sawyer standing in the doorway. Everything okay? I pushed to my feet and approached him, feeling a little better. Hooking my arms around him, I pulled tight against him. He held me close, I guessed knowing that's what I needed in the moment. Then I shared the details from my conversation. When I was done, he said, That's really great to hear. Yes, it was nice. One conversation can't heal everything from our past. We can't wish it all away. But it helps that she's taking steps in the right direction. At least now I have hope that maybe she can get better. That maybe we can get better. He raised his hand to my face and ran his knuckles across my cheek. Regardless of what happens, at least you have a super supportive boyfriend who will be here for you. Maybe a super supportive boyfriend who wants to watch the new season of Big Little Lies with me, I pressed. I thought you'd never ask. He winked before offering a tender kiss. Sawyer read me so well, had come to know me in such a short time. He had this intuitive ability to grant me the softest kiss when I needed it, or choke the hell out of me with just the right amount of pressure when I needed more. He was rough, sweet, passionate, caring, tender, and strong. I'd never imagined myself winding up with a man who could be so many things to me, but Soy, he was just to my tastes. Naked under the covers, Sawyer lay on his back as I cuddled up against his side. He pressed play on his phone app to start the TV drama series. Tucking my face against his chest, I offered a gentle kiss. Sawyer was really here, right beside me. It was hard to know where my future was heading between my job, Sawyer, and Mom, but that was all right, because when I woke up, I wouldn't be working to figure out which hotel I was at in what city. I'd know I was in Sawyer's arms, right where I belonged.
Epilogue. Sawyer. 1 month later. It's Saturday, bitches! Link did his silly Saturday dance as we walked down the street toward Fever. I'm getting a strange sense of déjà vu, Bo joked, just as I playfully said, Why does he always have to say that? Because it's cute, Carter replied. Stop being serious, Sawyer. Leave my boyfriend alone, Rush added. I'm feeling very attacked, I teased. Link ran over to me and jumped onto my back. He has a habit of doing that, doesn't he? Jace asked. He and Dax were with us for our favorite Saturday of the month. Can you be careful? Our wedding's only a little over a month away, and I don't want anyone to get hurt before the big day, Ash said. and I smiled. It was beautiful how excited he was to be married to Bo. He'll be fine, Bo replied just as Link jumped off me, saying, "Are you calling me fat?" "Uh-oh," Rush groaned, and we all laughed. Jude was working at Fever, and Cam had said he was going to be late and he'd meet us there. Owen and Keegan were in Parlesia for princely business. The past month had been great. Carter and I had redecorated our apartment. I wanted him to feel like it was our home and not just mine. I had to admit, he was much better at those things than I was, and I loved what he'd done with the place. We'd settled in nicely as boyfriends who lived together. It might seem quick to some people, but it was right for us. I loved going to bed with Carter and waking up with him and baking cookies with him, too. He was now doing a drag queen story time at Fearless every other Sunday, and it was a huge hit. Carter loved doing it, and I loved watching him. I loved everything about him. I knew it was early in our relationship, but I had never been happier, never felt more like myself, and I knew there was nothing I wanted more than to spend my life with him. Carter had a short trip coming up, but it was only a weekend, and I was actually planning on going with him. I was excited to be able to do that with him from time to time. Casey had been a great addition to Fearless, and he helped out a lot, making me feel more comfortable leaving. "You're quiet." Carter threaded his fingers through mine as we made our way inside the bar. The music made my heart thump. Or maybe that was him as I pulled him closer and kissed his head, just thinking about how good the past month has been. "Enjoying all the sex you're getting?" he teased. "Enjoying you." I was so worried that he would regret his decision to stay, but if he did, I would follow Carter James anywhere. He was happy, though. I could see it in the way his eyes sparkled every time he looked at me. I wondered if maybe Fever Falls was the first place where Carter had ever truly felt at home. "What's up, guys?" Jude shouted over the noise when we approached the bar. He gave me a smile, and I knew it was because of the conversation we'd had that day. Did he know how much he'd helped me? "Hey, one of these days you'll have to get a Saturday off. Seems like you're always working." "Yeah, it'll do." Jude shrugged, and I noticed his eyes darting around. "Camden's not with you?" "No. He said he was meeting us out. I'm not sure what's going on." Jude's brows pulled together, and I wondered if he even noticed he'd done it. Whatever was happening between him and Cam was definitely interesting. "You gonna dance with me, or what?" Carter asked. Now, I wasn't sure if this game is a surprise or not, but I wasn't a huge dancer. No. He poked out his bottom lip teasingly, and I groaned. "Ugh, fine. One dance. 3, 2. Deal," Carter replied, dragging me to the dance floor. I danced for 3 songs, goddamn him, before it was my turn to drag him back toward the bar. The truth was, I would stay out there all night with him if he wanted me to, and I was pretty sure he knew that. "I love you," he whispered close to my ear. "I love you too." A smile pulled at my lips. Christ, I never thought I would get this lucky. "Hey, baby Burke!" I looked over just as my brother approached us with a blonde woman. She was beautiful and just Cam's type, curvy in all the right places. Still, it threw me for a second because it had been a while since I'd seen him with a woman, and he sure as shit had never brought a woman to Saturday before. "Hey, what's up?" I said, and he ruffled my hair before hugging me. I could tell he had already been drinking. "You okay?" "Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I be?" "Sawyer, Carter, this is Melinda, Mel, this is my little brother Sawyer, and his boyfriend Carter." "Hi, Melinda. Nice to meet you." Carter and I said our hellos, followed by everyone else in the crew. There was definitely some confusion all the way around. I could see it on everyone's faces, which I got because this wasn't normal, but then I told myself it shouldn't be like that. Camden was bi. He was attracted to women, too. "Oh, hey, you're here," Jude said. "Beer?" "Yeah, and what do you want, Mel?" he asked her, and I could see the moment Jude realized she was there with Cam. He stumbled a little, his eyes going wide before he seemed to catch himself and wiped any emotion from his face. "Just a vodka and cranberry is good for me," Melinda replied. Jude nodded before getting Cam's beer and making her drink. A stool opened up and I nodded for Carter to take it, then stood between his legs. "Are you sensing the same tension here that I am?" he asked. "Hell yes."
Link started pulling some of his antics after that and making everyone laugh. I couldn't help but watch Jude, who stayed mostly on the other side of the bar, letting other bartenders help us. Every few minutes, his eyes would find Cam again, who had his arms around Melinda as he talked with Rush, Jace, and Ashton. We didn't stay at Fever long. It was funny. The more we all began pairing off, the earlier we tended to go home on Saturdays. It wasn't that we didn't all love them. Things were just different now. Netflix and couch cuddles were more exciting than anything else. "You gonna take me home and fuck me soon, or what?" Carter asked. "Fuck yes," I replied. Once someone said they were going, it was usually a domino effect, everyone else following quickly. Carter and I made some excuse about getting home early because we were going to see his mom the next day. It wasn't a lie. We were going to see her, but that wasn't why we were going home. "We're going to stay," Cam said, signaling to Melinda. I hugged him and asked, "Are you sure you're okay?" "Yeah, BB. You're worrying over nothing. Go home with your man." I nodded, and the rest of us all left together. We said our goodbyes outside Fever, and Carter and I headed home. "It's a beautiful night," Carter said. He did this little spin and then held his hand out for me, which I took, smiling. "Yeah, it is." "You're not talking about the night, are you?" I laughed. Nope. I was definitely talking about him. "Flirt," he teased. "You've already locked this shit down. You don't have to try to get into my pants." When did I ever have to try? "Oh, fuck you." He punched me, and we laughed as I pulled him close, wrapping my arms around him. We were in the middle of the sidewalk, cars rushing down the street, people walking around us, but it didn't seem to matter. We just held each other. "I never thought I'd have this," Carter said. I never thought I would either. "You know, we're the best couple out of all of them, right?" he said. And I laughed in a way only he could make me do, obviously. "It's not going to be easy to put up with me for the rest of your life. Are you sure you're up for it?" Carter cocked a brow at me. "Are you issuing me a challenge?" He shrugged. And again, I smiled. Game on. Game on. The end. This